Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the 5 Live News at 7 o'clock, I'm Lisa McCormick. As you've been hearing, Palestinian health officials say around 500 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in a hospital in central Gaza. Officials say there could be hundreds of victims in the rubble. The Israeli military say they're looking into what's happened. Of course, we'll bring you more on that as we get it. Relief agencies say the humanitarian situation in Gaza is getting worse by the minute, with supplies of food and fuel running low. Aid convoys are stuck at the border crossing with Egypt, which is closed. Matthias Keynes is from the charity Médecins Sans Frontières.
My staff reporting that they do not have access to potable water. One of my staff mentioned that he's sharing the house with 120 people. They do not have electricity because they don't have fuel.
President Biden is due to visit Israel tomorrow, and the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has been meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says he's trying to negotiate a deal over the supply of aid and that his country supports Israel in the wake of the Hamas attacks.
Mr. Prime Minister, the security of Israel and its citizens is Germany's raison d'etre. It's important for me to say that clearly here, today, in Israel, in this difficult situation. German history, our responsibility arising out of the Holocaust, make it our task to stand up for the existence and security of the State of Israel.
In other news this evening, Scotland's First Minister Humza Yousaf has told the SNP conference that after the defeat in the Rutherglen by-election and a drop in the polls, his party has to work harder. He announced a council tax freeze next year, as well as an extra money to help cut NHS waiting lists. And the authorities in Lille say they're doubling security for tonight's match between France and Scotland after 2 people were shot dead last night near a stadium in Brussels where a Euro 2024 qualifier was taking place. Belgian police say they've killed the Tunisian man who they believe carried out the attack on Swedish nationals.
On BBC Sounds.
Newscast is the unscripted chat behind the headlines.
It's informed but informal.
We pick the day's top stories and we find experts who can really dig into them.
We use our colleagues in the newsroom and our contacts.
Some people pick up the phone rather faster than others.
We sometimes literally run around the BBC building to grab the very best guests.
Join us for daily news chats
to get you ready for today's conversations.
Newscast. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
England are on the brink of Euro qualification, but an old rival stands in their way.
Their road to Euro 2024, it starts in Naples against what has become a familiar rival.
England versus Italy in the final of the European Championship.
Shaw scores on the volley! England lead in the 2nd minute of the final. There's an Italian gone down and the ball is buried in the net. Italy have equalised and we're back all square in the final. And it is penalties. Penalties will decide the Euro 2020 final.
Saka has to score. It's saved by Donnarumma, and it's Italy who are the champions of Europe. Penalties prove to be the dagger in English hearts once more.
That's football for you. It's a hard one to take for sure. The lads are gutted, we're all gutted. Being so close to the ultimate goal, yeah, it's heartbreaking to take.
To arrive so close was devastating, but you learn from occasions where you've been in finals and lose finals and you go on and achieve something great.
Came with a shot, ricocheted, and it's in! And it's a 13th-minute lead for England here in Naples.
Italy have had that superiority over us. We've got to turn that around.
And then Kane scores, and that sweeps away the bad memories of Qatar from the penalty spot for the England captain.
Can England follow in Scotland's footsteps and make it to Euro 2024? We are live from Wembley, where the players are out and just warming up in front of a smattering of fans who've arrived here ahead of the 7:45 kickoff at Wembley, where England only need a point to qualify for Euro 2024, and they're doing against the Italy side, who of course beat them in the final of Euro 2020, played in 2021. So the England fans starting to make their way inside the stadium. Because of events in Belgium last night, there have been extra security measures outside, so they might be making their way in quite slowly as we approach kickoff. But on commentary duty, Our football correspondent John Murray, senior football reporter Ian Dennis, former England defender Matt Upson and former England goalkeeper Rob Green is with us as well. So John, 1 point away from Euro 2024.
Yes, a draw will do it tonight for England. That would confirm qualification. And if England were able to win tonight, then that would mean they will go to Germany as one of the group winners, which is an important thing to do as well. If you can win the group, because that means that almost certainly you will be in the top pot of seeds when it comes to the draw in December. As regards the team tonight, the England team, and the England players are out there. Italy actually haven't come out to warm up just yet, so only the England outfield players on the Wembley turf just now. And the team that Gareth Southgate has gone with is pretty much as expected. Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier at left back. Then in midfield, Rice, Phillips and Bellingham. And then the front line of Foden, Kane and Rashford. So that is a completely different team. 11 changes compared to the team that started against Australia. And actually, that's 8 of the team that started at Hampden last month in the friendly against Scotland, when England really turned it on against the Scots. And another thing I would say as well, Kelly, you know, how inexperienced the team was in terms of international caps. Friday's team, pre-kickoff, had 162 caps together. This team tonight, 574. So that's quite a gulf, and so all of the experience flooding back in. And as for Italy, to run you through their team, they won 4-0 against bottom of the group Malta on Saturday. Remember, this is Luciano Spalletti, their coach. This is only his 4th match in charge since he stepped in to replace Roberto Mancini, who jumped ship for Saudi Arabia. And Spalletti makes 8 changes from the team that started in Bari. And Tottenham's Destiny Udogie gets his full debut at left back after he came on for his first cap on Saturday. So the Italian team, Donnarumma in goal, the captain, Di Lorenzo, Scalvini, Acerbi and Udogie, then Cristante with Barella and Fratesi, and then Berardi, Scamacca, Gianluca Scamacca, once of West Ham, still to score his first goal for Italy up front, and Stefan Al-Sharawi on the left-hand side. But Italy without quite a number of players because of injuries, and also as well, of course, Sandro Tonali of Newcastle and Nicolo Zaniolo of Aston Villa, while they face this investigation into betting irregularities, which I'm sure we'll touch on at some point.
We will be talking about that a little bit later on, and we'll be talking about the players who are present and the challenge that poses for England this evening at Wembley. Before that, though, let's hear from the England boss. And Gareth Southgate has only got one thing on his mind.
Our first priority is to qualify for a European Championship, so ultimately the result is the most important thing. But also we're playing one of those nights against another top 10 nation where we want to play well and get the sort of victory that can breed confidence and add to the experiences of the playing group. We're trying to give them all the right experiences they need to develop as a team.
And just as a matter of record, you know, the abuse, if you want to put it that way, that Harry Maguire has received previously, you know, obviously Jordan Henderson the other night, that's clearly not going to influence your thinking in terms of who you pick to start for England.
No, because if I pick a team based on a poll of the public, then it'll look very different perhaps, or actually if you did a poll of everybody, maybe it would look exactly the same, because individually we could all sit in a room and write down an England team and we'd all disagree on 1 or 2 names. So I understand that's the world we're in. What I would say is I've never seen a team perform better by being booed by their own supporters. So I'm sure we've had a great connection with our fans for the 6-7 years I've been in charge. We've had some brilliant nights together. I'm certain they're going to get behind the team.
Well, the England fans making their way inside the stadium right now, quite excited to see the Stars out and warming up early ahead of this one. The Italy team have joined them now as they go through their final preparations ahead of the 7:45 kickoff. Gareth Southgate talking to John Murray there and talking about the kind of reception that he wants to hear for those England players. But as far as the team he's picked is concerned, as he said, he's not going to let a popularity contest determine who he starts with. But in terms of defence, Matt, it has been a big decision for him. He's gone for Maguire and Stones, and I thought we would start with them because while it might not be the most contentious of areas, it maybe informs what happens further up the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of contentious areas, aren't there? It's hugely interesting because I mean, Gareth Southgate has stuck by Harry Maguire through thick and thin. He really has. I mean, it's been such a difficult period for the player. And I actually really quite admire the way he's performed for England under that kind of scrutiny, because there's one thing getting booed, which we've had with Jordan Henderson, about a decision you've made or about a political reason. It's another thing getting those kind of jeers due to your professional quality or what is seen of your professional quality. I think that's a really hard thing to block out and overcome, and still be confident enough to step on this kind of stage without playing any club football and actually produce some of the performances that he's had. And they've surprised me a little bit. I think they've been more positive than what a lot of people would have expected. Now, it might not sway people's opinion. Clearly it doesn't with some. But given the circumstance, I have to admire the performances that he's put in for England of late. You know, certainly the last few games. And it doesn't surprise me that his name's on the team sheet again in a massive game with a well-known partner in John Stones, who we know hasn't played a lot of football this season, but played some minutes the other night, seemed fit enough and ready. And that is clearly Gareth Southgate's go-to partnership in that position, in that area of the pitch.
He's spoken a lot, Kelly, this week about how few minutes John Stones has had this season. So that's been something he's touched on several times during the course of the week. And I thought it was quite tantalising, actually, that Stones came on for half an hour against Australia, but he used neither Maguire nor Gay. And I just feel that there was a question over Stones, hence the reason that Gay wasn't involved. And therefore, if Stones had not been able to be involved, then I would suspect that it would have been Maguire and Gay.
Do you think other centre-backs are really starting to sense that opening, John? Do you think like the likes of Dunk, who I think's performed pretty well, like say Gurhey's been very good when he's had the chance? Do you think they're starting to smell that position might be on offer?
Yeah, but when it's come to the big game tonight, the night that they could qualify against as Gareth Southgate says, a top 10 opponent in Italy, the defending European champions, it's Maguire and Stones.
It is Maguire and Stones, Rob, and they play in front of Jordan Pickford, and I wonder how relevant it is in terms of England performances, how much time these players have played for their clubs, and maybe what's in Gareth Southgate's mind is how well they know each other inside the England setup.
Yeah, just get the job done. Get the job done tonight and move on. And then we can ask questions, more questions maybe. And he's such a long way from the Euros still that he can have a tinker, have a play with formations. Gay's been mentioned, Colwell's another one at left back. He's got his debut, and can he move on and maybe get some more game time at left centre-back? Then we'll all be asking, can he play at centre-back for England as well? And more questions. So I think he just wants to get the job done tonight. He's gone with what he knows, who he's relied on in the past, and they've served him well. It is a side that has outperformed any other England team in my lifetime and before that. So it's something that Gareth knows what he likes. He knows what he sticks with. I think the fact that no news is good news really for England in that regard.
No, he does know what he likes. He knows what he sticks with, and he's gone for Rice and Phillips and that double pivot that we know that Gareth Southgate likes to play. But what does look quite exciting about this England side is where Jude Bellingham might play. Matt, do you think we're going to see him in a role that is more familiar in terms of his Real Madrid role? Yeah, I mean, he just brings a big smile to your face when he plays, doesn't he? It's what can you say at the moment about Jude Bellingham? I mean, it's just awesome, really. His performances for England and for Real Madrid have just been off the charts. Probably the most informed player in the world at this present moment, and he's pulling on an England jersey, which is great. And
youngest man in the squad.
Yeah,
still the youngest man in the
squad. It's incredible. It's incredible what he's achieved at his age. I mean, to have the maturity and the quality and the confidence that he has. It was interesting, the game out against Ukraine in Poland, I thought he showed maybe a little bit too much of that swagger. Like, he was on top of the world, and really good moments, but the game didn't quite go in England's way, and it wasn't quite there for him. But on the whole, he can just bring a dimension to that midfield, and he can allow Gareth Southgate to play it any which way he wants. He can play the two sat in front, he can play a three, he can play one of the defensive roles, he can play as a number 10. He just roams all over the pitch, and his link-up and energy and the way he follows the ball and he senses things is just amazing. His calmness in those tight situations is just superb. And yeah, I think he's the key. He just allows Gareth Southgate to really go in whatever direction he wants.
I think what we saw in Scotland from Bellingham was a proper number 10 role. but also it was his work off the ball, it was his movement, it was his intensity. And I think England in Naples, in the start of this campaign, they set a marker down with that performance against Italy. And I think tonight they'll look to try and replicate that same level of intensity, because they know that they've got to follow it up. They're going for the win. I know a point will see them to qualify, but I think this is going to be a really, really top game of football, because we heard Spalletti last night talking about trying to keep the ball. But we also talked about how Italy have got to raise their game, their level, to that of England. And yet these are the European champions that England are playing against tonight. But Bellingham, I thought, really did set the tone at Hampden last month.
He's been a class act, and it'll be interesting to see tactically. He likes to drift on the left-hand side when he's forward, although he's playing number 10, and he will get in that hole, and he'll come over on the left. And when he does it for Real Madrid, he did it against Napoli a few weeks ago, and Di Lorenzo was playing, who's playing right back for Napoli, loves to get forward. That'll create space for him and Rashford. That's a really tantalising prospect for England.
And that could be England's main outlet in terms of the attack. But just to go back to kind of what's looking like a bit of a theme in this England setup. Dano, you look at Calvin Phillips and the amount of minutes that he's been getting. If we're saying that Harry Maguire and John Stones, we're not seeing enough of them, we're certainly not seeing enough of Calvin Phillips. So how does he earn his place in the England side?
Well, because I think he's the one, from Gareth Southgate's point of view, who, in the manager's words, can just play that pivot role. I don't think there's many at the moment who can actually still do that, and that's why he's getting selected. But it is a problem, and it's not just now with Phillips, and obviously Stones has had little game time, and Harry Maguire, when we spoke to him at St George's Park, you know, we were saying that could be a problem for him. He talked about the need for regular game time. But Aaron Ramsdale is another one in this England squad who now all of a sudden has lost his place in the Arsenal setup. So there are a number of individuals going into the tournament when England qualify that are going to be not playing regular football. So it's an issue for Gareth Southgate.
There is an issue in there, and there's also an issue which is less of a negative and much more of a positive for Gareth Southgate in terms of the amount of choice he has in midfield. And you look at the bench. You've got James Maddison on there. You've got Jack Grealish in there. Conor Gallagher is in there. Could even play Trent Alexander-Arnold in midfield, because we've seen him, coming into that role at times. It just feels as though that Jordan Henderson obviously is on the bench as well, but maybe at a different stage of his career from some of the other players that we're talking about there. But it's how to fit them all in.
I think if you sat down and spoke with most managers, they'd say that everyone looks at that choice as a positive. I think there's a lot of managers that would probably look at it and go, well, I actually quite enjoy teams that pick themselves. And sometimes the variety just offers the selection to wander a little bit away from what your gut tells you is the right way to go. Now, I think that you've named a list of really good players, and they all offer something different, and that's where you constantly have to keep falling back onto what is the manager's overall picture of that area of the pitch. How does he want it to function? How does he want it to perform? And I don't think you stray too far from that. Otherwise, you end up in that muddle, Kelly, where, like you've just listed, all those names that can do amazing things, and you move away from what's going to make the team better.
You're right. A manager of a club side wouldn't want to have that many players playing in the not quite the same position, but the same sort of area of the pitch as well. But there's opportunities in there as well for someone like Phil Foden, Rob, with Saka out. There's a chance for him to really put himself further up the pecking order.
It is a real opportunity, and he needs to take it, because Saka never gets injured. And although, right now he is, it's been an incredible run from Bukayo Saka. I think you're looking at players and you're saying, okay, we don't need to so much worry about the forward line. We don't need that. That's kind of taken care of, because it'll be horses for courses. In some games, it'll suit Jack Grealish, or it'll suit Phil Foden or Bukayo Saka, or whoever it might be. It is that role in behind. It is. He's tried it before, Gareth Southgate, in games which are pretty much free hits where we've qualified. He said, okay, I'll give the public what they want and put that extra man in, attacking player in there. And it hasn't worked. There's been too many creative influences almost, and not enough control. So I think for someone like Phil Foden, he's shown his versatility for Manchester City. I know for a fact he wants to actually play a bit more central. I think this might be an opportunity to say, well, actually, I can do both roles. Can he get the opportunity inside? Can he create something different? It'll be interesting to see how he does that tonight.
It is little more than a year since Italy were on a record run of 37 games unbeaten. It's only 28 months since they won Euro 2020 at Wembley, but this is a very different Italy side. Let's bring in Italian football journalist and Euroleague's regular James Horncastle.
Hello.
James, tell me how Italy are different under Luciano Spalletti.
They're very different, Kelly, because if you look at the team now, Giorgio Chiellini is obviously retired. Leonardo Bonucci, who was the captain, has been in dispute with Juventus, moved to Union Berlin in the final day of the transfer window, so he's not available for selection. You look at the midfield, Marco Verratti has gone to play in Qatar. You've also got Jorginho, who's not been playing much for Arsenal because Declan Rice has taken his position, and Insigne is playing in the MLS. So a lot of the guys who were starting on that famous night when Italy won here in the Euros are no longer part of this squad. So it is a team in transition, a team that's under a new manager as well.
Yeah, so we're talking about the players who aren't available for selection because they've moved on elsewhere. But of course, there are other players who are unavailable for selection for slightly less exciting reasons. Just tell us a little bit about the players who are out and suspended.
So Italy's preparation for tonight's game has been far from ideal because the next generation, the people who are supposed to keep this cycle going from winning the Euros, are unavailable. Nicolo Zaniolo and Sandro Tonali were interviewed by police at Italy's training centre on Thursday. They were then sent home on compassionate leave. This is in connection with a probe into illegal online betting platforms. Zaniolo's lawyer has said that his client did not bet on football, that he only used these platforms, which he was not aware they were illegal, to play card games. Sandro Tonali has been in Turin today to speak to public prosecutors, cooperate with them. And we've seen another player who was voted the Young Player of the Year in Serie A last season, Nicolo Fagioli of Juventus, who would be ordinarily expected to be in the squad, have a 7-month ban levied on him today, which, it's 12 months, but it's been commuted to 7 because he's been cooperating. So, yeah, for Spalletti, he's been compassionate to a degree, but ultimately, this is a huge night for them and their qualification hopes. After Italy failed to qualify for the 2018 World Cup, failed to qualify for the World Cup in Qatar, they want to go to this tournament as holders, and certainly not ideal to be losing players like that.
James, it was we were in the stadium last night when Spalletti was talking to us. It was quite late on in the piece that he was asked several times and didn't really give an awful lot away. But then right at the end, he said we've all been affected by it. He said we have to wait and see if we're going to be able to integrate them. But he said it was traumatic for the team. He said the authorities almost came into the dressing room with them. He said the players were distraught, Zaniolo and Tonali, and he said at least we're able to give them a hug before they had to go. So that's a very, very unusual situation, and for that to happen on an international week, that has to, as he said, affect everyone.
It has been remarkable. Can you imagine police cars going to St George's Park and a legend like Gianluigi Buffon taking 2 young players to go and see police? That's what happened. And to give you an idea of just how dramatic this case has been, yes, there are public prosecutors in Turin conducting a criminal investigation, which is not football focused. It's into organised crime and these illegal online betting platforms. But you have a paparazzo called Fabrizio Corona, who's been conducting his own investigation, like a journalist, but one that's courting attention, I would say, who last week was saying, at 4 o'clock, I'm going to give you 2 more names, 2 more footballers who are tied up in this investigation. So you've had footballers in this Italy squad who are on tenterhooks, fearing, are they next? Are they the other guys who are going to get named? So that obviously lends a lot of tension to a training camp, a lot of anxiety. It's a pressurized environment enough to be preparing to play for your country, to preparing for qualifiers at Wembley, let alone having all of that going on in the background.
What do you think will happen? I mean, I was in San Siro for the Champions League game when Tonali was saying that at the start of his Newcastle career he was lost. He found it really difficult to adapt to life on Tyneside. Now he's been hit with this scandal. So Newcastle fans now listening to 5 Live and Aston Villa fans regarding Zaniolo, what do you think will happen to those two players? As you say, there's already been one player today who's been hit with a ban.
So I was at an event today with Sandro Tonali's agent. Tonali's agent, admitted that this is the kind of biggest game of his life. That he has admitted that he has an illness. His agent didn't use the word addiction, but I think that's what he was inferring. Sandro Tonali was in Turin today to cooperate with public prosecutors in connection with this case. And that follows what we've seen Nicola Fagioli do, the Juventus midfield player. Now, if you are found to have bet on football games, according to the Italian football code of justice, if you like, you risk a minimum 3-year ban. But if you cooperate and you plea bargain, you can bargain that down. And you saw Fagioli today, for example, get a 12-month ban, but it's really 7 months, which will be missing from football. And the other 5 months is community service, where he undergoes treatment for a gambling addiction, and where he also has to do some talks at amateur football clubs, training centres, charities that deal with addiction as well. So we'll have to see what happens with Tonali, but I think in some respects there's a precedent set there by what's happened today with Fagioli.
All of which, as we say, is going on in the background of a really important match for Italy this evening. They've got a manager who's trying to impose this new style of playing on them as well. He's missing key players. He's got players who have been disrupted emotionally by the events that have been going on off the pitch. So in terms of what he's gone for, which almost seems the least important of all the issues we're talking about, does this look like a side that can deliver what Spalletti wants?
I think so, Kelly. I mean, there are still some young players in there who've already accumulated a lot of experience. I mean, the goalkeeper, for example, Gianluigi Donnarumma. Donnarumma was the player of the tournament at the Euros, was obviously the hero of the penalty shootout here at Wembley. And, I mean, he made a mistake in Spalletti's first game against North Macedonia. And already Spalletti was being told, you need to take a big decision, and drop Donnarumma. He didn't. He stood by him. He was rewarded with that. But I think that shows you also the measure of a player like Donnarumma. Di Lorenzo was the first captain to win the league with Napoli since Diego Armando Maradona. Not bad. Udoghi's had a great start to his season with Tottenham in the Premier League, dealing with players like Mohamed Salah, dealing with Saka. I thought he was excellent in the North London derby. And then, obviously, you've got some players who've got Premier League experience. Scamacca, obviously, it didn't work out for him at West Ham, but he's had a good start to life back in Italy with Atalanta. It's a big night for him. But I think the interesting thing, Kelly, is that Italy played really well at the weekend in Bari against Malta. OK, it's only Malta. But you would have thought maybe the coach would have stuck with that side and tried to build with it. This is only his fourth game in charge. Instead, he's made so many changes tonight. And so it'll be really interesting to see whether this Italy team can be a cohesive unit.
James, thank you very much for coming up to join
Pleasure.
us. Just over 15 minutes to go until kick-off here at Wembley between England and Italy. James Horncastle there taking us through the eventful time that Italy have been having. Elsewhere, Chelsea midfielder Fran Kirby and Barcelona midfielder Kira Walsh are back in the England squad for this month's Women's Nations League matches after recovering from injury. But Beth Mead, who made her return for Arsenal on Sunday after 11 months out with an ACL injury, hasn't been selected by Serena Wiegman.
To be honest, she was not close. She's in a good place now. She has been out for 9 months. She had her first minutes, which was very nice to see, and she was really happy. The crowd was very happy, so gave a lot of energy too. But I think she first has to build that club, show performance at club, and get that consistency back. And of course, then I hope she performs at that level that we hope she get back on. And then we have an opportunity to select her. And well, she has the opportunity to compete with the players who are in the squad right now.
New Rangers manager Philippe Clement says he wants dominant football and to win everything with the club. But he admits he's not a magician. Clement takes over with the club 7 points behind Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. Darren England and Daniel Cook will return to Premier League duty for the first time since their error during Liverpool's defeat at Tottenham. England will be the fourth official for Brentford against Burnley on Saturday. Cook will be the assistant referee for Sheffield United's home game with Manchester United. England coach Sean Wayne has named World Cup captain George Williams in his 24-man squad to face Tonga in a 3-match series, even though he's currently suspended for 2 of those matches. We'll have more on that at half-time with Rugby League correspondent Dave Woods. And Netherlands have pulled off a surprise result at the Cricket World Cup. They beat South Africa by 38 runs. It's only the 3rd time the Dutch have won a 50-over World Cup match, their first since 2007. Elsewhere in Euro 2024 qualification, Northern Ireland are no longer in contention for a top 2 finish. But the playoffs could yet provide a saving grace for Michael O'Neill's side. They're now on the hunt for back-to-back wins in any competition for the first time since September 2021. Across this one for us this evening, John Southall.
Yes, good evening, Kelly. Michael O'Neill has made 3 changes from the side that beat San Marino at the weekend. It'll be a memorable night for Bolton's Owen Toll and Kilmarnock's Brad Lyons. They both make their debuts at Windsor Park. Dan Ballard, who's injured, and Paddy McNair suspended, both drop out. The other change sees Bailey Peacock-Farrell returning goal in place of Connor Hazard. It's been, as you mentioned at the top there, a disappointing, frustrating campaign for Northern Ireland. Just 6 points from 7 games, and those were 2 wins against San Marino. The victory on Saturday ended a run of 5 straight defeats. In contrast, Slovenia, top of Group H with 6 wins from 7 and within touching distance of qualification. Their front 2 of Spora and Sesko have been a real threat, and this will be a challenge tonight for Northern Ireland. They just need to build on Saturday's win.
John, thank you very much. So John Southall will keep us up to date with everything that happens between Northern Ireland and Slovenia. Scotland have already made it to Euro 2024, but Steve Clarke insists that the job is far from done.
Obviously the last time we qualified for the Euros it was through the playoff system. It felt a little bit like sneaking in the back door. This time we can walk straight in the front door with our heads held high and look forward hopefully to a good tournament next summer. But before that, to get better you have to challenge yourself against the best. It might mean like we did against England we lost. It might mean like we did against Spain we lost. But we were competitive in the games, and the more competitive you are against the better teams, then obviously I believe as a team and as a group of players you have to improve. So we will improve, we want to improve, we want to try and get a little bit better. It would be nice to think that we could match the tally of Spain. That's something to aspire to, so we'll try and do that.
That was Steve Clarke on Scotland. Tonight for them it's a friendly with France. Kick-off is at 8 o'clock. Gavin Wallace is there. Evening, Gavin.
Good evening, Kelly. Just give me a second whilst I put my Stein down as I'm sitting here in my newly acquired lederhosen as I think back to that James McFadden strike of 2007. You'd never guess we were confident going into this tonight, would you? Yeah, Steve Clarke makes it abundantly clear, doesn't he, that what he wants, and I think a lot of the Tartan Army would love that as well, and I think really that shows just how far that he's brought the squad on, and I think the players have to have a huge amount of credit for that as well. They've bought into what Steve does, and having worked with Steve at Kilmarnock, I know exactly what he's all about, Kelly. It's all about progress, and that's exactly what he's done as well. So, and I think he's also said that he took these friendlies on against England and against France just to make sure the players are aware of where they are and where they still need to get to, and make sure that they are making that progress. And when you look at the team news tonight as well, there's plenty of starts for other players. Only McTominay, Hendry and McKenna are the same players that start tonight that started against Spain. Billy Gilmour starts alongside Greg Taylor, plus Lewis Ferguson, Kelly, who is on fire at the moment in Serie A with Bologna. He's handed a start this evening, and him and his Scotland teammates are up against a few chaps you might have heard of, Mbappe, Griezmann and Giroud, just to name a few. So Scotland really now starting to mix it with the big boys. There's an air of confidence as well about Scotland, but this is a huge task tonight. It is just a friendly, but it's a good chance to put a marker down as well, and maybe just bring back a little bit of momentum before they go and play the likes of Norway and Georgia again before we head off to Germany as well. And would you believe it, Kelly, actually as well, out of the 16 times these two have met, both have won 8 times. There's an interesting stat for you this evening.
It is an interesting stat. Dankeschön, Gavin. We'll be speaking to Gavin Wallace a little bit later on. He's keeping us across that friendly between France and Scotland, who are already qualified for Euro 2024 in Germany. England trying to join them. They're 1 point away from qualification, and we are just about 10 minutes away from kick-off. England are looking to book their place at Euro 2024. They're up against Italy, though, who beat them in the final of Euro 2020. Kyle Walker, though, believes that he and the team can take that final step.
Still feel that I can carry on for, a number of years and hopefully can seal another Euros. Then it's just down to me to perform at club level to make sure that I'm in contention to be on that plane going there.
And when you talk about belief, from your own career with City and all the trophies that you've won, you're a serial winner. Do you sense now that you're on the verge of maybe doing that with England?
Yeah, I think you can see when something good's going to happen. As I said before, to play in Porto and lose that to Chelsea by 1 goal, and then a couple of years later you go on and win the Champions League final and a treble. I feel that, now we've got to a semi-final up in Russia, to the Euros final in our own turf, and then we need to now hopefully go and do something this Euros. But it's going to be tough because there's good teams and the teams are getting better. As we're getting better, other teams are getting better. But we need to make sure that, this group of players and this core group of players, stick behind each other and get us over that line.
That was Kyle Walker talking to Ian Dennis, who's part of our commentary team this evening, along with John Murray and Matthew Upson. Rob Green is also with us. Rob, is there extra value in this game, not just because it's an opportunity to qualify for the tournament or to get some degree of payback for the defeat in the Euro 2020 final, but also because this is England's last big test, really, before the Euros?
I think that's the key one, is the last one, and it is the test that they have. And we've sensed in the big games, in the big moments, Kyle Walker touched on the big games there, in the big tournaments, and you include France, against France in the recent World Cup, that you've sensed when England are in danger, you've sensed when they've struggled, that they haven't been able to see those big moments through. And it'd be interesting tonight because they had those moments in Italy. They had a man sent off. They should have been 2-3, more than 2, sorry, they were 2 up. They should have been 3 or 4-0 up. The game should have been gone. It wasn't. And they really suffered in the dying moments of that game. But they saw it through. In previous games, they haven't seen it through in the big moments. So it'll be interesting to see. I want to see that challenge tonight. Yes, I'd love to see them dominate for the whole 90 minutes. It won't happen. I want them to see them suffer and to see those moments through, because that's where they've fallen short.
There's a big pre-match show at Wembley this evening. The lights have been dimmed. People are holding their camera torches aloft and creating a sprinkling of stars around the stadium, and we've got flags ready to be draped across the pitch. The atmosphere matters is building ahead of this one, but the significance of it, as we've been hearing there from Rob, is that this is about England testing themselves, about them delivering against big opposition.
Yeah, they're the teams you want to play against. These are the matches where you want to pull on an England shirt and pitch yourself against the top 5, 6, 7 team in the world, which you have to rank Italy in that bracket. And this, for me, is all about that. It's all about England having that belief system that we can go into these matches, win the game, but do it in a fashion that is more controlled, that's less panic, that, like Greeny said, you're going to have those moments. No doubt about it against top teams. But can you come through it? Can you then keep moving the ball? Can you control as much possession as you can? Can you take your chances? All those moments all add up to the victory. And I think that's the only tiny thing that's been lacking from those key moments for England over the past 4 or 5 years. The game here against Italy in the final was a really big example. So they're the things to work on tonight. It's a bigger picture than just the points for the qualification.
Yeah, I think in terms of, saying that England have moved on from that, yeah, it's not the final, but if England are able to win home and away against Italy in this group, the defending European champions, as was said at the time, no England team had beaten Italy in Italy since 1961. England haven't beaten Italy here at Wembley since 1977. That's the sort of thing that Gareth Southgate seizes on and says this team is doing things that no England team has done for a long time.
Although England do have an excellent record in qualifying, particularly at home at Wembley, and they're up against Italy this evening. England looking for consecutive wins over Italy for only the second time, just building on that theme that John was developing there. They've achieved that with wins in 1948 and 1949. They're looking to do that for only the second time. And the England players are coming out onto the pitch here at Wembley to face their Italian opponents this evening in this Euro 2024 qualifier. England are just 1 point away from officially heading to Germany for the European Championships next summer. Rob Green will be back with us at half-time. For now, though, as the teams line up for the national anthems, we can hand to our commentary team of John Murray, Matt Upson and Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Kelly. There is a huge England crest that covers the entire centre circle here at Wembley. And above it reads a sign that says Our England, and underneath it, that stretches actually from one edge of the penalty area to the other, Our Family. As we now stand for the national anthems, and first of all you'll hear the anthem of Italy, the current European champions, here live on BBC Radio 5 Live. The Italian team in their Azzurri blue were swaying from side to side. The Italian tricolours over on that far side were being waved around by the Italian support, as now the England players stand for the anthem. Mosaic to form that of the St George's flag was held aloft by the supporters in the bottom tier away towards our left-hand side here at Wembley. And Matt Upson, I can't help but feel that the message that we can clearly see, Our England, Our Family, almost backs up the call from Gareth Southgate regarding unity, regarding Harry Maguire. And we'll find out very, very soon, in fact, as the name is, the teams are being read out, what the reaction is to Harry Maguire, who Gareth Southgate had said the recent criticism of him, particularly in that Scotland game, was unacceptable.
Well, the message has found its way onto the grass, hasn't it? It's very clear. That is exactly the message that Gareth Southgate is sending, and I'm fully behind it, to be honest, Denny.
Well, we knew that, a lot of the talk yesterday during the press conference at Tottenham's training ground was around Jordan Henderson, but we never really thought that Jordan Henderson would actually start the game tonight after he was booed by a section of the England support in that low-key friendly against Australia on Wednesday. The interesting barometer for me is always the away supporters, and Maguire was really supported quite loudly by the 3,000 England fans who were at Hampden last month. But we'll get the reaction now as the England team is being read out. 3 Kieran Trippier, we'll have 4 Declan Rice, 5 will be John Stones, and then we'll wait to see what the reaction is for Harry Maguire.
Stones! Number 6, Harry Maguire! Number 7,
By and large,
pretty
positive.
Good.
Yeah. That will please Gareth Southgate. He was talking last week at St George's Park about the I think he's big enough to cope with it. I think I got the impression it was more for his family and friends who found it a little bit more harder.
Yeah, I think he might be, you know, to say this is wrong, but I think he's kind of prepared for it, Deno, and getting used to it, and he's hardened to it, and he's been performing well under that kind of scrutiny.
Well, now the players have gathered outside the centre circle here at Wembley Stadium, because I quote the statement earlier from UEFA. UEFA can confirm that a moment of silence will be observed tonight at all matches for Euro 2024 in memory of the 2 victims of yesterday's terrorist attack in Brussels ahead of the European qualifier between Belgium and Sweden. That was the UEFA statement, and now there will be a moment of silence in memory of those 2 victims in yesterday's attack.
Vi invitiamo per chi può ad alzarvi e osservare un minuto di silenzio a partire dal fischio dell'arbitro in memoria di tutti i membri della famiglia del calcio europeo delle nazioni UEFA, Israele e Svezia rimasti uccisi negli ultimi giorni.
As I'm sure you could hear for yourself, it wasn't impeccable, sadly. 2 Swedes were killed, a 3rd seriously injured. Belgium-Sweden was abandoned. Victor Lindelof, the Swedish captain, shocked and devastated. And certainly in the build-up to this game here at Wembley, there was a noticeable police presence around Wembley from the Met Police, just to try and reassure any supporters of England and Italy who made their way here to Wembley Stadium. It's a vital game in Group C. England require a point to qualify for the Euros. There are already 7 teams who've joined the host Germany, Belgium, France, Portugal, Scotland, Spain, Turkey and Austria. England can be the latest name to add to that for next summer's finals, as our French referee, Clément Turpin, gets us underway, and England predominantly in all white are playing against Italy in the all-azuri blue. England playing from left to right as we look. There are 8 of this starting 11 for England from that Euro final, and only 3 from Italy. But as James Horncastle was saying ahead of our build-up to this game, Italy are in a period of transition. In fact, 11 changes being made by Gareth Southgate. Andorra 2021 was the first time since Finland in 1982 that 11 changes have been made. Since that, this is the 3rd occasion that Gareth Southgate has made 11 changes. So Pickford is in goal, Kyle Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier is the back 4, Bellingham, Phillips and Rice is the midfield, and a front 3 of Foden, Kane the captain and Rashford. 8 changes for Italy from the side that beat Malta on Saturday. Donnarumma is in goal, Di Lorenzo, Scalvini, Acerbi and Udogi. First start for the Tottenham defender after he made his debut for the last 11 minutes against Malta at left-back. Barella, Cristante and Fratesi in the midfield, Berardi, El Shaarawy and Scamacca, the former West Ham United player, up front for Italy, as Foden towards Bellingham manages to skip out of the way from a challenge of Scamacca, passes the ball inside to Declan Rice. It's all about the start, Matt Upson.
It is. It's a cool start from Italy. Actually, Acerbi really relaxed under pressure in his own 18-yard box. England really pressing high as the ball came across from Donnarumma, and he just dinked one up the line casually to an Italian player. They tried to flick it round the corner and move on from them, but early signs that Italy aren't just going to crack under a real press from England. They've got more than enough at the back there to be calm and composed and use the ball nicely, even under pressure.
Harry Maguire's name is being chanted by the England supporters here at Wembley. He's a different player for England. He knows he's got the support of the England supporters. He says when his playing days are over, he'll be in the stands alongside them. And he's got the unequivocal backing of his manager, Gareth Southgate. As Rice comes forward, Kane lets it come across his body outside the centre circle. Out now towards Walker. In scintillating form, the evergreen Kyle Walker looks to go on the outside. Delivers the cross from the right-hand side, too deep, little flick header away by Di Lorenzo. Collected and kept in play by Kieran Trippier. Passes the ball then back to Rice, midway through the Italy half. Stones steps forward into midfield, finds his Manchester City teammate Foden. Now with Calvin Phillips just slowing it down, but England keeping the ball. There's been a goal Northern Ireland, Slovenia, John Southall.
Worst possible start for Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. It was a controversial free kick on the left of the D, but brilliantly taken by Cherin into the top right-hand corner. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Slovenia league leaders of Group H. Denmark playing San Marino tonight, but with that Kazakhstan result in Finland earlier, 2-1, means that nothing can be settled in that group tonight in terms of qualification. There's a chance that Hungary could qualify from Group G as England are attacking. As Rashford comes in off that left touchline. He was upended after he'd released the ball, but the referee will allow play to continue. And Bellingham twisting and turning and then delivering the cross, and in the end it was Acerbi who heads it away, and the ball will roll out of play, and Bellingham looks to whip up the crowd. He actually does so in front of the Italian supporters, who I think thought that he was trying to antagonise them, which is a little bit unfortunate.
He's got some personality, isn't he, Jude Bellingham? I mean, he pulls out on that left-hand side all the time. What I like about Adeno, he makes that run out there and he just drags players out with him. I think they're going to have that nice little partnership there with Rashford, who he knows wants to come inside. He's just clearing that space for him every time he runs out to that left, for Rashford to come inside on his right foot.
Trippier, forward, inside. Bellingham lets it come across his body, forward ball. There was a glancing header there by Harry Kane, just inside the penalty area, and picked up by Donnarumma, all in red away towards our right. He throws the ball out towards Barella, the Euro 2020 winner, of course, as Udogie plays it back. Udogie, who made his debut against Malta, second Spurs player in the space of 24 hours to make his debut for his country, after Mickey van der Ven had done likewise for the Netherlands, as Maguire sees it back towards Jordan Pickford, all in yellow. 5 minutes played, 0-0, Matt.
Yeah, interesting start to the game. England looking like they've got the control of the match, in my opinion, in terms of having the ball. They've got the likes of Bellingham, who can just make something happen. At the moment, Italy just finding their feet a little bit, just getting their bearings, seeing how they can just cope with this England attack.
Ball was hit long towards Rashford. It was cut out by Di Lorenzo. Now in the midfield, it's with Cristante. Ball played back out towards Di Lorenzo. Laid off by Scamacca. Try and work it out to this near side, but it was cut out, and then Kyle Walker will lift the ball back to Pickford. It's a bouncing ball that he times very, very sweetly. Left-footed, clears it high downfield. Acerbi beats Harry Kane to the ball and heads it forward towards Brian Cristante, and now with Italy and Acerbi looking to try and find El Shaarawy on this near side, the left. But he runs into trouble in the shape of Declan Rice, and the referee says there's no foul there, as Rice brings the ball away and makes that strong run to Harry Kane, keeps the ball in play. Udogie gets a foot into the challenge, and out it goes for a throw.
That little passage there is just all Declan Rice, isn't it? What he does, snubs out that attack, gets across, makes the tackle, steals the ball, and then all of a sudden he's just driving with the ball at his feet into the corner. And he's got such energy, Declan Rice. When he senses that danger, he reads the game exceptionally well.
If you tally up the amount of caps for the two competing sides here tonight, England's starting 11, 585 caps. That's actually only 5 shy of Gareth Southgate's most experienced ever 11 against North Macedonia. In contrast, Italy's starting 11, 294.
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-experienced group, and you know, you look at that and you think Gareth Southgate knows these players extremely well. I mean, it's a big reason when you get that loyalty from him, he sticks by you, and he's done that with players through thick and thin, and I think he eventually comes through the other side with the performances, and I think we're starting to see that a little bit with Maguire in the consistency that he's playing. But Italy, on the other hand, got players like Scalvini coming in, the young centre-back, 19-year-old.
Yes.
That was a really big call to start him today.
Here is Rashford. Direct running by Rashford, enters the penalty area, finds Harry Kane, looks to try and return the ball. It might break towards Rashford, and in the end the flag didn't go up. It was Di Lorenzo who hooked it away. It almost could have been a moment there for England, 7 minutes in.
It's off the left-hand side again, Rashford, looking like he's got the energy in his legs and in his mindset today. It's always important with Marcus Rashford. You kind of tell at the start of the game what mood he's going to be in. He looks to be in the mood tonight.
Corner kick then to England, playing from left to right, 0-0, BBC Radio 5 Live. Far side the left, outswinger, delivered deep, headed back in by John Stones. Maguire was there, Udogie heads it down, looks for the return ball as he breaks from his left-back roll. Stones then, they've actually doubled up there. It'll be Fratesi who will run the ball back, still being tracked by Stones, then runs into trouble by Calvin Phillips, but the French referee, he's going to go for his book here. He's going to show a yellow card to Phillips.
That's one of those tackles that you make when you might not have just played enough football. That one, he had it, he knew he had the ball, but he just mistimed that Calvin. It was a Calvin Phillips special moment. Normally you see him crunch into those, take the ball and the man, take everything. He just, accuracy's not quite there. They're the things where, they're the moments, Dano, where it just shows up. Just those tiny moments where you mistime a tackle, you think, well, normally, 99% of the time, I nail that ball, but just the gauge is out a little bit.
5 appearances for Manchester City this season. Obviously, a couple of those were after the injury, or the suspension rather, to Rodri. But it is an issue for Gareth Southgate, with a number of players over that lack of game time, as we were saying. France-Scotland has been delayed by 10 minutes, allowing extra time for the supporters to get into that friendly fixture. As here, Udogie just pulling back at Foden, and the referee giving himself some thinking time, and it's a yellow card to the Tottenham defender.
I don't know if he needs too much time to think, the referee, on that one, does he? I mean, it was pretty clear. Great anticipation. Phil Foden, it's a crossfield sideways pass in the middle of the pitch, which is always a risky ball, and Foden just read it so early, got the touch on it, and Udogie had little option just to haul him down, but not ideal in the left-back position to have a yellow card so early on.
I honestly thought that DiMarco might have been the left-back. I mean,
it's another big call.
Yeah,
Spalletti's made, but I mean, I think Udogie did have a yellow, if I remember, quite early on in the North London derby, and he certainly played very well for the rest of that game.
Italy now coming forward. It's still goalless. Matt Upson is with us here at Wembley Stadium. 10 minutes played on BBC Radio 5 Live. Udogie plays the ball forward. El Shaarawy, and gives it back, and then it's knocked out by Cristante. Acerbi's header was eventually, it will reach Scalvini, but he comes under pressure from Harry Kane. Didn't really get enough on it, did he, Acerbi?
No.
And put the young lad under pressure.
He did, and then he tried to play with the ball. As really, sometimes that then is the moment for Scalvini just to put his foot through it.
Here is Phillips, just had his legs chopped by Barella, and that will be a free kick in a very central position, just out 30 yards out from goal for England. And Italy are quick to get those blue shirts back behind the ball, as it's been placed down here with a little bit of purpose by Rashford. I just wonder if there was a bit of intent there, wasn't there? This one's mine.
I think this is teed up for that Marcus Rashford dipper. You know, that one, the kind of like the knuckle shot that he hits, where he just hits it flat, because it's quite a way out, but it's very central, which I think suits Marcus Rashford, just to get the power. If he can get it up and down over the wall and bouncing in front of Donnarumma, it's going to ask a question of the Italian goalkeeper.
You're talking about the one that hits the valve of the ball.
Exactly,
yeah.
And it just has that flat look to it that moves in the air, and if you can get it to bounce before the keeper or come low into the goal, I think it's a tricky one for keepers to get a hand to.
Well, I'm sure he's seen Ronaldo do it on many a time when he was his teammate for Manchester United, but it is Rashford. Expecting England supporters with a slow hand clap, building up the anticipation here at Wembley. It is Rashford, right-footed, and it was moving in the air, and as it dropped over the crossbar, it just touched the roof of the net as it went out for a goal kick, 0-0.
Yeah, he does hit that shot. It's that kind of technique, maybe a little bit more whip on it than what I would have thought. I thought he might have hit it a little bit flatter and straighter, but he just puts a curve on it with his right foot, going to his left corner, and the ball's always dipping, but he just can't get it down quick enough.
Donnarumma knocks the ball out short towards that far side. Di Lorenzo will hit it early. Rice will head it away. Serbia are leading Montenegro by a 1-0. Former Fulham striker Alexander Mitrovic has scored. And Australia, after playing here, of course, on Friday night, and doing ever so well for large parts of that game, they're playing New Zealand at Brentford this evening, and they're leading by a 1-0 in West London. But here at Wembley Stadium, 12 minutes in, it remains 0-0, and that would be sufficient for England to qualify for the Euros in Germany next summer. Of course, we've got the Rugby Union World Cup semi-finals to look forward to. Friday and Saturday, the first semi-final from 7 o'clock, New Zealand against Argentina, And then Saturday, after we've brought you Manchester City, Brighton and Hove Albion, which is a really attractive game at 3, and Chelsea and Arsenal then at 5:30, the second semi-final. All the build-up live on 5 Live. England against South Africa from 8 o'clock. Pickford hits a long ball early, looking for Rashford to make that run. Scalvini clears it away, only as far as Foden. Runs into the penalty area, comes out of the penalty box now, plays the ball back behind him to Phillips, now with Walker on this near side. Bobbles a little bit there for Kyle Walker. Oh, he reacted angrily there to El Shaarawy. Just left a little bit there on the Achilles of Kyle Walker. He didn't like that, did he?
No, it was good pressure, but I think he just stepped across him and, like you say, caught him on the ankle or on the Achilles, and Walker had a little reaction there.
He says he's going to keep on going after twice being persuaded by Gareth Southgate to not go into international retirement. Whilst he's feeling as strong as he is, he says he's going to continue for going a little bit longer, but he says he's not getting any younger.
No, well, watching him a moment ago, I mean, when it came wide to him and he was 1v1, there's no frills, was there? It was, I'm just going to drop a shoulder and rely on my pace to go past Al Jabari. I mean, that's still the mindset. And, by the way, the physical place where Kyle Walker is. And why, when you're as mobile and as quick as what he is, and mentally you're still enjoying it, why would you think any different?
He might not be getting any younger, but he's getting better.
Yeah.
His experience, his reading of the game, and he's still as quick as ever. That hasn't diminished, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Ooh, Donnarumma almost caught out by Harry Kane, the back pass. He stumbled as he released the ball then out to Barella. England are pressing quite high. Here is Udogie. Malta are leading Ukraine by a goal to 0. Now that is a surprise elsewhere in Group C, because Malta, pointless so far in their opening 6 fixtures. El Shaarawy. Interception, not quite there from an outstretched right foot from Declan Rice. Ball played into the right-hand side of the penalty area, and Italy take the lead. My, oh my, cross comes in from the right-hand side, and there it was, and Scamacca following up from close range with his first goal for his country. England 0, Italy 1. The first serious attack from Italy has produced a goal.
That was a superb move as well from the Italians. Started in the left-hand side, and as we've seen him do for Tottenham, Udogie, the way he goes forward, the athleticism this lad has is absolutely superb. He plays a 1-2 deep in the left-back position. He then runs past Bellingham as the ball's laid inside. He's got the power to burst up the pitch. It then gets switched across. Declan Rice doesn't quite get a touch on it then, does he? Just as he's got that outstretched leg, it goes into the right side position. The cross comes in. It's missed by Fratesi, who makes the near post run, taking a defender into that near post, and Scamacca's there, completely unopposed. But how swift was that attack then? It was really quick from back to front.
It was Di Lorenzo with the cross from the right-hand side, and as you say, Fratesi, the fresh air shot from him took the defender with him, and it left Scamacca coming in behind totally unmarked. And on his 13th appearance for his country, the former West Ham United striker, who really didn't have a happy time of it at all in the Premier League. He only scored 3 goals in 16 appearances in the Premier League for West Ham. But on his return to London, Gianluca Scamacca has scored his first goal for Italy, and England, just as they were against Ukraine, are behind.
It had a real flow to that goal, didn't it? Really good play. I mean, if Spalletti's looking at reinventing this team and youth and young players coming into it, that certainly had a taste of that. It was lovely play from Italy.
Well, he said he wants to have them a free brand of football, to be flowing, to play with character. We haven't really seen a great deal of that, because by and large England have controlled the game without necessarily producing anything themselves in that final third. But then Italy, with their first serious attack, get the goal and are leading 1-0, 17 minutes played here on 5 Live.
I mean, there aren't many better than what I've seen than Udogie at going forwards in those situations. He really is a powerful player. Great speed, and he's very direct when he runs. When he makes his mind up, he fully commits, and he certainly committed there.
Only the 4th game for Luciano Spalletti since he took charge after the resignation of Roberto Mancini. He signed a 3-year deal. This is his 4th game, but Italy are yet to fall behind since he took charge. Foden trying to roll away from Udogie, who's on a yellow card, couldn't afford to make the challenge, but Cristante was there in the midfield to win it, and then Barella lifts the ball out towards that far side for Berardi, and Italy all of a sudden now have a little bit of a spring in their step as they lead by a 1-0. Playing from right to left as we look. Barella plays the ball back. Barella in the midfield. Ball goes inside. Di Lorenzo was forward. Now it's back with Acerbi running forward. Bypasses Udogi. Little slip by El Shaarawy. Walker has gone with him. Bellingham goes hunting for the ball now. Acerbi plays it forward. Cristante comes under pressure from Phillips, but Italy keeping the ball well despite the pressure from England. Working the ball out towards the far side. Now it goes high towards El Shaarawy. There was Walker, got the header, picked up by the Roma man. Inside now to Fratesi, and he just couldn't get that run. He was just stopped at the right time, and it was Kyle Walker who made that vital block as it's picked up by Pickford.
You can just see the level of confidence has just risen in that Italian team. They're strutting around the pitch a little bit now, technically looking good. Lovely opposite movement, then dropping in to receive the ball. I'm looking at Berardi on the far side, really creating space nicely to receive it at any time. And they look very comfortable and slick with their passing. England have to tune in.
Here is Harry Maguire at the heart of England defence, finds Harry Kane. Overran that a little bit, he's given it away to Barella for Italy, just outside the penalty area, tries to roll the ball in first time, comes back to Barella, now with the back heel. Kane is still there and allows Harry Maguire, as it bounced off the shins of the England captain, to make the clearance, picked up by Udogi of Tottenham. And there is Cristante just sitting and holding in that defensive midfield role for Italy. 19 minutes played and Italy lead. It's a slender advantage through that goal from Scamacca, 1-0. Acerbi goes back to Donnarumma. Of course, since they won here in July 21 against England in that penalty shootout, they have been back since in the finalissima when they lost 3-0 to Argentina last year. So when Di Lorenzo was talking about fond memories, not necessarily so fond memories since they've been back in that in-between time. But they are now leading here, and they do have a very good record when they're playing against England in England. 1977, the last time that England triumphed with goals from Trevor Brooking and Kevin Keegan in a World Cup qualifier. And England are behind. Let's see what they can do. 20 minutes played. Stones. Quite a flat atmosphere inside Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's gone very quiet. I mean, understandably, Italy have just had a good 5-10 minute spell where they've really looked a threat.
Here is Rashford, left-hand side. Plays the ball inside to Bellingham. Phillips is ahead of him. Rice now is here. He's midway through the Italy half. Back towards Bellingham. England yet to really make any sort of impression in that final third as they now trail here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Stones, fouled by Scamacca. That'll be a free kick that he'll leave for Walker maybe to take for England. Not a great deal of movement either as they wait to take the free kick.
Well, England not really moving the ball as quickly as what you'd like. I mean, they're getting their heads up. There's plenty of time on the ball, but you just need that speed of pass. You look at the speed of that Italian attack for the goal. That's what creates the space. That's what caught England unawares. And at the moment, it's just a little bit pedestrian, not moving quick enough through the lines.
Here is Rice, just over the halfway line. Bellingham helps it on towards Rashford. Good footwork by Rashford. Comes under pressure from 3 Italian players. He goes to ground, no foul, says the French referee. As Scalvini tried to clear that ball away. It was blocked, comes out to Udogi, finds Barella midway through his own half. Forward now to El Shaarawy. Back it goes then to Barella. Tried for that diagonal pass inside to Cristante, and it goes out of play for an Italian throw.
Jude Bellingham just running after that one to push the ball. It's almost like he's trying to lift that midfield, lift the team a little bit just to get after Italy when they have the ball. Not really turning the screw in terms of the pressure, being able to get after and make life difficult for Italy. Certainly the back four or the midfield. At the moment, we just sat off a little bit, almost like we've been stunned.
El Shaarawy inside, Fratesi pulled back, but his strength kept him going. Now out towards Berardi for Italy. Berardi's forward ball reaches Scamacca, able to turn. Oh, that was a good effort. Got it quickly onto his left foot, and he hit it very, very sharply, and it whistled wide of the left-hand post. Goal kick, Italy still lead by a 1-0.
Very much the type of play that you'd expect from a player of his type. real target man with his back to play. He receives the ball with his back to play, but he's got this lovely move where he just manages to swivel and create that space to get a shot off with his left foot, tries to drill it low into the near post bottom corner, but ended up being a good metre wide. But another little warning shot just fired at England there.
Mentioned Hungary could qualify tonight, but they had to win, and they're losing against Lithuania. We're midway through the first half. England are behind. Here's John Murray.
With Rashford into the penalty area on the left-hand side, but carries it out into the full-back position as he's forced out there by Di Lorenzo, who is very much involved in the opening goal for Italy. So Italy leading by 1-0. 5 live from the BBC Sounds as well. Italy with the ball in their right-back position, and Italian cheers from over in that corner beyond the corner flag because it deflected off Bellingham and out of play for a goal kick to the visitors, the European champions, the team that won the European Championship in this stadium unforgettably 2 years ago. But they have been back since Italy last year for the finalissima when they were well beaten here by Argentina. But it is Italy who are on top after the confident start from England. The goal, Scamacca's goal, his first for his country, has really set England back and has given Italy great confidence. So England 0, Italy 1. Let's see how things are going in the other matches involving the whole nations tonight. Northern Ireland now cannot finish in the top 2, but their match is being monitored by John Southall.
It is. Good evening, John. It's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. They've responded quite well after that early Cherin goal. Northern Ireland, they've dominated possession. 1 half chance. Jamal Lewis shot into the ground and wide of the left-hand post. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Scotland are on easy street, having already qualified for Germany next summer. Not so easy tonight, though, possibly. Away against France, and Gavin Wallace, likewise, monitoring the pictures.
Yes, John, good evening. We've just kicked off. There was a 10-minute delay to kick off, as you might have heard earlier on, to allow fans to get into the game safely tonight with the extra security measures. At the moment, Scotland deep in the France half, but it is France 0, Scotland 0, 35 seconds on the clock.
But matter absent here at Wembley, all not going to plan for England.
No, it's not going to plan. And I'm just listening to the stadium, and it's gone very quiet, John. It's almost like there's not enough going on the pitch to really drive the support. It's a little bit flat, it's a little bit safe. Just need a little bit of injection of energy into this England play, whether it be a cutting pass, a run with the ball, being aggressive in some manner, just to lift the tempo a little bit for England.
Here's Declan Rice. England all in white tonight, plays it through the middle to Bellingham. Foden slightly behind him, and Foden's touch off to Bellingham, stretched into it, couldn't get there, and it was brought away by Al Sharawi, and then a free kick goes Italy's way in the centre circle after Frattesi was tripped, and Kieran Trippier with a challenge this time, but the referee, Clément Turpin, the Frenchman, Champions League final referee, said it's a free kick to Italy, no action to be taken against Trippier.
No, I think just because Trippier was almost kind of withdrawing from that challenge, the referees just turned a blind eye to it, but really did stop another counter-attack. Italy had just broken away again in that midfield area, and the space was there to drive into. Trippier just gets his body in the way quite cleverly and makes the foul.
But the shock scoreline tonight is that Malta are winning against Ukraine. So Malta, bottom of this group with no points, winning against Ukraine. And with the scores as they are, it wouldn't be, if I'm right, it wouldn't be confirmed for England tonight, but they would be right on the brink of qualification despite the defeat. But you would expect that Ukraine would come back into that, wouldn't you? Here's Stones in the centre circle, gives it back to Rice. Just sensed a bit of uneasiness in the stands because England didn't go forward, but Rice now does go forward to Trippier on the left-hand side. Trippier waits, here's the cross left-footed, stretch from Bellingham, but it was over his head, comes out to Walker. He lifts it back into the back post. Italy struggling to deal with this. Di Lorenzo heads it away to Trippier, right-footed cross from him to the back post. Bellingham heads it down, but Donnarumma down to his right. He doesn't have to stretch far, being such a big man, and he was able to clutch the bouncing ball into his gloves.
Yeah, he can't get the power on the header there, Jude Bellingham. It gets dinked to the back post. He's got a standing starting position, so he hasn't got any real momentum coming onto the ball to get the power. And as you mentioned, to be a figure the size of Donnarumma's stature with that kind of header, it's never going to happen. He just almost fell onto the ball, didn't he?
Yeah, the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper, who I saw beaten 4 times at St James's Park just a couple of weeks ago. with the French champions. But apart from Udogie and Vicario, the Tottenham goalkeeper who's on the bench, here's Kane through the middle, it bounces to Bellingham, Bellingham all the way! And was he caught? Yes, he was! It's a penalty. Di Lorenzo dived in on Bellingham. The Italian players don't like this. They're going to referee Turpin. They are saying that Di Lorenzo got the ball and that sent it behind. But the referee, of course, VAR will look at this. But referee Turpin, he's one of the best in Europe. He's seen this as a penalty.
Well, it's very hard to distinguish real time, and I'm not too sure if Di Lorenzo gets a piece of that ball. I don't think he does. I think it was probably going to be a good call from the referee, but it's all about the positive edge of Jude Bellingham. That chance, it was so direct. He plays the forward pass, it ricochets off into his path. He has his first touch out of his feet, and then it's just a race into the 18-yard box. But you know, the England crowd waiting for that positivity, and Jude Bellingham just brought it.
Well, Harry Kane's waiting near the penalty spot, so VAR looking at this. And listen, Di Lorenzo's challenge comes in right at the point that Bellingham gets there. The question is, you know, how much of Bellingham did Di Lorenzo actually get? And I think that it comes back to the original point of VAR. Is this a clear and obvious error by the referee to give a penalty?
No, I think that looks a penalty to me. The key point here is I don't think Di Lorenzo touches the ball, having had the privilege of a replay. I mean, the referee was in a great position, very experienced, but I don't think he wins that ball. And if he doesn't win the ball, he's gone to ground and affected the run of Jude Bellingham, who maybe has used him to go over that outstretched leg. But that's part of the game. That's just good attacking play. You draw that tackle, doesn't win the ball, you toe the ball away, and you have that collision. For me, it's a penalty, and I don't think there's enough here to say it's a clear and obvious error.
Well, on the big scoreboards here at Wembley, it says controllo rigore, and the referee is walking away. It looks as though the penalty is confirmed. The video assistant referees, French team of officials tonight, Jérôme Brissard, has obviously decided, I think as we suggested, that there's not enough in that to be considered a clear and obvious error. No. That referee Turpin has awarded the penalty. It's a yellow card for Di Lorenzo, and it's a chance for Harry Kane yet again from the penalty spot to score for England. Now, he did score a penalty in Naples in the opening match in this group on the opening night. That was his 54th goal, took the England record for himself. So yet another penalty for Harry Kane. This is his 25th for England. He's failed to score with 4, most notably in Qatar in the quarter-final in December, but that penalty in Naples put a little bit of that to rest. And now Harry Kane backs away. 3, 4, 5, 6 steps against Donnarumma. England with a penalty against Italy at Wembley again. Kane, little steps, and then high, sending Donnarumma the wrong way. And Harry Kane scores his 60th goal for England. His record just goes on and on. And he also, with that goal, draws level with Bobby Charlton for another record, which is the most goals scored for England here at Wembley Stadium. His 23rd at Wembley, drawing level with Bobby Charlton. But more significantly in this match, it is all square. England won, Italy won.
Well, what a great record to have, John, that. Lovely record to have at Wembley, the amount of goals that he scored. I mean, Donnarumma goes in the direction that I think most goalkeepers would. Harry Kane loves that high, or almost kind of mid to high, hard penalty to his left with his right foot, pulled across the goal, spanked in that corner. He goes the opposite way this time, almost thinking if Donnarumma's with his frame throws himself my favourite way, he's got a chance of getting a hand to it. So he opts for the other corner and just sends him in the wrong direction. It's a clever penalty taken from Harry Kane.
So 9 goals in his last 9 England appearances now. And, you know, the strange thing the other night was to watch England without Harry Kane. Didn't even come off the bench the other evening, but that's why he was being kept by Gareth Southgate. That's why Bellingham was being kept for England. Declan Rice And in this match, Bellingham wins the penalty and Kane scores.
But also from Kane's perspective, when you're chasing a top scorer goal record, you want to play in those games to get your tally up, don't you? And I think you might see a slightly different outlook now from matches played for Harry Kane.
So we're back to the scoreline that would mean qualification for England tonight. England 1, Italy 1. And Foden goes down on the halfway line. It's a throw-in to Italy. More on Northern Ireland, Slovenia from John Southall.
That's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. Slovenia thought they'd got a second. Sesko pounced on a mistake and swept it in, but the referee went to the monitor, disallowed offside. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Italy coming forward again, shot on the edge of the penalty area from Barella, but that's blocked inside the box now. Udoghi's bringing it forward on his full debut up to the edge of the area. It's turned out towards the left-hand side, and even though Italy are claiming that took a deflection as it was turned out here to this flank, the left flank by Berardi, referee Turpin says nope, it's a throw-in to England. So England 1, Italy 1, just over half an hour played. Also, let's see how things are going between France and Scotland in Lille. Gavin Wallace is watching the pictures.
9.5 minutes gone, John. France 0, Scotland 0. Both teams still trying to feel each other out at the moment. Griezmann with a great ball in, but Kelly came and collected well, and Billy Gilmour just a second or two ago floated a great ball in, but the French goalkeeper was commanding in his area. But 10 minutes on the clock, 0-0.
So England have drawn level here at Wembley Stadium. And I'm like you, Matt, I think that's a very good record. You know, there are lots of records that when you actually think about it these days, you think, really? But I think that's a very good record. The most goals scored by an England player at Wembley Stadium for the national
John,
team.
all I can picture when you said that is Bobby Charlton flicking one in with his head in the old Wembley.
And hair, you know what I mean? Hair going everywhere.
Flying everywhere. And just unbelievable moments. To think that you're a part of that's incredible.
Now Foden through the middle, takes on Udoghi. Oh, it might have come off his arm. It bounces down, but the referee says no, that's a foul by Foden on Udoghi. And I'm not sure there's an awful lot he could do about that. He was very close, Udoghi, to Foden, and it bounced away, and referee says that actually Foden fouled him.
Was the foul before the handball then?
Or possibly even a handball by Foden. Yeah. But it is Fratesi bringing it forward. Here's Scamacca, the man who opened the scoring for Italy. And then Di Lorenzo on the overlap into Fratesi at the near post, but Stones and Pickford were diving in there. And there's been a touch from one of the England men which took it wide of the goal by 3 or 4 yards, and it's a corner to Italy.
Well, the ball's getting transferred out to the Italian right-hand side, England's left. And every time they do that, there's space, John. I mean, Berardi is the type of player that wants to come inside on his left foot, but he creates space really nicely. That time, Di Lorenzo on the overlap as he's inside the pitch, and John Stones getting across, making a really important block at the near post, but England nearly caught out in identical fashion to the first goal.
Corner then for Italy, comes off the head of Harry Kane, which carried it right across the penalty area and out for a throw to Italy on the left-hand side. What I would describe that as, that last attack, that would be Napoli-style play by Italy with Luciano Spalletti down there, 64 years old, but you would not know it. He looks in great shape. Throw-in for Italy near the corner flag. I'm hearing there's been an opening goal in the friendly for Scotland in France. Gavin Wallace.
There has indeed, and it's been for Scotland. John, Billy Gilmour, the Brighton midfielder, with a great ball. Camavinga, I don't know what he was doing. He just intercepted the ball inside the 18-yard box and for some reason played it straight to Gilmour, and all he had to do was open his body and slot it beyond the goalkeeper. France 0, Scotland 1.
Steve Clarke goes from strength to strength. What a tremendous job he has done. Very much looking forward to seeing how he takes Scotland on and into the finals in Germany next summer.
He's a top coach, John.
Yeah, and the thing is, Scotland have never got beyond the group stage at a tournament, at a World Cup, European Championship. And, we'll see what the draw brings in December. That is on Saturday, December the 2nd, incidentally. We'll be in Hamburg for that on the sort of Saturday evening. So we'll bring you news of that during what I'm sure will be another busy 5 Live Sport, as it will be next weekend with the Rugby Union World Cup quarter-finals, Friday night, Saturday night. You'll hear them live from France on 5 Live, and amongst our Premier League commentaries this weekend, Manchester City Brighton at 3 o'clock on Saturday. That looks like a good game. And also Chelsea Arsenal at 5:30 on Saturday. So don't miss all of that. But 1-1 here, a scoreline that is good enough for England to qualify for this evening. Walker, after Italy took the lead through Scamacca's goal. Here's Harry Kane, England's goal scorer. on the right-hand side. Back to the halfway line it goes. I loved Scamacca's reaction as well when he scored that goal for Italy. Planted it into the roof of Pickford's net, and he turned and he clenched his fists and pointed his fingers, and that was a relieved man not scoring as the centre forward, the Italian number 9, until his 13th cap, given away by Declan Rice on the halfway line. Italy come forward. Here's Fratesi, who was looking to just take a touch, and it ran straight past him. And England were able to play it forward towards Rashford, who's off and running. He's up against Di Lorenzo, the Napoli captain. Still Rashford. There are 2 men on him now, and it bounces away from him. And Cristante was able to help out Di Lorenzo, and Italy have got the ball back on the edge of their own penalty area. Matt Upson.
Maybe just a little bit too quick there from Rashford. It's hard to keep up with the technique when you're moving as quick as that. He had a poor first touch, which actually worked in his favour, went into his path. He then built up a real head of speed running at Di Lorenzo on that left-hand side. But then I just feel that it's very, very quick and very direct, and there's not enough kind of calm and quality to his game at the moment.
That was the Rashford of Manchester United this season, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit frantic, John, almost like trying to do too much as opposed to just be calm.
Searching.
Yeah.
Searching for the rhythm, searching for what he had last season. Here's Fratesi again, 25 yards out, but quickly closed down. John Stones was very quickly out, all over him there, so blocked the shot away to the halfway line. And here's Cristante, the middle man in the Italian midfield 3. Ball to the edge of the area, cleared away to Phillips, and now played by Rashford for Foden in the centre circle. Foden running free, gives it to the left-hand side of the penalty area to Bellingham. Bellingham drops his shoulder and then runs into Scalvini, who was clattered in the face. I think their heads may have just come together there, and they've both gone down clutching their heads.
Yeah, it was almost like a boxing style clash of heads, wasn't it? Both kind of ducking. I mean, when Bellingham runs in the box, sometimes he doesn't touch the ball, but he just shifts his shoulders and his body weight so deliberately left to right, and he does it quickly. Scalvini was jockeying and just getting low, and as he bent down Bellingham, there was a real coming together of almost faces. Literally each player's face just collided in with each other completely accidentally, and both are laid flat on the grass.
They're both flat on their backs receiving treatment, and on our screen here we've not seen any blood on the face of Bellingham, and it was actually, I think it was sort of face into chin.
Yeah.
That so Bellingham's face coming up into the chin of Scalvini, who's a tall man, just 19 years old. Very, very big things expected of him. So while we've got a stoppage here, I can tell you there's been a further goal, I believe, in the France-Scotland game. Gavin.
There has indeed, John. It's for France. It's France 1, Scotland 1. Benjamin Pavard, it was a header from a corner. He was the man at the front post, and the power he put in the direction to put it well beyond Kelly at his back post was just sublime. So it's France 1, Scotland 1.
OK, we'll hear from our Kelly at half-time, who's here with us in the commentary box at Wembley. Bellingham's on his feet, Scalvini is on his feet, but still receiving treatment. And Ukraine have finally equalised, so relief for Sergei Rebrov. Malta 1, Ukraine 1, after Malta led for most of the first half. It is Serbia 1, Montenegro 1. Equaliser Stefan Jovetic has scored for Montenegro. And Lithuania are winning 2-0 against Hungary. So, as Ian mentioned earlier, Hungary did have the chance to clinch qualification this evening, but they had to win, and they're losing 2-0 in Lithuania. Bellingham is running off the field, so I'm assuming he's OK to come back on. And as for Scalvini, where's he? He's coming off as well with Bellingham. And Denmark are winning 1-0 away to San Marino, and Manchester United's Rasmus Højlund has scored that goal for Denmark, who similarly could have qualified tonight, but because Finland have been beaten by Kazakhstan, which puts them in real danger of being able to get into the top 2, Finland, Denmark will have to do it next month, you would assume. So Bellingham and Scalvini OK, Matt?
Yeah, their come round, had full checks, plenty of medical teams on the pitch, just checking both players out for obviously concussion, what have you, but it wasn't so much the force of it, it was just the area in which, like you say, kind of head into jaw, but both players OK and are continuing.
And it's Italy coming forward. Udogi on the left-hand side, but Walker steps forward, prevents the ball from reaching Barella, who has fouled Walker, and it's a free kick to England in the right back position. So we've got 2.5 minutes or thereabouts of the 90 to go, then added time. It's a sellout tonight at Wembley again. I suspect the crowd will maybe be slightly bigger than it was against Australia on Friday night, but it's been nothing like as loud, even though that was the friendly. This is the competitive match, because the Australian fans, there were nearly 5,000 of them here, and I think that helped the atmosphere, a bit of England-Australia rivalry. And the Italian fans in their section, with all of their green, white and red tricolours, were brilliant during the anthem, as they always are, but the atmosphere's been subdued. Here's Kane for England. Gives it now to the edge of the penalty area to Rashford. Shoots left-footed, and Donnarumma goes down and makes the save. That was better from Rashford. Went direct, hit it from an angle, and Donnarumma, dropping down to his left, was able to push it away and round the near post for a corner.
A great play from Harry Kane as well. Reads the flight of the ball. Acerbi gets sucked under it. Harry Kane just drops off and just plucks the ball out of the air with his chest right into his path, then pops it out to Rashford, who shifts it onto his left foot and gets a good low drive into the middle of the goal, but did force a reaction save out of Donnarumma.
England corner then into the near post. A little flick from Bellingham, but that took it high up and over the crossbar by a distance. And it is a goal kick to Italy. So England 1, Italy 1. This is 5 live from Wembley on a dry October night. Been a chill in the air. There was frost in the Wembley area yesterday morning, I can tell you. But dry after a very quiet, sunny day today. And do you feel, Matt, that Italy will kick up a fuss about the awarding of that penalty, or do you think they'll...
No, I wouldn't have thought so, John. I mean, it didn't look like Di Lorenzo won the ball. So for me, if he doesn't win the ball, and that was scrutinised for a fair bit of time, wasn't it? They weren't quick, the VAR, were they, in terms of not sending the referee to make a decision. They really did have a good look at that, and must have felt the same, that there was no contact with the ball. And you go to ground in the box and you slide into the path of a player running at that kind of speed, and they go over, you know, chances are that you're going to expect to have a penalty given against you.
And Ukraine are now in front in Malta. Artem Dovbyk has scored from the penalty spot. So Malta 1, Ukraine 2. Coming into tonight, England top of the group, 13 points. Italy with 10, Ukraine with 10, North Macedonia with 7. And 3 minutes of time added on at the end of the first half. And if you have looked at the table and thought, why is it that a draw could be good enough for England tonight? That's because England and Italy and Ukraine have still to play one another on the last night of matches in this group next month. So one or the other or both will drop points in that match. It is Italy in possession with Scalvini, and then Cristante plays it forward, middle of the half, back from Barella to the halfway line. Here's Acerbi. Italy going with this experienced 35-year-old and the inexperienced 19-year-old Acerbi and Scalvini as their two central defenders.
I'm just looking at the body language of Spalletti in the last 5 minutes or so. He's really been animated. He's not happy with a couple of things. I mean, there's a technical area there, but he has spent no time inside of it. I mean, he is all over the place, just like really gesturing to the players, not happy with a couple of things. Be interesting to see what kind of team talk he's going to have at half-time.
Yep, so well into his 60s, shaven-headed, but heavily tanned. And
sounds like someone else I know.
Well, who might that be? Here it is with Italy on the left-hand side, with Barella then back towards the halfway line. But of course, the man who won the title with Napoli last season, and he was going to take a year's sabbatical, which sounds like a great idea to me. There's Italy playing it through the middle to Scamacca, comes back centrally, Cristante. Foden can't reach that. Here's Udogie against Foden, and the Tottenham left back in field towards the edge of the penalty area. Udogie gets it back, lovely, shoots low, saved by Pickford, still inside the penalty area. Di Lorenzo's after that, but then scoops his shot over the top via a deflection, and it's a corner. Brilliant from Destiny Udogie.
Well, we've touched on him a couple of times in this first half, and that was another brilliant example of why he's in this team. Maybe if there were raised eyebrows about him starting this game before the match, I don't think there will be after it. What he brings to Italy from an attacking point of view is pretty special. We see it for Tottenham, but he has the ability just to drive past players. He's got such athleticism.
Here's the corner for Italy, flicked on, but over the top of the crossbar. Cherby, I think it was, who got his head to that. It was, and it's over the top and behind for a goal kick. So England 1, Italy 1 in added time here. Only a few seconds left. It is half-time in the Northern Ireland-Slovenia game. John Southall.
Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. That goal from Cherin after just 5 minutes. Free kick off the right-hand post from a controversial free kick. They've also had a goal disallowed for Sesko, Slovenia. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
So Udogi with that latest chance for Italy, and a good save by Pickford. Got down well to his left.
Yeah, it caused chaos, didn't it? But coming into the box from the left, John. You know, the little 1-2s he plays are really hard to deal with.
But the Udogi footwork was brilliant as the half-time whistle goes. As I said a couple of times this season, Destiny Udogi sounds like someone out of Star Trek to me. And when you said raising an eyebrow, I could imagine Mr. Spock just raising an eyebrow at that one. But it is 1-1. England were up against it for a little while there, but the penalty decision went England's way, and Harry Kane made it 1-1. Matt.
Yeah, it's toed and froed a little bit, hasn't it? England starting pretty solid, and then obviously the goal, which was a real sucker punch, but a lovely flowing passage of play, real quick piece of play from Italy with a finish from Scamacca, and then England did well to kind of regain their feet. The stadium went a little bit quiet, the atmosphere went, England really had to drive it, and it was Jude Bellingham with a real positive pass and run, as you'd expect from him, just to win that penalty and get England back level. But it's a very level game, actually.
Yep, that's Matt Upson. We'll hear from Rob Green very shortly as well, who's watching from afar for us. But at half-time, it is a result that would qualify England tonight. England 1, Italy 1.
Thank you, John. John Murray and Ian Dennis, your commentators here at Wembley this evening. As he said, we'll be hearing from Matt and from Rob very shortly, but we're going to head back to find out what's happening in that match between France and Scotland. There's been another goal. Gavin Wallace.
There has indeed, Kelly. France 2, Scotland 1, and it's Pavard again, his second of the night, a diving header from close range. The ball in, it was really nicely played from Mbappe as he turned Hendry to then put it into the box, and the defender was there again to nod home from just a couple of yards. 25 on the clock, France 2, Scotland 1.
So this game, a friendly for Scotland and France this evening. England, though, desperate to qualify for Euro 2024. A point would do it. That's what they have as things stand at Wembley this evening. They're drawing 1-1 against Italy. Matt, there's been a bit of criticism on social media for this performance from England. It is certainly one of the sort of calmer, more controlled England performances that we're used to seeing, really. I'm not quite sure why people expect fireworks from England.
Do you mean flat, Kelly?
It's been a little flat, hasn't it? Well, it certainly felt flat in terms of the atmosphere.
Yeah, I agree with that. And why that is, it's hard to put your finger on it. I mean, it's two top teams going at it. England, you know, are probably looking at the game thinking, well, we've got a structure about how we're going to play. It isn't the most high-intense performance that you've seen from England. They haven't been maybe as positive as what everyone would like, which is why this criticism might be coming across. But they're playing against a team that's a little bit unknown. And I think that they were cagey to begin with. Italy have shown that they're capable of playing that quick football where the goal came from was brilliant. And it's just knocked England on the back foot a little bit, and they have to be wary of that. So, you know, it's a bit of a cagey game. Tactically, it's quite interesting. So, yeah, it isn't a spectacle in terms of loads of big, exciting goal-mouth action, but it's certainly an interesting game to watch.
Second 45 minutes coming up for you here on 5 Live Sport. We'll also be chatting to Dave Woods about Sean Wayne's England selection, and we'll hear from a new Rangers manager, Philippe Clement, who's given his first press conference today. Before that, we've got the news on 5 Live with Lisa McCormick.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
More than 300 people have been killed in an airstrike in a hospital in Gaza City, according to officials there. Our correspondent Tom Bateman is in Jerusalem. I spoke to him a short time ago.
Well, what we've seen are really horrific images of maimed and bloodied casualties being stretchered out of this hospital in Gaza City. Now, our understanding was that there were around 1,000 people sheltering in a courtyard of the hospital. It's actually an Anglican church funded and run hospital in Gaza there. Now, there was clearly a very, an extremely big explosion. The Palestinian Civil Defense in Gaza City said that was a result of an Israeli airstrike. They're saying at the moment that at least 300 people killed, but there are varying casualty figures around that at the moment. But there is a scene of absolute devastation there. The street outside is carnage. I mean, there are cars completely burned out, other bodies in the streets, and civil defence there saying that they're having to pull more bodies and the wounded from the rubble there. So an extremely significant event. The Palestinian civil defence there saying that this was the result of an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military at the moment saying that a hospital is a highly sensitive building and not an IDF target, and they say they are investigating the source of the explosion.
Tom, obviously this is very much a moving story, but has there been any response to what's happened?
Well, there's already been condemnation from other countries in the region. For example, Jordan and Turkey have already condemned this event. It comes, of course, on the eve of President Biden's visit to Israel, coming into the middle of this crisis and escalating conflict. So I think there will be now a very quick sort of search for answers because, as you often get in these situations, you now have sort of disputed set of circumstances already, and I think it's absolutely going to ramp up the possibility for further and very quick escalation in this conflict, which we've seen move very, very quickly, and especially in Gaza over the last few days, this surging civilian death toll.
Tom Bateman in Jerusalem there. Meanwhile, international pressure is growing in Israel to allow humanitarian assistance into Gaza. Civilians trapped inside the territory have been speaking of terrible conditions with water, food and fuel at dangerously low levels. We'll keep you up to date, of course, here on 5 Live Sport, and you can follow developments on the BBC News app and website. In other news, Hamza Yousaf has given his first conference speech as leader of the SNP. The Scottish First Minister announced plans to freeze council tax and cut NHS waiting lists. And Greta Thunberg's been arrested at a protest in central London. 21 arrests were made at the demonstration outside a hotel hosting bosses from the oil and gas industry.
I'm Mark Chapman, and this is Everton. Nothing will be the same. This is the story of what happened over one of the most difficult and controversial seasons in the club's history.
If we go down, I don't think we'll even exist in 5 years' time.
We've been inside the club, talking to players, coaches and managers.
I had 9.5 years in my previous club. I've probably got one book in me. In 4 months here, I've probably got 3.
Everton, nothing will be the same. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
We are live from Wembley this evening for England against Italy in their Euro 2024 qualifier. It's England 1, Italy 1 at half-time. Gianluca Scamacca's opener for Italy. Harry Kane with the equaliser from the penalty spot. The second half coming up very shortly. Elsewhere, Northern Ireland trail Slovenia by 1-0 at half-time, but Northern Ireland know they cannot finish in the top 2 in their group. Also, a friendly taking place this evening between France and Scotland. The planned 8 o'clock kickoff delayed by 10 minutes to allow fans to get into the game. So a 8:10 kickoff means it's just over half an hour gone in that one. Let's catch up on what's been happening with Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, very much still France. They are really starting to assert their dominance on this, Kelly. France 2, Scotland 1. It's a Benjamin Pavard double with his head, I might add. One coming from a corner, one coming from a lovely ball in from Kylian Mbappe. You just can't defend against. He's such a Rolls Royce of a player. And Camavinga with I don't know what he was even thinking for the Billy Gilmour goal on 11. Gilmour played the ball into the box, and the defender decided to play it straight back to him. So that's how things are at the moment, but France very much on top. 2-1 to the French.
Gavin, thank you very much. Gavin Wallace is going to keep us up to date with everything that happens in that game, and of course we'll let you know what's happening as well in Northern Ireland's game against Slovenia. The new Rangers boss, Philippe Clement, says he wants to create more winners in the dressing room at Ibrox. The former Club Brugge and Monaco boss has been outlining his vision for the club.
My short-term and long-term objectives are always to win. I'm about that. That's my life. It's always been my life. So that's what I want. But I know also there's a process to come to that point, and we need to work on that. There are a lot of things we can make better, and it's going to be a process week by week to make things better. We need now to create a really stable story together, that everything is really clear for them, and that we can play really good football with good results.
New Rangers boss Philippe Clement. Sean Wayne has named England's World Cup captain George Williams in his 24-man squad for their Test series against Tonga, despite the Warrington halfback being suspended for 2 of the 3 matches. Let's bring in our Rugby League correspondent, Dave Woods. Dave, so he's appealing his suspension for a second time. If that's slightly unsuccessful, could he play no part at all in this series?
Well, Kelly, the news that's been breaking in the last hour or so is that appeal has failed. So his 2-match ban remains. The suggestion from the England camp at the weekend was that if that was going to be the case, that he would no longer be in the squad and somebody else might be called up. But that might have changed a little bit because 1 or 2 injury pullouts in the last 24 hours before the 24-man squad was named. So it might not be a surprise now if Williams is actually retained. There's only 2 halfbacks, not named halfbacks in that squad, aside from Williams. So it might be that he is kept on for his off-field influence, but also if there are injuries, he would be available for the 3rd test.
But there are other issues as well. Lead centre Harry Newman in the squad as well. He's been criticised by Wayne before for his on-field attitude, but does he believe that's changed, or is it something that he's prepared to live with?
Yeah, well, he said at the press conference today, Sean Wayne said he has spoken. He's had several conversations with Harry Newman, and he is convinced that he'll put that petulance behind him. He's been criticised for arguing with his teammates, for over-discussing issues with referees, and it has brought him into a bit of disrepute. And Sean Wayne had said in the past, a month ago, he doesn't play under those circumstances, but he said he is reassured by the conversations that he's had with him in the past couple of weeks that he will fit the bill in this England squad.
And Dave, this is the first time England have faced Tonga in a three-game series, so a sign of how they're developing as a rugby league nation.
Yeah, it's a real history-making test series. You know, to the non-rugby league fan, you'd think, oh, England-Tonga, that's an easy three-match win for England. Not the case, because Tonga now can draw on some of the best players in the world. 2017, they made their breakthrough in the World Cup. They got through to the semi-finals. England only just beat them in one of the most extraordinary games at Auckland in New Zealand. They beat New Zealand in that tournament. They've beaten Australia since. They've beaten Great Britain since. So this is a squad that we have to take very seriously. This is genuinely going to be a very, very tough 3-match series for England.
Dave, thank you very much for that. Dave Wood saying it's going to be a very tough series for England, and all 3 tests will be shown live on BBC One, starting with the first test this Sunday at 2:30. Netherlands have pulled off a surprise result at the Cricket World Cup. They've beaten South Africa by 38 runs. It's only the 3rd time they've won a 50-over World Cup match, their first since 2007. And MK Dons have appointed former Newcastle defender Mike Williamson as their new boss. He takes over after 4 years at National League Gateshead. Our commentary match this evening comes to you live from Wembley, where England are facing Italy. It's currently all square at half-time. Italy went in front through Gianluca Scamacca, and then Harry Kane with the equaliser from the penalty spot after Di Lorenzo brought down Jude Bellingham in the area. Former England goalkeeper Rob Green has been watching events unfold across the first half. What have you made of England in that first 45 minutes, Rob?
Well, I thought this was international football, wasn't it? It was tactical. It might have been a little bit cagey. Both teams had threats, and Italy, they're good on the ball. The goal that they scored went from the goalkeeper the length of the field. England committed 6 players into that press and didn't quite get it right. And from there, they got punished. So there's the threat. There's the caginess. They know that they can be hurt. So it really is a tantalising, possibly more tantalising when Italy have the ball, because they're luring England in, saying, come on, right, OK, press us, we can get out. So I found it really interesting. England, you're looking at the threats that they've got. A lot of it's down this left-hand side, but everybody's right-footed. Everybody apart from Jordan Pickford is right-footed, and so everything comes inside. So there might be something there. Jared Bowen's left-footed, maybe something that they might look to change, but so much is coming down this left-hand side, so much is coming through Jude Bellingham, and it was kind of inevitable that it came from him that the penalty was scored.
Yeah, and Jude Bellingham is the player that's trying to get the crowd going here at Wembley, where the atmosphere has been a little flat, probably, as you say, down to the fact that it has been quite a cagey game. But there are signs from Italy that they're starting to look a bit more like a Spalletti side. There are some really exciting moments from them.
Yeah, they're encouraged to go forwards in numbers when they get it right. The full-backs go on, and it's been interesting. The overlapping runs from Di Lorenzo's proved a threat. So, shades of Napoli, of their successes that they've had. So, Italy, you think they're going to qualify for the Euros. By the time that he's got his mould, by the time he's got his shape on the team, they're going to be a threat for that as well, because they've got really good footballers in there, and they're just about finding their way through the 90 minutes here tonight as well.
Rob Green, for now, thank you very much. But Rob will be back with us from full time right through till 10:30 here on 5 Live Sport. We've got second half commentary coming up for you very shortly from Wembley. Let's check in, though, on Northern Ireland's game against Slovenia and John Southall.
Yep, we're underway in the second half. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. Northern Ireland have edged possession over the piece so far, but yet to have a shot on target. Just a bit more creativity they needed this second half, which is a familiar theme in this campaign. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. And following Scotland's friendly against France, Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, just 39 minutes on the clock. France 2, Scotland 1. We just had a VAR check, Kelly. Olivier Giroud was pulled down and bought, as was Kylian Mbappe, but they didn't look at that one. They looked at the one in Giroud. I think it might have been either Hendry or McKenna that pulled him down. Maybe even Cooper, actually, to be fair. He's having a word with the referee right now. Mbappe's about to put it on the spot, and you would surmise that he's going to make it France 3, Scotland 1 in just a second or two.
Gavin, thank you very much. If that does happen, then Gavin, of course, will bring us right up to date with it, as will our commentary team here at Wembley for the second half of England against Italy. Matthew Upson, John Murray, and first of all, Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Kelly. Neither side has made a change, so England line up with Pickford in goal, a back four of Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier. At left back, a midfield three of Bellingham, Phillips and Rice. Foden, Kane and Rashford are the front three. England are in all white. They'll be playing from right to left in this second half. 1-1 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Italy in the all Azzurri blue with Donnarumma in goal, a back four of Di Lorenzo. He was booked in the first half for that penalty. It means he'll be suspended for the North Macedonia match as a result. Scalvini and Acerbi as the two central defenders, and Udogi of Tottenham Hotspur as the second half restarts. Their midfield three, Barella, Cristante and Fratesi, with Berardi, Scamacca the goal scorer, and El Shaarawy. So Italy with Di Lorenzo coming forward already on this right-hand side, finds Barella as the ball goes infield. Mbappe scored that penalty, incidentally. 3-1 now, they lead Scotland in that friendly, as the French referee, Clément Turpin, is quick to intercept any altercation between Fratesi and Bellingham, as England get a free kick. I can tell you a little story. When a couple of days ago Harry Kane was made aware of that fact that John was talking about, he's now level with Sir Bobby Charlton in scoring 23 goals, the most by an England player at Wembley. And he said, do you know that if you're one goal away? And Harry Kane replied, what if I scored two?
Well, that's a goal scorer's response, isn't it?
It is.
Very much. That's the reason why he's breaking records like that. That kind of mentality that he has, Deno, is frightening. So he didn't know about that record.
No. He's now been involved as well in at least one goal in the last 15 consecutive Euro qualifiers. So Estonia in October 2015 was the last time that he didn't either score or make an assist. I mean, his record is just astonishing. What is it, 32 goals now in his last 30 internationals for Harry Kane. As Pickford goes long, little touch there off the head of Rashford on the halfway line. And there is Scalvini to Di Lorenzo, who gave away that penalty against Jude Bellingham. And they must be sick of the sight of Bellingham, bearing in mind Bellingham scored for Real Madrid against Napoli earlier in the season in the Champions League. But early in the second half here on 5 Live, it's 1-1. Ball goes long up towards Scamacca, and he barges into the back of Stones, who just gets a little a blow there from the Italian player, and it'll be a free kick.
Yeah, just gets a bit of a forearm across the back of his head as Stones goes forward to head the ball. He's back up on his feet now, but he certainly felt the force of that. It was quite
as if that was Berardi.
Yeah, Berardi. It was quite an intent with the forearm as well. I mean, he didn't lash out at him, but he certainly used his forearm just to try and lever him out of the way.
Stones hardly played a great deal of football. 22 minutes at Arsenal before the international break was his first appearance for the treble winners since he was actually here for the Community Shield, as Maguire plays the ball forward. Trippier at left back, the bald-headed coach Luciano Spalletti
in his suit, patrolling that technical area as Barella tries to pull back Harry Kane. He shrugs him off and he finds Foden, and Foden goes down inside the penalty area. England are appealing for a penalty, but the French referee Clement Turpin shrugs away those appeals and play continues.
That was an interesting coming together. Phil Foden and Acerbi. He doesn't kind of overcommit Acerbi, which I think just keeps him within that side of it not being a penalty, but brilliant play from Harry Kane to shrug off the challenge in the middle of the park, and he fed a lovely ball into Foden's feet.
Jerome Brissard is the VAR official who would be having a look at it as play continues at 1-1 here on 5 Live. This is Fratesi, who's been in good form for Italy of late, 4 goals in his last 3 internationals. As Fratesi gives the ball back to Acerbi. Every outfield player is now in the England half as Italy play from left to right, and Berardi lays it off. Scalvini out to Di Lorenzo, just pops up a little bit for the Napoli defender, plays the ball back inside, then it's hit long and early by Cristante, and it bounces and rears up, and it's caught there by Jordan Pickford. And Pickford holds onto the ball, all in yellow away towards our right-hand side, as a number of supporters here in this sellout crowd at Wembley are still getting back to their seats after the half-time interval. As Maguire, forward ball, Bellingham running back, Cristante has gone with him, finds Maguire once more. Here is Declan Rice. Bellingham now on the edge of his own penalty area, plays it out towards Stones. Walker is pushed up on that far side, the right, as Stones, midway through the England half, gets it back from his Manchester City teammate. Declan Rice makes himself available. He was always glancing over his left shoulder, looking for Fratesi, but he managed to get a few yards away from him as England keep the ball. And just as they did for large periods in that first half, keep the control of a game against quality opposition that I think Gareth Southgate will be pleased with.
Yeah, I think he'll be pleased with that element of it, for sure. I mean, they've been pretty composed in possession. I think when Maguire and Stones have the ball, they could be a little bit more progressive with their passing, a little bit more decisive. But in terms of, you know, keeping possession and being safe and being steady, England have done that well in this game, and maybe frustrated Italy a little bit in that sense.
Scalvini had just stepped out of defence, and Phil Foden had made a run in off the right-hand side to run in behind, and he only had Udogie with him. But Maguire hadn't seen that little bit of movement from Phil Foden, and England played it safe at the back for that time as Harry Kane drops deep, and now he looks for a raking ball, which Di Lorenzo takes it on the chest, running back into his own penalty area. Kieran Trippier will run forward here. Does he give a free kick? No, the referee says not, and England now have won the ball back. And here is Calvin Phillips, right-footed just outside the D. Hit it first time right-footed over the crossbar, 1-1 goal kick.
Yeah, I love the weight of the setback from Phil Foden. He shows for the ball with his back to goal on the edge of the box. He sees Calvin Phillips arriving, and he just sets it lovely onto his right foot. Go on, have a go at that. And he just hits it straight. He doesn't hit a corner, and it's about a foot over the crossbar, but he just tries to pick a corner out there, Calvin Phillips. He had enough time just to hit one of the corners, either drag it across the goal or just bend it outside that far post with his right foot.
Not known for his goal-scoring prowess. He scored from close range against North Macedonia at Old Trafford. That was a bit of curl on it, though, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
Phillips?
Back to the point you're making about Maguire and Stones, and Maguire not seeing that pass. That's the point you get, though, Deno, when you're flying at full pace. You're on autopilot. It's kind of like you're seeing those balls, whereas at the moment, from where Stones and Maguire are coming from in terms of performing and playing, you're just worrying about those basics first. You know, and they've done that well, England.
Foden there just tried to wriggle away from Udogie. There was a coming together. I don't think there was any intent from Udogie. Of course, he is on a yellow card, but not every foul has to result in a yellow. So it's just a little talking to from the French referee for the Tottenham defender. But it is a free kick as Phil Foden desperately tried to stay on his feet. But a stumbling Udogie brought him down, and England have a free kick inside the centre circle. Matt Upson is with us, former England international. Rob Green will be joining us at full time as well. They'll be... We're on air till 10:30 before Colin Murray takes over on BBC Radio 5 Live. We'll try and bring you as much live reaction as we can from Wembley Stadium. Anything that we don't before 10:30 you'll be able to hear on the 5 Live Football Daily podcast. There's another free kick. This time it's Bellingham who's brought to ground. And England, midway through the Italian half, have a free kick just a little bit towards the right-hand side.
I mean, he has looked a threat in this game. I mean, he caused the penalty. But when he picks up that ball in that number 10 position, he just slightly gets the wrong side of the Italian midfield three, and there's nobody better at receiving the ball on the back foot. He knows exactly where the space is, and his first touch is to try and exploit that. Does it really well, Jude Bellingham, and he's won England a free kick here.
So Italy have everybody back in and around the penalty area. Foden and Trippier stand over the free kick midway through the Italy half. BBC Radio 5 Live, 8 minutes into this second period, still 1-1. It'll be Trippier. Curls it in over the head of Harry Kane. Headed out. Declan Rice will let it go out for an England throw on this near side to left, level with the penalty area. He goes back to Kyle Walker, who retreats towards the halfway line and then finds Kieran Trippier. And Trippier, just outside the centre circle, goes to John Stones. And then Trippier tells Walker to go all the way back to Jordan Pickford. And we'll check in on the half-time score of France-Scotland with Gavin Wallace.
France 3, Scotland 1. Billy Gilmour puts Scotland in front on 11 after a French defensive nightmare. But to be honest, on the world's second-best team have flexed their muscles since that. Benjamin Pavard with 2 headers and Kylian Mbappe penalty have the French on easy street. France 3, Scotland 1 at half-time.
And in fact, Colin Murray will actually take over at 10 o'clock, not 10:30, because of the developing story in Gaza, where hundreds are feared dead in a Gaza hospital as Israel denies the strike. So that developing story will be covered in full with Colin Murray at 10 o'clock. As here we are at Wembley Stadium, as the ball goes back to Donnarumma, all in red away towards our left-hand side. They try and beat the England press, but England win the ball back. And then Di Lorenzo manages to get it away. It will run through, though, towards Declan Rice. He's midway through the Italy half. A little bit... There was no width on that side. England were a little bit narrow. There was no natural width on the right there, as Phillips plays the ball forward to the England captain, Harry Kane, who's dispossessed by Barella, who brings it away now for Italy, and then Scamacca lays it back to Acerbi.
I mean, it's a different requirement, isn't it, for Phil Foden on that right-hand side. I mean, if he plays wide, he tends to play a lot on the left. I mean, he's got the capabilities to play anywhere across that front 3 or 4 positions. But England pressed really well into that left-hand corner. And when we won the ball, there wasn't enough option for Declan Rice. He stepped on the ball in the middle of the park, and there wasn't really a pass on for him.
Cristante, curling effort coming in from Berardi off his left foot. He was a good way out, must have been at least 25 yards out from goal. 1-1.
Yeah, not enough momentum into that shot from Berardi. He loves to come off the right-hand side with his left foot. That's kind of his signature mark, but he just had the ball underneath his feet a little bit there, just couldn't dig it out to get any power on the strike.
Of course, the longer the game goes on at this scoreline, say for instance 15 minutes from the end, England then will maybe then start to think, right, we've got the point that we need to qualify for the Euros, because that is their first objective.
Possibly. I mean, of course it's an objective, it's the whole point of the qualifying campaign, but I just feel this game's a little bit different, and you know, the result will be the outcome of their mindset.
Barella, Bellingham in the sliding challenge. Scamacca tries to win it back. Foden then with the forward ball to Bellingham. That's a lovely first touch, and he's taken Scalvini out of the game. And now Bellingham finds Rashford, and England on the counter-attack with Rashford just outside the penalty area. He enters the box, and Rashford buries it right-footed into the bottom right-hand corner. That was a superb counter-attack, and of course Jude Bellingham had to be involved, as England have come from behind and they're bound for Germany, leading 2-1.
Well, that certainly got the crowd off their seat. The whole of Wembley, bar the Italian section, is up and applauding that brilliant piece of power play from England. Really good stuff. Not really measured, you know, more about scrapping and winning the ball, but once they do, Phil Foden flicks a lovely ball into Jude Bellingham, who with that long lopey stride just toes it past the Italian defender into the middle of the park, lends it wide to Marcus Rashford. And then we've seen him in this game 2 or 3 times come in menacingly, certainly in the first half. This time he finds the space because Italy is so stretched. The doggy tries to put the brakes on, but there's a good metre of space, and then he hits it with that lovely flat style. Donnarumma is standing quite upright, and because he's so low, it just whistles past his feet into the back of the net. Brilliant play from England, real surge of positivity from the whole team.
Pace and penetration aplenty from England, And they now lead by 2-1. Ascending off in the Northern Ireland-Slovenia game, John Southall.
Northern Ireland down to 10 men. They trail Slovenia by 1-0. Shea Charles with a second yellow card. Robust challenge on Spora. And off he goes. Second yellow. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Thank you, John. Kristantis just pulled a shot wide from distance, right-footed, well off target. San Marino have equalised at home to Denmark in Northern Ireland's group. San Marino 1, Denmark 1, but Wembley still buzzing. And every time Bellingham gets the ball, I mean, what a talent.
I mean, it was a lovely little flicked pass from Phil Foden, though, I will say. So it's Foden into Bellingham, into Rashford. And it was just great kind of athleticism, really. I mean, how else can you describe the fact that he wins that ball? He then manages to stay on his feet after getting the contact to go past the Italian player. You think he might stumble over, he doesn't. And then once he gets going, he's a Rolls Royce, isn't he? I mean, he's such an attacking midfield player.
And Marcus Rashford with his 17th goal for his country, and England lead by 2-1. And all of a sudden, Italy now find themselves under real pressure in Group C. The European champions, they failed to qualify for the last 2 World Cups, remember. And with Ukraine leading in Malta, they could have it all to do. North Macedonia at home next month before they actually meet Ukraine in Leverkusen in Germany a few days later. But England are leading by 2-1, looking to maintain this excellent record that they've got in European qualifiers at home. They're looking for a 13th straight win, and what is an aggregate score that currently stands at 49 goals for and only 5 against, as Cristante and Bellingham getting a little bit of a talking to from the referee, Malbs.
Yeah, made a little bit too much of that, Jude Bellingham. A little coming together with Cristante, but I feel like Jude Bellingham just overplayed that situation. He's not happy with something the Italian midfielder is saying to him. They're having a little bit of a spat, but don't like to see too much being made of nothing.
So the first time that Italy have been behind under their new coach, Luciano Spalletti, and they've slipped to third currently in the live group table in Group C. 3 points behind Ukraine. Ukraine only have that 1 game left in Leverkusen, as we just mentioned. So Italy certainly will be looking to try and salvage something from this, as Udogi, with an hour played on BBC Radio 5 Live. El Shaarawy, Cristante, plays it back out to Udogi, the left-back. Foden. El Shaarawy, here is Scamacca looking to turn side onto goal. El Shaarawy, scuffed effort, cleared away by Rice, played back into the penalty area. And Scamacca got it out from underneath his feet quite early, hit it right-footed on the rise, but around head height, comfortable save for Pickford, 2 on England.
England didn't quite deal with that attack. Not enough quality clearances, had a couple of opportunities just to deal with the ball. It ricocheted around the box, and fortunately for England, Scamacca couldn't hit the corner and buried this with his right foot straight at Jordan Pickford, who had a nice steady set of hands just to pat it down into the ground and just calm things down again for England.
They talk about the records for Harry Kane. Gareth Southgate, the England manager, is closing in on a record. That victory against Australia on Friday was his 27th win at Wembley Stadium, surpassing Walter Winterbottom. Only Sir Alf Ramsey has won more as an England manager. Here is Rashford, left corner of the area, shifts it out onto his right foot, goes for a curling effort, but couldn't find the bend. A little bit of movement in the air, but it was always going away from goal. 2 on England, goal kick.
Do you think he just hesitated a little bit there, Deno? Maybe he should have hit it a fraction earlier. He almost doubted his position there, Marcus Rashford. Why? I have no clue, because it's, you know, that favoured position on the left, coming inside. He's so devastating when he does it with real positivity. He shifts it onto his right foot, and he just has a little stutter instead of hitting the ball in his real flow. And whether or not he then tried to curl the ball a little bit, and it just went a little bit wrong, but you never see him hit that ball, and it's a true hit. It's always got a bit of movement in it, which makes it so hard for the goalkeeper.
Mark Gahey's coming on to replace John Stones. That will please Pep Guardiola. He's being eased back in after injury. So Mark Gahey comes on to replace him at the heart of the England defence. And Gahey really, Gareth Southgate was talking to John Murray yesterday. He's been pushing hard for a regular starting berth, and he's been knocking on the door, and he gets his opportunity for the closing 28 minutes. As now we're going to see a raft of substitutions here for Italy as Udogi comes off, and that is DiMarco who comes on. Scamacca has come off. Also, Moise Kean has come on, and Bastoni has replaced Acerbi. So Moise Kean for Scamacca, DiMarco for Udogi, and Bastoni to replace Acerbi in the defence. The three changes being made by Luciano Spalletti.
I think Acerbi started to look a little bit tired. I mean, Harry Kane really has asked a big question of him this evening. The positions that Kane's been taking up and just drawing him deep have been massive.
Foden gliding in on that right touchline, finds Bellingham inside the penalty area, runs back out towards that far side, outside the area. Lovely little skills there from Bellingham as he drags the ball and flicks it back. Guéhi, saw him at Old Trafford recently for Crystal Palace. His distribution this season has been superb for Mark Guéhi, and he now slots in alongside Maguire.
You'd say this is a big indicator that he's next in line, Deno.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
You're coming on off the bench with Stones and Maguire having started the game, and you're then picked to go on when Stones is coming off. You know, that's a big suggestion for me that Gareth Southgate sees him as the next in line. If those two aren't fit and available, Guéhi will play, which is a big feather in his cap, isn't it, on how well he's done.
Bastoni feeds the ball forward, but running back to help out Kyle Walker was Phil Foden. They do have a very good understanding on that right-hand side, but there's an Italian player who is down. Is that Scalvini? And he's writhing in agony at the moment, and the Italian players have actually surrounded Clément Turpin, the French referee. Scalvini's actually shown a yellow card, so it's not Scalvini who's down. But it was a challenge made by Scalvini on Phillips. It's Barella just caught, stood on the foot, did Calvin Phillips on Barella. Phillips, of course, who was booked in the early game, so that was why the Italian players were surrounding the referee. They were wanting a second yellow card.
No, it's not a second yellow card, it's just a coming together. He does catch Barella's foot, but as he's lunging for the ball.
Remember, England haven't beaten Italy in England since 1977. They're looking for back-to-back wins against the Italians for only the second time. 74 years ago was the only time that it happened, 1948 and 1949. Italy, who are one of a quartet of countries who actually have a better head-to-head record against England. Uruguay, Brazil and Romania are the other three, but England now leading by 2-1. Hungary have got a goal back. Liverpool's Dominic Szoboszlai midway through the second half. Lithuania 2, Hungary 1, as Pickford, all in yellow, away towards our right, clears it away downfield, headed forward by Cristante, brought down there by Calvin Phillips, who pokes the ball back towards Maguire, hits it early. There was no focal point there because Bellingham and Kane had both dropped off, and the two central defenders for Italy able to deal with that.
He's dropped off well in this game, though, Harry Kane, isn't he? You know, it's interesting watching him, whether or not his style's changed a little bit since his move to Germany. And he's asked all sorts of questions of the two centre-backs this evening. His positioning tactically, and where he goes to receive the ball. Sometimes he goes so far, then I think Acerbi a lot of the time was looking at it thinking, well, can I go with him? Italian defenders love to go all the way in. They want to go tight all the time. It's like it's a trait of how they defend over there and how they get taught. And I just think Kane is a horrible opponent for them to play against if you're gonna want to defend like that.
Sure, Jordan Henderson's going to be coming on very soon as Kane tries to walk his way through. Out towards Walker. Interesting to gauge the response for Jordan Henderson after the crowd reaction when he captained England in that friendly against Australia on Friday night. Just having a word with Gareth Southgate as Denmark have taken the lead again against San Marino. 2-1 they now lead in Northern Ireland's group. Certainly there was a lot of support for Harry Maguire earlier on as Foden plays the ball forward towards Bellingham. Back to Foden, nice interchange, and the shot low, left foot is saved by Donnarumma. Superb play again between the two.
Lovely link-up play past 3 or 4 Italian players, but it was such a clever piece of play from Phil Foden bounces it into Jude Bellingham, just gets his toe to it, then receives the pass back, and a really quick snapshot with his left foot across the guard. Real power on it as well. Just let Donnarumma know that he has to be on his toes in that goal, because it was just down to his left-hand side, and it had a real sting to the strike from Phil Foden.
That's Matthew Upson, former England international. This is BBC Radio 5 Live, and to take you through to full time, with England leading by 2-1, is our correspondent John Murray.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Rob Green's with us as well tonight from afar, but we'll hear from him at the end of the match on his thoughts. But England coming forward, leading by 2-1. Rashford running free again, goes through one challenge against Di Lorenzo, but the ball runs square. But Rashford still on the ball, playing it to the right-hand side. Rashford, who's scored the second goal for England. Rashford into Bellingham on the edge of the box. It bounces away from Foden. England with Walker on the right-hand side. Foden chips it all the way through. Foden just slightly overhit that. So here comes Jordan Henderson. And here's the announcement of Jordan Henderson's name. Everyone can see him there. A number of people are standing up, actually, applauding Phillips, who's had little or no football. And he is on a yellow card, Calvin Phillips, and he applauds around Wembley Stadium. And once he reaches the halfway line, I would say that was a
mixed response.
Yeah,
I would say
there was some booing in there.
Yeah, some booing, but it was a mixed response. I think Calvin Phillips has done pretty well. And I think he'll be glad to get these minutes under his belt against the top team as well.
He will, but I think Gareth Southgate, maybe would have planned to play him the full match, but I think on that yellow card, and having put in that challenge on the halfway line a few moments ago on who was it? Barella, wasn't it?
Barella, yeah.
I think he's made that decision, similar to Spalletti taking off Udogie, who was also on a yellow card and in a little bit of peril of getting a second.
No, it's a sensible decision, and who better to bring on the pitch in this kind of environment at this stage of the game than Jordan Henderson.
That's why he's there. When we talk about it from a footballing point of view, Jordan Henderson, this is his 80th cap tonight. That's a rarefied number as an England international. And as I've been saying this week when we've been speaking about it on 5 Live, I think Gareth Southgate's response the other night when I asked him about Jordan Henderson made it quite clear that if he stays fit, and as long as he keeps the levels, as they keep saying, then the intention is that he's going to be in the England squad when England get to Germany, which they are doing with this scoreline as group winners, and Di Lorenzo can't keep the ball in on the right-hand side, so it's a throw into England.
I mean, from a football perspective, why wouldn't you be planning to take him to a major tournament in the summer? And I agree that the levels are the key, whether or not he can maintain those playing out in the Middle East, but he'll get a good feel of where he's at every time he meets up with England, from the training sessions, from the speed that he's moving and how he's performing in those. He'll take a lot from that and gauge it off of that most of the time, I would say, John, as opposed to performances for his club team.
So it's the second change England have made tonight, leading by 2-1. Marcus Rashford scoring his 17th goal for England. So he's now got as many goals for England as David Beckham did. Italy coming forward, ball played into the penalty area, cleared away by Walker for England, headed forward again. It bounces down actually for Fratesi, who lifts it towards the back post. Keane was after it after it was headed across from the left-hand side by El Shaarawy, but England were able to deal with that. And here is Harry Kane, who scored his 60th goal for England tonight, and Kane is tripped on the halfway line, and that's a free kick to England. Kane, who's just gone down. No, he's okay, he'll be up on his feet, the Bayern Munich man as he is now. So it was a penalty that made it 1-1. And that means that of his 60 goals, 21 of them have been penalties. So over a third of Harry Kane's goals for England have been penalties. In the match of Brentford over in West London, Australia are now 2-0 up on New Zealand. Jackson Irvine has scored after their spirited performance the other evening. 2-1 England lead here. And with the scores elsewhere, Ukraine are winning 2-1. In Malta, having been a goal behind for much of the first half. This result would mean England would go through as group winners with 2 matches to spare. So next month you'll hear England's match here against Malta and the final match against North Macedonia in Skopje on 5 Live. Here is Bellingham, who turns brilliantly and is then bundled over by Cristante. Yet another foul on Bellingham, another free kick for England.
I mean, they're not quite sure how to handle him, are they? Cristante fuming with the referee, saying he's won the ball, but he certainly did trip Jude Bellingham on his way to winning that ball, as Bellingham again was just trying to burst the other side of him. So positive from the England midfield player. Every time he gets the ball, he just rolls his body or receives it on the back foot, and he's bang, he's just into that space.
It was a cracking second goal by England, as Pickford plays it long through the middle. Donnarumma has come out of his area, heads it very carefully to the substitute Bastoni, the Inter man who came on with his teammate Dimarco, who replaced Udogie at left back. Very clearly stands out with his bleached blonde hair on the far side. Dimarco, two excellent fullbacks, Di Lorenzo and Dimarco. But England, who found themselves a goal down after Scamacca scored on the quarter hour, now lead 2-1 as Moise Kean dummies it, but Trippier was there and able to give it back to Pickford, who slips over as he clears it towards the halfway line. Scalvini is caught in possession, but it bounces for Bastoni, who will give it out towards the left-hand side. So, yeah, the second goal for England, brilliant, from back to front. It was an outstanding counter-attacking goal, but the work that Foden did on that, on the edge of his own area, played it forward to Bellingham, who was a strong second favourite to get to the ball, but somehow managed to scoop it forward and then take the ball away over the halfway line, deliver it to Rashford, who just left defenders sort of falling in his wake as he thrashed it in from, 15 yards.
I mean, but when you Phil Foden and that ball pops out to you, because it wasn't under England's control, the ball, it was loose, and it dropped into Phil Foden on the edge of his own 18-yard box, or shall we say 25 yards out. He knows that he's got a player there in Bellingham, that he can just flip that ball round the corner into space, and he's got the ability and the legs to be able to open them up and go and win that ball, get a toe on it, nudge it past the defender. Even if you're committing somebody to win a foul, John, you know, anything can happen, and the England players know that. He's sitting there with the number 10 on the back of his shirt in that area of the pitch. Is such a threat, such an attacking threat for England.
That's Matt Upson with us on 5 Live, BBC Sounds. Long pass downfield, but that's beyond Bellingham. Bounces through to that huge man in red. Looks like a pillar box. Donnarumma comes out, collects the ball and underarms it towards the halfway line. And Di Lorenzo working on the right flank here with Berardi, that England have won possession back. And listen, Spalletti's Italy asked questions of England tonight, taking the lead in the way that they did. And, you know, I felt that there was an unease in the crowd, that England weren't being positive enough. But the big stars, the big names, have delivered for England. Here's Henderson playing the ball back towards the edge of the 6-yard box. The other player as well that's worth mentioning is Phil Foden, who, you know, this England team, he's come in to replace the injured Bukayo Saka. So he's playing for a place in the England starting lineup, as Kane now wins it on the halfway line and then beats Bastoni, and Kane's into the area, 1-on-1! 3-1 from the right foot of Harry Kane, and with the England flags flying behind the goal, Harry Kane runs off to celebrate. And England now, with this win against the European champions Italy here at Wembley, England are bang and right on course for Germany with this performance as group winners. 3-1 on the night, and Harry Kane scores for the second time in the match, and now no England international has scored as many goals here at Wembley than Harry Kane. England 3, Italy 1.
Well, there's just been a real physical element to Harry Kane's game this evening. It's Scalvini, the covering defender, who just completely misjudges the bounce of the ball. He comes across and commits and doesn't get there. And once Harry Kane is the wrong side of Bastoni, he gets his arm out and he says, "You stay there. You're not going to reel me back in. I'm going to get through one-on-one." He shifts the ball onto his right foot. I mean, technically, John, in terms of one-on-one finishing, that is absolute world class, because he set himself up superbly that he could go either way. The angle of approach to Donnarumma was so good that the finish then was simple, just to slip it past him. really good technical centre-forward play from the aspect of he was through on goal, nobody was going to reel him back in, and he sets himself superbly with a lovely finish into the back of the net.
And for the young central defender, the Atalanta central defender, Giorgio Scalvini, who, the experts say will go on to do great things, that's a lesson for him. Beaten by Kane on the halfway line.
It is.
Matt, as a central defender.
Yeah, it's one of those moments. He knew once he'd done it, the ball went in the back of the net. He was really frustrated with himself. I mean, Bastoni didn't get enough on the header to begin with. The ball kind of goes up in the air. Neither one of them really deal with it. But if you're coming across from the right-hand side to the left and that ball's bouncing, you have to get there. There's no, I'm just maybe not going to get there and run past the ball. He doesn't touch the ball at all, and the rest is history. Harry Kane, you cannot give him that kind of opportunity. He will take that with open arms.
Mitrovic has scored again for Serbia. Serbia now 2-1 up on Montenegro. Serbia, who will actually go to the top of that group, potentially, or certainly level on points with Hungary, who are losing against Lithuania tonight. We've got just over 10 minutes to play. England 3, Italy 1. So again, for the record, that is now 24 goals for Harry Kane here at Wembley Stadium, which surpasses Bobby Charlton, the previous record holder for the most goals scored here at Wembley by an England international.
And it's not a penalty.
And it wasn't a penalty, no. So that is now 21 penalties in 61.
Does that count as a bit better than John?
Better. They all count.
They all count.
So 3-1 it is, and England are on course as well to win home and away in this group against Italy, European champions. Be the first defeat since Spalletti took over from Roberto Mancini, who upped sticks, rather, for Saudi Arabia during the summer. As Italy try to do something about this through the middle, but England are there in numbers. And Kane, who's now on a hat-trick again for England, does well centrally. Bellingham strongly challenged by Fratesi, but that was not a foul. It was a good challenge by Fratesi.
So what I mean about Harry Kane's physicality then, again, John, you know, he's getting the ball and he's just bound, he's using his body and his arm and almost like his forearm and his elbow so much to hold players off.
De Lorenzo crossing, but it bounces via a deflection behind Keane. And Marcus Rashford can turn it away towards the halfway line.
It looks something a little bit different that he's doing with his game. I mean, I might be wrong if I can look back and think of the amount of times Harry Kane's done that, but he just seems to be a little bit more confident with his physicality and using his body to win balls. I mean, he's been really aggressive in that sense, and he certainly was when he took that chance 1v1 there.
10 minutes to go, just under. Serbia now 3-1 up on Montenegro. Dusan Tadic has scored the latest goal for Serbia. But the Wembley crowd here, particularly there to our left, where the strongest, the England supporters who travel regularly, the England Travel Club, many of them are in that part of the ground. A good buzz going around the stadium. From 1-0 down, winning 3-1 against Italy, you know, in some ways a revitalised Italy under a new manager. He has Keane on the right-hand side. Keane trying to take it towards the dead ball line, gets it low into the near post where Pickford actually just didn't take it cleanly, but then fell on it and was able to claim it into his chest. I think an interesting one from an Italy point of view is that they now go down to third place in the group with 2 matches to play after this, because Ukraine winning against Malta will go up into second. But what's intriguing about it is that Italy's next match is against their nemesis, North Macedonia. Although that is in Rome. North Macedonia, of course, always have to be referred to as the team that knocked Italy out of the last World Cup in the playoffs. But I think revenge might be in the air. But there'll be some nervousness amongst our Italian colleagues. And Hungary have come back from 2-0 down to make it 2-2. So Lithuania 2, Hungary 2. And if Hungary can win that tonight, that would be Hungary qualified. So from 2-0 down, Hungary make it 2-2.
It's not
Nodge. It's not Nodge. Solai,
heading one in the back post.
Or Soboslai. it's Barnabas Varga who's scored.
Okay.
Italy. England are going to make another change. Jack Grealish is going to come on. Raspadori, incidentally, came on for... who did he come on for? Berardi. Yeah, so Raspadori, who scored the winner against England in one of these recent games when we're in the San Siro. Excellent finish it was. Raspadori, another of the Napoli men. So he's on, but it just feels like it's a losing cause for Italy now. England have had too much for them.
I mean, tallied up the caps for both teams before the game, and it does feel like that's probably weighed into the result at the moment, hasn't it? Just key moments in the game, how England have capitalised on them and been very solid in defence and controlled, and Italy have just maybe not had the same levels.
It is Italy in possession, though. That's a wasted pass from Bastoni. It bounces straight out of play. And it's a throw-in. I think we'll see the change now with Jack Grealish waiting to come onto the field. We started the match against Australia, but in that unfamiliar team, inexperienced international team. Before Grealish comes on, the crowd figure is a little bigger than it was against Australia on Friday night, 83,194. And that is it for Jude Bellingham here tonight, who has again been absolutely pivotal for Gareth Southgate's England team.
He's been at the heart of everything, causing havoc, really stretching that Italian midfield, asking questions time and time again, and no wonder the Wembley crowd are on their feet just applauding him off the pitch.
Gareth Southgate comes forward, Bellingham clasps hands with Grealish, who comes on to replace him, and Gareth Southgate gives him a hug. And it does feel that this is a young man, youngest man in this squad, still just 20 years old. The goals he scored for Real Madrid this season, 10 goals in 10 appearances. Feels like he's got the world at his feet. And England coming forward, sweeping forward. Kane, crossfield pass. Grealish has to move to his left. And so Italy are back in position, but the white shirts of England continue to pour forward. Trippier down the left-hand side, but Grealish still in possession, gives it to Trippier. First-time touch from him. Back to Declan Rice, and then Trippier again. Little ball infield towards Foden, the all-action Foden. Back into the centre circle for Mark Gay. And actually England forced all the way back into their own half, and Kyle Walker, in the end, it goes all the way back to goalkeeper Pickford. It is still 3-1 to France in the friendly international, which is being played in Lille tonight. So France 3, Scotland 1, and Northern Ireland still 1-0 down at home to Slovenia, which is doing damage to the possibility that Northern Ireland might get a playoff place for a place in the Euros once the qualification finishes. Remember, the top two in every group qualify automatically, but then there are playoffs after that. England 3, Italy 1. We'll have all of the reaction on the 5 Live Football Daily, which can be downloaded for free, as ever. So Gareth Southgate, no doubt, a number of England players will be speaking to us after this. Once England have clinched qualification for the Euros, which it seems they will with this scoreline. So we'll see if we can get anything for you on air before 10 o'clock. But then Colin Murray will be taking over with the developing story that there is in the Middle East tonight, the latest sad chapter in those terrible events. So more on that with Colin Murray from 10 o'clock here on 5 Live. Here is Declan Rice. Italy going to make another change, but Rice gives it forward towards Foden, and Grealish now is challenged by Di Lorenzo, and the ball bounces away, but that's been given as a free kick for his challenge on Grealish. Free kick England.
Yeah, Di Lorenzo just coming through the back of Jack Grealish, catches him before he wins the ball, and rightly so the referee gives the foul, and England just in just full control of this game now, looking very comfortable. 4 minutes left on the clock till we get to 90, and completely in control and very comfortable at the moment.
Riccardo Orsolini of Bologna is coming on for his 5th cap to replace the Roma man Al Sharawi. England take the free kick, but then Grealish is challenged again and bundled off the pitch by Cristante, but he took the ball, so it's a throw in to England, and Trippier turns and takes the throw back into his own half. So 3-1 England lead. England, who are unbeaten since the loss to France in the World Cup quarter-final. Harry Kane's missed penalty and all of that. And England with possession at the back. Gay turning it back to Pickford, and then Pickford has a look on his left foot, then back onto his right, but then uses his left to pass it forward to Foden, who's moved into a more central position since Grealish has come onto the field. So Rashford has gone out to the right-hand side, Grealish on the left, and Foden more centrally.
Just like to have seen Harry Maguire just ping that ball into Jack Grealish there first time, just fire it into him and see if he can get hold of it and just be a little bit more adventurous with his pass. And he's had a very solid game, Harry Maguire, and I think he can really start to just be a little bit more adventurous, step in with the ball and just play those forward passes, certainly into the wide areas, a little bit more often.
In the other match in this group now, Malta 1, Ukraine 3. Mikhailo Mudryk of Chelsea with the third goal for Ukraine. England now just really seeing this game out. That's what we're watching here, trying to manage it, control it. Although Henderson actually hits a pacey pass out towards Rashford on the right-hand side, and then Rashford turns and gives it back halfway inside his own half. Did speak to Gareth Southgate about Rashford yesterday, but he said, for England, he said, you know, he's done all the things that we want him to do, and he certainly did that in the scoring of the crucial second goal, which took England in front. And here he is now again on the right-hand side, running at DiMarco, and then the ball in field. Foden, I don't think will get there. No, he won't. Italy are able to tidy up on the edge of their own box. It's stabbed out towards the left-hand side, where DiMarco plays it to Keane, but England players either side of him in the end, though he is able to win a throw-in there. So we're in the 90th minute now at Wembley. I can see a number of people around the stands beginning to head towards the exits. Never the easiest to get away from Wembley Stadium. In fact, hundreds, thousands probably of empty red seats appearing. They've seen what they wanted to see. Yeah. They've seen England turn this around, but the majority are staying to congratulate England on seeing qualification through with 2 matches to spare. That's not bad, is it? As the ball is played back to Donnarumma on the far side of his penalty area, and he has to pass it carefully out to Bastoni, and Italy rather precariously are able to get it away. DiMarco does well though, making ground up the left-hand side. Raspadori with a crossfield pass now to Orsolini. Orsolini against Trippier, cuts in field, he's on his left foot, he's trying to find a position, gives it to Keane, right foot shot, but it's straight at Pickford from just outside the D, and the England goalkeeper gathers it into his chest.
Yeah, nearly just caught Pickford out a little bit, that shot from Keane. Kind of dives onto the ball and now laying flat on the ground, but it just didn't move as far as what he thought. He shifted his feet to the left-hand side, thinking it was going to go in the corner. It was a little bit more central as the ball just curved back in towards the middle of the goal, but very solid handling from England's number 1.
So 3-1, England continue to lead. This will be 3 minutes of added time we're into. Foden chasing the ball down the left-hand side, but it bounces back to Donnarumma. And DiMarco out there on the left-hand side, up towards Keane, and then Keane back towards the edge of his penalty area.
They've got good full-back options, John, haven't they, Italy? It's one thing you've also, they've got some strength in that area of the pitch. DiMarco, Di Lorenzo, Udogi. I really do like the full-back. You know, I think they focus a lot of their game on the ability of those players to go forward. It's a real attacking threat for them.
It'll be interesting to see where Italy are by the time the finals come round. Although, of course, they'll have to qualify first.
Because you're also looking at the fact that they've had such solid centre-back partnerships, haven't they, over the years. And
Trippier was just sent flying by Orsolini there, and his leg flew out at a rather awkward angle. And he's just stayed down, Trippier. He's on his knees, leaning forward. I think he's OK. But, you know, anxious for Newcastle with all of the... Yep, he's OK. He's back on his feet, and he just claps hands with Orsolini.
Yeah,
sorry, carry on.
He's hobbling off, isn't he? No, for me, it's developing their next centre-back partnership, John, is going to be key for Italy, because, you know, they've had a couple of real outstanding centre-backs for a decade or so, and now they've got to find that pairing that's going to have the stability for their full-backs to get forward and play that kind of counter-attacking or high-speed attacking football.
We've not had the chance, have we, to see Federico Gatti tonight, who's on the bench, the former bricklayer, who we always enjoy watching, don't we? Here's Keane into the edge of the area, shoots, and it actually hits Gay, who threw himself in front of it. I think it might have hit him on the side of the head and bounces away.
Brilliant block, really good block from from Guerre, read the line of the ball and just took that flush in the chest.
He's laughing about it. Throw-in is taken. Keane on the left-hand side. The former Everton man drives it across into the box. Raspadori trying to find a position, but it bounces down, and England can clear it away. So England on the way to victory. Northern Ireland, have they been? In fact, here's Kane. Kane onto the ball, 10 yards inside the Italy half, turns it back. Couldn't find Foden, although Foden's won it against Cristante. And England now have 4 against 3. Foden to Kane on the right, and then Kane's ball across. It's blocked. Back to Kane again in the Italian left-back position. The referee says that is it. The final whistle goes here. Wembley rises to its feet, and England have beaten Italy by 3-1, and that completes home and away wins against the European champions, the reigning champions in this group, and it means that England will be in Germany next summer. That is qualification done for Gareth Southgate and his team, and they'll go as group winners too. A job well done tonight, Matt Upson, from 1-0 down.
Yeah, absolutely. Really patient, calm, professional job that we've seen from England. Gareth Southgate will be really happy with the second half performance. There was a lot of control and a couple of moments that were really high octane. The goal from Marcus Rashford and the breakaway was absolutely top class, and from then on in, I mean, it only looked like England's game, and they'll be really pleased with that second half performance.
Well, it's not exactly bouncing, Wembley Stadium. I mean, qualification has become quite straightforward for England in recent years, but I think to record 2 wins against this Italian team, any Italian team, first time England have beaten Italy here at Wembley since 1977, that is an achievement, and the players are congratulating one another, the England players going round, hugs between them on the pitch. And there we are, qualification is done with 2 matches to spare. Well done, England. Well done, Gareth Southgate and his team. 3-1 winners against Italy here at Wembley tonight. And Kelly Cates is with us here inside the commentary box.
Thank you, John. More from John Murray, Ian Dennis, Matthew Upson and Rob Green very shortly, but we can get the full-time result now between Northern Ireland and Slovenia with John Southall.
It's finished Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1, Kelly. So another defeat for Northern Ireland. Actually, they were better against 10 men in the second half. Cherin's goal, though, after 5 minutes proved enough. Shay Charles sent off just before the hour. 2 yellow cards equals a red. The task then became harder. George Saville had 2 good chances in the second half for Northern Ireland, both saved by Oblak. Big win this, though, for Slovenia, who have all but qualified. Northern Ireland, 6 defeats from 8 in the group. Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
At Wembley, it's finished England 3, Italy 1. Gareth Southgate's side have booked their place at Euro 2024. We'll bring your reaction right up till 10 o'clock when Colin Murray will take over. And with our football correspondent John Murray, senior football reporter Ian Dennis, former England defender Matt Upson's here at Wembley, former England goalkeeper Rob Green is also with us, Italian football journalist and Euroleague's regular James Horncastle will be along very shortly. But Deno, big 3 points for England. It sends them to Germany. How did they do it?
Well, good times have never seemed so good is the tune here at Wembley, and England have qualified for the Euros. It's an 8th successive major tournament, continuation of their best ever run, and a statement win, Kelly, as well. Their first back-to-back wins against Italy in 74 years. They came from behind, they had control, they possessed a clinical edge, and they also possess a superstar in Jude Bellingham, who was so influential. Scamacca gave Italy the lead. However, England, though, levelled through a penalty. Bellingham was fouled by Di Lorenzo. Harry Kane emphatically equalising just past the half hour. And then great work by Phil Foden, who had another terrific game, edge of the area, found Bellingham, lifted the ball over Scalvini, took him out of the game, and then Rashford buried the ball, England leading by 2-1, and then another terrific goal from Harry Kane to seal the win 13 minutes from time, and Harry Kane scoring now more goals than any other England player here at Wembley. So a terrific night for Gareth Southgate to achieve their objective of qualifying for the finals in Germany next summer.
And Matt, we will talk about Harry Kane on reaching yet another milestone for England. But overall, this performance for England was one where they could test themselves against serious opposition, and yes, for various reasons. This is not an Italy team at full strength. It is an Italy team in transition. But how did England acquit themselves against them?
I thought they were very patient. And they had to be, because they didn't quite know what they were facing in that first half. They started the game in a controlled manner, got hit with a bit of sucker punch and a really nice, sharp piece of counter-attacking play from Italy, which stunned England a little bit and the crowd. and then just work their way back into the game. They know what they're good at, England now. They know what players they have. They know the key aspects of what they have in the team. And if they just keep getting the ball into those areas, something will happen. And that's how the game went for me. Bellingham had the opportunity, got it out to Rashford 3, 4, 5, 6 occasions where he can run at players onto his right foot, and lo and behold, that's where the goals come from. So I thought it was a really positive night all round, and the players should be really pleased with themselves.
Yeah, another brilliant performance from Jude Bellingham, as you said. His last 10 games, 7 goals and 4 assists. Dan on social media said class finish from Rashford, but Jude is simply world class. I've run out of superlatives for them. But also, we've had lots on Harry Kane, of course. Aaron says, best striker in the world right now, no doubt. Gary Lineker has been tweeting his congratulations for equalling that record by Bobby Charlton, and for also reaching 61 England goals. And in terms of performances, Rob, there were a couple of individuals that stood out, Harry Kane being one of them.
Yep, it seemed like he got stronger as the game went on, as did England. I think he drifted and he showed what he can do, and he adds that dimension to England whilst not being spectacular at times. It just adds another dimension to the England performance where they go, well, he can drop and he can hit those passes as well. So it was a really solid performance from him. I thought the moment he waited for was the goal, and he just bided his time, and once that opportunity was presented to him by the Italian defence, it was a couple of mistakes in there, as Matt was saying, that there was only one answer. There was only one outcome once he got through on goal, and it's his clinical best tonight.
Rob, I'm just watching Jude Bellingham get his Player of the Match award for England. And, you know, as much as this is about Harry Kane, about his consistency, about his longevity, Jude Bellingham, right at the start of his England career, is putting in such mature, developed, confidence performances.
He's just better than everyone else, and he knows it. He just thinks, I'll tell you what, I can run this, and he can. There was one moment before they scored the second goal, which he helped create, but he just turned and he looked to see where the Italian midfield was, and they were about a yard out of position. That was it, and he went, right, there's the space, and he went and he beat the whole midfield with one move, and he won a free kick. And he is one of the few players in the world who can do that, who can get the power, the drive, and that's what he provided for that second goal. And he didn't just stand and watch. He made a run after giving it. It went to Rashford, dragged the defence, bought him that space, and it was just an all-round performance in there which was fantastic.
Matt, it feels like every game that Jude Bellingham plays, we're looking for new superlatives, so it's slightly unfair to ask you about him second, and ask you to add something new about Jude Bellingham.
Well, thanks, Kelly. I think he has swagger, and I say that in a way that if you're a young player and you want to know what arrogance is, but in a positive way, what's Jude Bellingham? Because he steps on the grass, and his body language right from the off, the warm-up, you watch him warm up, he has a body language about him as a positivity and a confidence that is just oozing out of every pore. Why not? Look at what he's doing in world football. It's amazing. But he's also very humble with it in terms of how he carries himself. So he's got a lovely balance in that sense. And that, for me, is a biggest compliment to him. Forget what he's doing on the pitch. As a person, how he's carrying himself in an England shirt and a Real Madrid one at the moment is world class. And I think you can go that far to say that he's that good and that important at the moment.
Yeah, they're playing Fleetwood Mac everywhere at the moment, which I think is Jude Bellingham's position as far as everybody's concerned here at Wembley this evening. Look, we talked beforehand about the selection of Maguire and Stones at centre-half, but Mark Gay came on towards the end of that game. Matt, do you think that he's the next one in line should Stones or Maguire not be available?
Yes, I think that indicates it. You're coming on against Italy at home. It's the last 20 minutes of the game. You're next in line. And I think that's a little indicate for him. Whether or not he's been told or not, I don't know. But you pick up, I've been in that position, and you pick up on those little indicators, and you think, right, I'm on. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, OK, I'm next. And I know that. And then when I'm not on the pitch, then I'm going to be disappointed. So he's worked himself into a position where Stones and Maguire aren't fit and he's not playing. He should feel disappointed, because I think he's in that number 3 spot.
They've been monitoring the fitness of John Stones coming into this game, and I think that's why you saw Duncan Tomori tried out in the friendly against Australia,
right.
and Gahey not touched there. He's left alone just in case Stones couldn't make it. So again, I think that is another further indication of where he is in the pecking order regarding the central defenders.
Rob?
Yeah, just a special mention to him that actually before Harry Kane's second goal, Jordan Pickford fired a ball at him from about 10 yards away, and it about waist high, and his touch was perfect. He was under pressure. He looked up and played the ball into Harry Kane. I thought, wow, that's confidence. That you're turning around, you're coming on. He's a premeditated substitution. He knew he was coming on, so his nerves would have been there. But to have the confidence on the ball to do that was brilliant, and he added to the win.
It looked like the kind of pass you fired me a couple of times, Greeny, to be fair.
It was only in
I didn't deal with it as well,
I didn't want it. I didn't want it, and nor did you.
Denno, so Euro 2024 is on the cards now for England. They are off to Germany, as the fans were singing. 2 games left to play. They go through as group winners. That affects the seeding, and they've put in a good performance against one of the strongest oppositions now that they're going to face before the competition gets underway.
Yeah, I think Gareth Southgate will be absolutely delighted with the manner of the performance, and as you say now, the fact that they are group winners, and it was a tough group. I mean, here we've got Italy as the current European champions, and we know about their failings at recent World Cups, but they're now struggling to qualify for the tournament in Germany. And as you say, Kelly, the fact that they're going to go through now as group winners means that they'll be in amongst the top seeds for the draw in Hamburg on the 2nd of December.
And talking of Italy, James Horncastle joins us to discuss their performance. James, before the game, you were saying this is a much changed Italy side from the one that won the European Championships. Yeah, there are players absent for various reasons. It's also a team under new management as well. How do you think they acquitted themselves?
I think they rode out the storm in the first 10 or 15 minutes. They picked their moments in the first half. I think they went in at the interval with some positives, notably the goal from Scamacca. His first for the country, which I think hinted at a post kind of Ciro Immobile future for Italy. But it was against the run of play, and Spalletti just talking now on Rai, Italian State TV, has been talking about the physicality that England had, their ability to catch Italy by surprise, counter on them more than he would have liked. And yeah, we've seen with Spalletti sides in the past, particularly his most recent Napoli team, they're a team that likes to have a grip on the game, like to play a possession game. They weren't really able to do that tonight, and puts them in a really difficult position, even though they were guaranteed a playoff spot by virtue of being in the final 4 of the Nations League. Going into these November internationals, the game against Ukraine in Leverkusen becomes a playoff to avoid a playoff. And as you were just saying now, Italy do not have a good record in playoffs. They lost to Sweden, which meant they didn't go to the World Cup in 2018, and they lost to North Macedonia, which meant they didn't go to the World Cup in Qatar.
Is there an understanding in Italy that this is a team that's in transition, that this is a team in a period of change, or is there a degree of impatience about wanting to get that transition over and done with and start on that upward curve again?
I think it's really jarring, Kelly, that they are still trying to understand how this team didn't go to the last World Cup, because that came so soon after winning the Euros. Remember, the Euros was postponed a year because of COVID. They played it a year later. They then go straight into World Cup qualifying, and not qualifying happened whilst they were still kind of partying from the Euros. And so, yes, some pillars of this national team over the last decade have retired. There are players who've come obviously to play in the Premier League. You think of Scamacca, for example, had a year at West Ham, did okay in the Conference League, but returned to sender. He's back in Italy. Same with Moise Kean, who came on tonight, played a bit for Everton, returned to sender. He's back at Juventus, who are not even playing in the Champions League. So there is a level of realism within Italy at the moment, and they accept that this is where they are right now.
You talk about pillars, James. I mean, you lose Chiellini, Bonucci. I mean,
yeah,
big players. And I like the fullback position is strong for Italy. I think you've got some good attacking options, some exciting young fullback in Udogi as well. I thought did really well tonight. Is their biggest challenge getting a centre-back partnership that can deal with that? Because I looked at once Acerbi had gone off and you had Bastoni and Scavini on. Harry Kane just looked like he had too much for them, and there's not many Italian centre-backs that you can say, probably ask Harry Kane that he's felt comfortable playing against, because that is such a strong trait of Italian defending.
Yeah. I mean, the back three that Italy had for a long, long time was Bonucci, Chiellini and Barzagli, or whoever filled in for Barzagli. And that just gives you an incredibly solid foundation. And look, I mean, the Inter team that reached the Champions League final last year had a back three full of Italians, Cerbi, Bastoni and Darmian. You can say that maybe they're not at the level of that Bonucci, Chiellini generation, but I think that the thing that surprised me tonight was how many changes Spalletti made, and he's changed his centre-back partnership in every game that he's had so far. Okay, it's only the fourth game, but you'll know better than me, Matt. I mean, if you're changing centre-back, and even if the centre-backs who are changing partner every game, it's difficult to find your understanding and your reference points.
James, what if Italy don't qualify? Because as you said, they've got a tough road ahead. They're in third place. They're 3 points behind Ukraine. They've got the game against North Macedonia to come, but then that crunch game against Ukraine. What if they don't qualify for the Euros?
Well, I did think about this, Kelly, in August when Spalletti took the job. I did think, why would he take it? And of course, your country is calling you. It is a huge honour. But he's been thrown in at the deep end, really. And I think there was a feeling, just being around the national team since they failed to reach the World Cup, that Mancini, I'm not going to say his heart was never in it, but you could tell it really pained him not going to the World Cup. And, it doesn't matter what you've done before becoming Italy coach. Spalletti has done a miracle in winning the league with Napoli for the first time since 1990. You are judged on what you do with the national team. It does ultimately colour how your career is judged, and so I'm sure he'll be given some grace if they do not qualify. But it's something that you'll find very hard to live down.
James, lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much for coming in to speak to us. England then are through to Euro 2024. They're heading off to Germany. Scotland also through, despite defeat in that friendly by France. They'd already qualified for the tournament. Then Wales are second in their group as well, and this is looking good for home representation. Northern Ireland with another defeat and weren't going to finish in the top two, but now the playoffs looking more difficult for them. But generally speaking, good representation for the home nations.
Very much so. I mean, Steve Clarke has done a terrific job for Scotland, and in many ways what Gareth Southgate has done in terms of the culture and the environment that he's created over time, I think has been replicated the same with Scotland. They've got that togetherness, that team spirit, and we've seen that in the results that they've shown, obviously with the quality, getting the best out of players like McGinn. Gilmore's a super player in the midfield. McTominay's obviously popped up with a number of goals. And Wales, Rob Page has been a manager under pressure, and to get a terrific result against Croatia, they've got now two tricky matches. They've got to go to Armenia away and then at home to Turkey, but their destiny's in their own hands, and I'm sure that Rob Page would have taken that at the start of the qualifying campaign.
England, Matt, were hoping to go one better in this tournament than they did last time around when they were beaten by Italy in the final on penalties. Do they look like a team that are capable of progressing? Look, nobody knows. There are all kinds of, ifs and buts when you get into tournament football. But do they look like a team who are capable of winning the next European Championships? Do you know what? You've been saved, because Harry Kane is waiting to talk to John Murray.
We're live in the tunnel at Wembley Stadium. It's a buoyant place, with England having just clinched their place at the Euros next summer, and standing in front of me is the England captain, Harry Kane. That's a great way to do it, Harry, with a win against the defending champions like that.
Absolutely. I feel like sometimes we've made qualifying look easy, and credit to the boys, because it's not. We've had one of the toughest groups you've seen over recent years. Some big nations not going to major tournaments, so to do it with 2 games to spare just shows the path we're on, and we can enjoy it. It was a really good performance from everyone. Even when we went 1-0 down, there was no panic. We stayed calm. We carried on doing what we've done the whole campaign, and obviously got the rewards in the second half.
Yeah, questions were asked, weren't they, the way that Italy took the lead tonight. But, I don't know how many times over the years I've talked to you about records, but to be the man who scored more goals in this stadium as an England international, going past Bobby Charlton, you've got another one.
Yeah, no, I love playing here at Wembley. I love playing for England, full stop. But to do it here at home, this is always something special. To perform in front of our fans, to wear the badge, to lead the boys out, and of course to score as well is one of the best feelings ever. So. Yeah, look, you know what I'm like. I enjoy the records, but we just go on to the next one and see how far we can go. This group's just got to keep pushing, pushing each other to standards. We're getting more and more experience in major tournaments, so hopefully come next summer we can put in a real good performance.
Yeah, and not just in the group winning against Italy tonight, winning home and away against Italy in this group. I know Gareth Southgate talks about milestone wins like that and what it does for the collective.
Yeah, I think so. It's probably what we've been missing, over the last few years, is beating big nations on a consistent basis. So to beat Italy away was one thing, but then to back it up here with the performance as well. It was 3-1. It was comfortable for us, and I think we showed a real maturity out there. So, but look, we won't get carried away. We'll enjoy the next camp. 2 more games to spend together, to work together. And then, these tournaments come around quick. Before we know it, we'll be in March, and then obviously leading up to the Euro. So I'm just, extremely happy we've done it here at Wembley. And yeah, we can just enjoy the next camp now.
Well done, Harry. Harry Kane talking to us on the night he scored 2 goals for England and qualified the team for the finals. And I think we might just have a chance for a quick word with Phil Foden as well. Congratulations, Phil. Job well done tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was a brilliant performance. I thought our defensive work was really good tonight. When you come up the likes of Italy, you've got to defend sometimes because they have the great quality. And I thought we've shown that throughout the game, not just attacking but the defending side as well. So yeah, delighted with the result, and that's where we want to be, beating these big teams. So yeah, really happy.
And tell us what it was like being involved in that second goal. You were at the heart of the start of that, weren't you?
Yeah, we looked very dangerous on the counter, and I thought we could have done that a little bit more in the first half. We had a few counters, and I thought we looked dangerous. So yeah, I managed to find Jude, and yeah, Jude did superb, and then finished off lovely. So yeah, great team goal, and just enjoying putting the England shirt on and playing with great players, and yeah, just enjoying my football.
And I would ask you as well, you've come in the position tonight that Bukayo Saka's in. He's going to be a hard man to get past, isn't he, into the starting lineup for England?
Yeah, 100%. Bukayo's a quality player. Every time he puts the England shirt, he's at least 7 out of 10 every time. So he's a fantastic player. And yeah, it's exciting because we've still got big players to come back and help us as well. So it just shows the depth of the squad. Yeah, and like you said, if I'm not starting, I want to come on and try and change the game. So I'm here to help the team as best as I can.
Great feeling though, isn't it? To get yourselves into the final, 2 matches to spare as well. These are great times, aren't they?
Definitely great times for England. We've reached a final now, and we want to keep doing that. We've had the taste for it, and yeah, like I said, we want to be in the big games and the big occasions. We've got experience on the pitch to do that. So yeah, enjoying it.
Phil Foden, thank you very much. Kelly Cates,
and
back to you.
Thank you very much to John Murray asking the questions there. So England through to Germany in 2024, as are Scotland. Wales are second in their group. It's looking promising for those sides. It's also worth bringing you one of the loveliest stories of the evening. San Marino haven't scored a goal in almost a year. They were 1-0 down against Denmark. They got the equaliser, at which point the substitutes legged it onto the pitch, absolutely surrounded the goal scorer. And the San Marino official Twitter account has said, "Goal from San Marino," all in caps. "I swear to you, it's not a dream. What we are living is totally real. It was scored by Golanucci, our new hero. We score a goal against Denmark. I can't believe it. I'm going to cry. Revived football. I love you, San Marino of my life." And on a day when there's a lot of difficult and dark news around, worth reminding ourselves of the small moments of joy that football can bring. They did end up losing that game by 2-1. We'll have more England reaction in the Football Daily podcast. We'll also look at Sarina Wiegman's squad selection for the Nations League, and we'll preview Manchester United's women in the Champions League. That's going to be available to download later via BBC Sounds. But up next, it's Colin Murray with all the latest developments from Gaza after hundreds were killed in a strike on a hospital in Gaza City. That's after the BBC News with Lisa McCormick.
Avoid defeat tonight, live on TalkSport, and England secure qualification for next summer's European Championships. But it's Italy at Wembley, and we all know how painful this fixture can be.
Saka against Donnarumma, left foot in!
wasn't meant to be. Italy are the European champions, having beaten England on penalties in the final.
I wouldn't say it brings back memories, because if I dwelled on them, then I'd be too down to probably play the game, because it was a tough pill to swallow, that one.
For me, it's different time, different moment, different coach, a lot of different players. I just want to keep winning football matches and improving our team, really. Yeah, the past is the past.
So Harry Kane stands, addresses the ball, runs up, hits it right-footed. Harry Kane, history maker and record breaker on a famous night for Harry Kane. Italy 1, England 2.
It was always a tough game, and they played outstandingly well that day. If they replicate that performance, I think they'll get the desired result that we need.
We're showing lots of elite team traits, and we have to keep doing that.
It is a little bit of payback, but I'm more concentrating on qualifying for Euros, because what has been has been. I can't change the past.
Yeah, Carl Walker, who was interviewed by our England correspondent Faye Carruthers this week, and betraying the fact there's definitely revenge in the air for some of these England players who suffered at the hands of Italy here at Wembley just a couple of years ago. Since then, they have, of course, been to Naples and won in this qualifying group. Another win, even a draw for England tonight, and they will be qualified for Germany next summer and the European Championships. We'll speak to the former England captain Stuart Pearce in a moment, but first of all, let's get the team news with your commentator on TalkSport tonight, Jim Proudfoot.
Adrian, good evening to you. Well, no surprises in the England team. None of the players that started against Australia on Friday retained for tonight. 8 of this side did start the win in Naples in March, the exceptions being Shaw and Saka, who are injured, and Grealish, who's left out in favour of Rashford. Italy give a full debut to Tottenham left-back Destiny Udogie. They make 8 changes to the side that won in Malta on Saturday, and they include only 3 of the side that started the final of the Euros, Donnarumma, Di Lorenzo and Barella. 8 of England's team began that showpiece game. So these are the teams in full. Pickford in goal for England. A back 4 of Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier. A midfield 3 of Phillips, Rice and Bellingham. A front 3 of Foden, Kane and Rashford. It's only the second time that Gareth Southgate's picked a side with an average age in excess of 28. Only the second team he's picked to average more than 50 caps per man. Nketiah and Tomori, the players from the squad that haven't been included on the bench. Now Italy have Donnarumma in goal, their captain, a back 4 of Di Lorenzo, Scalvini, Acerbi and Udogie. Frattesi, Cristante and Barella in midfield, and Berardi and El Shaarawy flank former West Ham striker Gianluca Scamacca up front. The benches tonight for England: Colwill, Dunk, Guehi, Alexander-Arnold, Maddison, Henderson, Maddison and Gallagher, Bowen, Grealish, Watkins, Johnston and Ramsdale. For Italy, Di Marco, Gatti, Darmian, Mancini and Bastoni, Locatelli, Bonaventura, Keane, Raspadori and Orsolini, Meret and Vicario. Tonight's referee is the Frenchman Clément Turpin, and we kick off at 7:45.
Jim, thank you very much. And since the team was actually announced, the hashtag Southgate Out is trending on social media. I had a bit of a dive in to find out why, and it's largely because Calvin Phillips has been picked for a qualification game, and indeed tonight means he's got more starts for England this season than he has for Manchester City. Stuart Pearce, as long as Calvin Phillips keeps getting picked by Gareth Southgate, it will be a talking point. Can you understand the frustration of some of those fans who are venting that frustration on social media?
I think the only frustration is that he doesn't play enough for Manchester City. That's what underpins all of this. If he would have started every game for Manchester City, bear in mind Rodri's keeping him out the side, I don't think anyone will bat an eyelid in regard to him partnering Rice at the heart of our midfield, if I'm being quite honest with you. This is a partnership that took the team to the Euros finals a couple of years ago. This is arguably, I've said it for quite a while now, England have got a consistent 11. There's only one position up for grabs, and that's left side of midfield or left wing, whichever way you look at it. I think Grealish's performance ruled him out of playing tonight. I think if he'd have played really well tonight, he might well have started in front of Rashford. But if Shaw's available, he plays. If Saka's available, he plays. And it's a consistent lineup when you play your blue chip sides.
There must be a point in time that Gareth Southgate or any international manager will look at the number of minutes, the number of starts that a player is having. I agree with you that Calvin Phillips is getting in this England team because he's never let Gareth down. He started the game in Naples and played very well. So it's no surprise that England have picked as close pretty much to that 11 as they possibly could have done tonight, with the one exception. Jack Grealish left out perhaps a little lack of form, and Marcus Rashford, the man that's replaced him. But Calvin Phillips has only started 5 games for Manchester City in all competitions since the beginning of last season. I know that there is no definitive number, but there must be a point where an international manager will look at it and say, well, he has to have a certain number of minutes, a certain number of starts for me to be able to play.
You know, there is no doubt that the alarm bells are ringing in Gareth's mind, and Gareth is desperate for this kid to get into his club side and play more games and quieten the dissenters down, I'm sure. But tonight isn't a night where he deems it's worth leaving him away from it. If we get a desired victory tonight, chances are he'll tinker with the team potentially for the last 2, I would suspect. And whether he'll play them. But when the clock goes forward till March, the next international, I think that distance between November and March is critical for the likes of Calvin Phillips to play more football. And at that stage, over that period, that's maybe when Gareth thinks to himself, hang on, he's not raced enough now.
Well, last Thursday, when addressing the media, Gareth Southgate described the situation with Calvin Phillips as, quote, not good. And actually, you say he's behind Rodri at Man City, and you're spot on, but he's behind others as well. If you look at the last game, last check, Phillips' 7th choice, I make him in the City midfield. Rodri was suspended for that game. Bernardo Silva ahead of him. Rico Lewis seems to be picked ahead of him in midfield. Kovacic will be picked ahead of him. John Stones in midfield, picked ahead of him. Came on as sub ahead of him in midfield. Nunez as well came on in midfield ahead of him. So that's 7th choice at his club. He has to leave in January based on that, unless things change. Gareth also said on Thursday, and this is the quote, in the way we, as in England, in the way England want to play, Phillips can be hugely important to us. Does that make sense to you? Can you understand what he brings to this England team, Calvin Phillips? Can nobody else bring that?
Well, if you want to play 2 holders, you can reel off a multitude of players at Manchester City, but there's only one Rodri, and there's only one holding midfield player, if you like, in my opinion. If Gareth wants to play 2 holders, he is the most suited to play alongside Declan as that type of holding midfield player. And he's even starting there, to be fair to him. I've seen games where he played for England. He's been encouraged to drive forward from there as well. But listen, it's going to be a talking point as long as he doesn't play for Manchester City. Maybe we should start haranguing the Manchester City manager. What do you think?
You have a go first, yeah? You've been there.
I just point you in the right direction, you know, and you say, look, you're holding the England team back, Pep. Come on now.
Have you ever met a Manchester City manager who would like to be harangued?
I quite enjoyed being harangued when it come to England. I didn't mind. I was supportive to England whilst being a Manchester City manager. But listen, I can understand why you wouldn't want to harangue him.
He does all right. He's got a few medals to back it up. England's 2-1 win in Naples. It was the 6th successive time they've started a qualifying campaign with a victory. Their first win in Italy since 1961. It was a momentous occasion for more reasons as well. Both goals came actually from deep in-swinging corners from Bukayo Saka on the right-hand side. He's not with the England side tonight, out injured. Declan Rice scored only his 3rd England goal. Tonight he wins his 46th cap, aged 24. Kane's penalty broke that England scoring record as well. Luke Shaw was sent off late in the game for 2 yellows, you may remember. Eric Dyer and Ivan Toney were on the bench in March in Naples. Maguire and Phillips both played the whole game. By criticising Calvin Phillips, and even let's bring in Maguire here, by criticising him as well, people are ignoring the fact that these two played 90 minutes in our most difficult qualifier on paper, and the opening qualifier as well, that they had to win, and they were part of a team that won that game 2-1.
Well, when you look back at the history of us recently over the last 3-4 years, whatever it may be, maybe even going back longer, the likes of Maguire has been part and parcel with that team that's got England to semi-finals, to finals. He's been a big part of that as well. And Phillips has got the trust of the manager. There's no doubt in my mind that if you get to a situation where you go beyond the November internationals and there's a long period of 3-4 months, whatever it may be, to the next internationals and the run-in to a major tournament, when you get there as an international manager, that's when all of a sudden you think this is all preparation now. In March You've not got many games left. What, we got 4 games left, 2 in March, 2 in June, to get it right. So if he hasn't played the games between November and March, that's when I think others might go beyond him.
I think the June ones are played after the Euro squad has been picked. So basically there's 2 friendlies, so an interesting time. Quick word on Marcus Rashford, you mentioned him before. It's a rare start for him for England, only his 4th start since the Euros final. And bearing in mind the quality he's got, the goals he's scored, to me that, I know there's competition for places, but it's quite a surprise really.
I find that position is the only position up for grabs, and I've said that time and time again over probably the last 2 years, I would suspect. There's a little bit of frustration with Marcus with me. I think he's so good and got so many good attributes, but sometimes I look at him within the game and I think he's just letting the game meander along past him. This is a massive compliment I'm trying to pay him, but probably not putting it to the correct words. He's got the ability to win this game tonight on his own, with his goals, with his pace, with everything. I remember that game in Spain when we counter-attacked Spain. He was instrumental in that, and he's got so much more. And then I watch him come onto the pitch against Australia, and I'm thinking, come on, Marcus, come on, there's a bit more. And I watch him play for United and say, come on, grab the game by the scruff of the neck. Your football team needs you now, and you've got the ability. Some others on the pitch haven't got the ability to do that. He has, and I hope he's had a brilliant England career, but I want more than brilliant. I want a career that's going to be good enough to single-handedly lift up a major trophy for England, or at least be a big part of that.
5 years ago this week, that 3-2 win in Spain, by the way. We're all getting old. Just want to bring Jim back in here about Italy, who they've had problems up front. Immobile, who Spalletti made captain in his first game, 1-0 draw in North Macedonia. He's out injured. Retegui scored, the Argentina-born striker who scored against England in Naples in March, out as well. But they scored for, albeit against Malta on Friday night, which, they're expected to win that. Malta have lost all their games, but they scored some good goals, Jim.
They did score some good goals, particularly Berardi, who got a couple of goals in that game, one with his left foot, one with his right. The quality of defending from the Maltese wasn't sensational, it has to be said, and he was able to make some comfortable third-man runs off the ball and not be picked up. But the quality of finishing is excellent. They are a team in transition with a capital T. I mean, they already were under Mancini. Looking back at the squad that he had for the game in Naples, we were talking at the time about the fact that this was a side being redeveloped, and that Spalletti has already come in and completely pretty much ripped that up and started again. So I think that if you have a look at how many changes of personnel there have been in just over 2 years since the final of the Euros, the fact they've only got 3 from that starting 11 still in the squad, not just in the starting 11 tonight, but 3 from the starting 11 that won the Euros in this squad. That shows you how much of a transition they're in. And they're playing Gianluca Scamacca up front, who's yet to score an international goal as a striker in 12 appearances. He's scored only 3 goals in 16 Premier League games at West Ham, where he struggled. He hasn't been ripping it up for Atalanta on his return to Italy this season. And he's the man that is leading the line. I mean, that is an area where they have had some significant problems. That does sound like a huge fate tempter, I know, by mentioning that and throwing those statistics out. But that's the bottom line. I don't think that any Italian journalist or fan looking at this Italian side would say that is a vintage front 3. Berardi, Scamacca and El Shaarawy, whose last cap was in March 2021 against Lithuania more than 2.5 years ago. So, I mean, it really is throw names up in the air and see where they land as far as they're concerned for that front 3.
I'll tell you what's interesting for me. We see things solely from an England point of view. Flip it on its head and put it in Italy's point of view. They've been beaten in the first game of this tournament by England on their own soil. They're coming to Wembley now against an England team at Wembley that are near enough impervious. You add to that, Ukraine are in Malta tonight. So if they win that, Italy lose. They're 3 points behind Ukraine. They didn't qualify for the last major tournaments, by the way. The pressure on this Italian side tonight is absolutely massive, eh?
Ukraine and Italy, neither of them can qualify or be eliminated tonight. In fact, their qualification could come down to their final game in the group, Monday the 20th of November, while England are in North Macedonia. We'll be there on TalkSport. It's a home game for Ukraine, but will be played at the Bay Arena in Germany, home of Bayer Leverkusen. Ukraine taking on Italy could be a do or die in that qualification group. Both France and Scotland have already qualified, and they celebrate with a friendly in Lille tonight. Commentary on TalkSport 2, and with the team news, your commentator Alex Crook.
Yes, the Tartan Army have been in party mood since Spain's victory over Norway on Sunday, guaranteed their place in Germany next summer. France were already there, having won all 6 of their qualifying games. Steve Clarke says the trip to Lille tonight is an opportunity for his players to prove they can compete with the very best that Europe has to offer. He has made changes though, 8 in total. Only Scott McKenna, Jack Hendry and Scott McTominay keep their places from last weekend's defeat against Spain in Seville. Liam Kelly of Motherwell makes his international debut in goal. McKenna, Hendry and Cooper the back three. Patterson and Taylor the wing backs. Gilmore and McLean will sit deepest in midfield, with McTominay and Lewis Ferguson in behind Shea Adams up front. It is an incredibly strong French team. Just the 4 changes from the side that beat the Netherlands last time out. Mignon is the goalkeeper. Klos, Pavard, Kanate and Hernandez the back 4. Griezmann, Tchouameni and Camavinga in midfield. Dembele, Giroud and their star man Mbappe up front. And what about this for a stat, Adrian? Antoine Griezmann is playing in his 82nd successive international. That is a record.
Well, he doesn't get the recognition he deserves. That's mainly because he's in a team with Kylian Mbappe. Let's bring in your co-commentator, Chris Iwelumo, former Scotland striker, who's working on TalkSport 2 tonight for this one. 8 changes for Scotland. But do you think that maybe Steve Clarke has thought, have I made a mistake here, having seen that France lineup? Mbappe starting, I don't think anybody expected that.
No, not at all. Good evening, Adrian. Yeah, I don't think he's made the mistake. I think if Scotland hadn't qualified, I do believe the team would be a lot stronger, more like what we usually see. I think there was probably a little celebratory drink on Sunday evening when qualification was announced. But it's a win-win. You know, I think the players that are hungry, it's a squad game. He wants to give them the opportunity to go out there and they'll be absolutely buzzing. I think the players that have probably had a little one or two beers on Sunday will be regretting the fact that they turned down the chance to play today.
So how will they be looking at this? Is it a keep the score down, or is it one where he can practice or try out different formations? What's he looking at here, Steve Clarke?
No, well, he's went with a very similar formation that he played against Spain. You know, I think trying to keep it tight, play on the counter. You know, I think that there's something about the Scotland squad. The quality and depth is definitely there. Now it's like for like coming in when you're talking about the teams. You look at, you know, Lewis Ferguson coming in, what he's doing for his club. You know, Billy Gilmour, players that are knocking on the door. So this is an opportunity for them to go out and showcase exactly what they're all about against a very, very good side. The biggest surprise is that Steve Clarke's come out himself and said that he wants to test his Scotland side against the better quality in nations, and he's made 8 changes, but for the fact I think it was that we've qualified that he's made so many.
Chris, for the time being, thank you very much. That's live on TalkSport 2 tonight. France with Mbappe against Scotland, who've made 8 changes. Lewis Ferguson, who's at Bologna and highly respected. Interested to see how he gets on this evening. Live on TalkSport 2. If you want to get TalkSport 2, just download the TalkSport app for free. You can swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Another home nation in action tonight. Northern Ireland can't make top 2 in Group H, but they have a qualifier in Belfast against Slovenia. With the team news, Denise Watson.
Thanks. Good evening, Adrian. Northern Ireland had that morale-boosting victory over San Marino on Saturday, but this is a very different game. Slovenia, top Group H, they're on the verge of the finals next summer. Michael O'Neill is without Sunderland's Dan Ballard through injury, and Paddy McNair, he's suspended. So there are debuts tonight for Bolton's Owen Toll in defence and Kilmarnock's Brad Lyons in midfield. The other change, well, Bailey Peacock Farrell is back in goal. So the Northern Ireland team is Peacock Farrell, Hume, Evans the captain, Toll and Lewis as the back 4, Lyons, Thompson, Shea Charles in midfield, and it's the 3 in attack from the San Marino game. QPR's Paul Smith, Dale Taylor and Josh McGuinness. Slovenia have that incredible dynamic duo up front. That's Benjamin Šeško and Andres Sporer, who score goals for fun. Last month it was 4-2 to Slovenia, but could Northern Ireland just ruin the script tonight? Well, kick off here at Windsor Park in Belfast is 7:45.
Denise, thanks. 7:45 here at Wembley as well, which is filling up nicely. It was barely a quarter full when they read out the names of the England team tonight and the subs. Jordan Henderson on the bench, and when his name was read out, there were big cheers from the fans already in Wembley Stadium tonight. You're listening to Kickoff on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org. Just watching the players warm up on the Wembley pitch. In front of us, the Italians in white tops, blue shorts, blue socks as well, looking lively in the warm-up. They've got to do it for the real thing in the game. Luciano Spalletti in his last 6 jobs has a win rate of over 50%. He's won titles at Zenit and at Napoli, back-to-back Coppa Italias at Roma. He's a 3-time Italian Coach of the Year. It was Mancini who was in charge in Naples for England's victory. He then took the Saudi cash and Spalletti was brought in. He'd taken a sabbatical from Napoli after winning the title last season. That Napoli team, you remember it, they played on the front foot. They were brilliant in Europe. Battered Liverpool 4 in the Champions League group stage. Brave on the ball, comfortable in possession. Seemingly, at times, they were unstoppable. That's how he wants his Italy to play. So far, they've beaten Ukraine and Malta at home, but drew away to North Macedonia. Could have lost the game as well. North Macedonia, of course, is where England's final group game takes place. So it's a work in progress under Spalletti with Italy. Let's hope it doesn't come to fruition tonight live on TalkSport here at Wembley. Time now to get an odds update with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
And Nicola McGeady from Ladbrokes. England, Italy. Please tell me England are favourites. Please tell me England are going to win.
I'm a little envious of the position you're in after the Rugby and our Euros campaign, to be quite honest with you. And yes, Adrian, you are the favourites to win. This should be a cracking game. A win tonight for England will seal qualification and almost guarantee top spot. They're 8-13 to win tonight and do the double over the side that denied them the title at the last Euros. Italy, we make them 5-1. The draw is 5-2. But I think Italy's price might seem a little generous, given the fact that games between these two sides in recent years have been very close. But with 4 of the last 6 finishing in a draw, it's no surprise to see that we are seeing support for the draw, Adrian. However, goals haven't been in abundance in this fixture, with 5 of the last 6 finishing with under 2.5 goals. But it's no surprise to see that is the favourite there at 8-13. And of course, Harry Kane, he's being popular as always. He's the main goal threat at 7-2 to score first. And Italy will look to Brady to do the damage. He's 9-1 to score first and come here in pretty hot form after scoring twice against Malta in their last match.
Well, England-Italy is on TalkSport. France-Scotland is on TalkSport too, Nicola. France with Mbappe, Scotland with 8 changes.
Yeah, I mean, some amazing games tonight. I would love to see if Scotland could do it, but France are the big favourites at 2-9. You know, world-class side. This is going to be a really tough for Scotland, but a brilliant experience. Scotland are full of confidence. They're flying in this campaign, and they are attracting patriotic support at a big 14-1. The draw's in there at 5-1. But Mbappe overall is very popular in terms of who's going to score first at 23-10. He's the favourite to do that. But Scotland is just relish this huge game and opportunity.
Northern Ireland can't make top 2, but they have got a qualifier against Slovenia. What do we reckon there?
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, it's hard to get excited about this one. Northern Ireland obviously endured a disappointing campaign and they can't qualify. As you rightly said, they're 9-4 underdogs to win tonight, with Slovenia 11-8, and the draw is 2-1. The two sides played out a really good game a couple of weeks ago, 4-2. It was a cracking match, and with little on the line for the Northern Irish side, we could have a relatively open game again. So over 2.5 goals at 6-4 probably stands out to me. But if you don't fancy goals, then both teams not to score is in there at 8-11.
And what about the Euros outright? England obviously among the favourites, surely. What about the Scots?
Yeah, well, Scotland are 80-1 right now, and obviously we'd see those odds crash right down if they managed to get past France. But do you know what? We have seen patriotic support at 80-1, and as I already said, they've had a superb qualifying campaign. France and England remain locked at 9-2 joint favourites to win the Euros. I'm not sure the favourite tags suit England, but they are just that, and tonight's result could change that betting. The host Germany, it's interesting, they're in there at 6-1, but they've had such a poor recent record in major tournaments, and they will need home advantage to really play a huge role if they want to win this. Spain are 8-1, but I think they look at a shadow of the team that dominated the Euros between the years of 2008 and 2012, and I think for me Portugal at 9-1 will be fancied, and to have a good tournament. But that's how it's looking right now, Adrian.
Who knows? Scotland 2024 could be similar to Wales 2016. You never know. Nicola, thank you very much. That was a look at the latest odds with Ladbrokes. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Captivating coverage. How about that? Euro 2024 qualifier live on TalkSport.
8 sprinklers showering the pitch here at Wembley with less than 15 minutes to go before kick-off as the seats are filling up. Hungary elsewhere, winning Lithuania. They qualify from Group G tonight. Denmark can qualify with the right results tonight as well from Group H. That's Northern Ireland's group. Choice of commentaries on the network tonight. England, Italy on TalkSport. France, Scotland on TalkSport 2. If you get yourself the TalkSport app, you can swipe between the two stations. It's free to download, easy to use, the TalkSport app as well. Here at Wembley, time now to get a recap of the lineups with Ladbrokes.
The big preview on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
And running through those teams again, it's your commentator Jim Proudfoot.
And England have Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier the back four. Phillips, Rice and Bellingham in midfield. Foden, Kane and Rashford up front. The second most experienced 11 Gareth Southgate has fielded. Italy, Donnarumma in goal. Di Lorenzo, Scalvini, Acerbi, Udogi. Barella, Cristante, Fratesi. Berardi, Scamacca and El Shaarawy. Kick-off 12 minutes away.
Jim, thank you very much. That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
The big preview on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
And just to fill you in on the Euros picture as we know it, Germany already there, of course. They're the hosts next summer of the European Championships. Also there, Austria, Belgium, France, Portugal, Scotland, Spain and Turkey. Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia are confirmed in the playoffs. Italy will definitely have at least a playoff spot for the Euros. The playoffs won't be played though till next March. The draw for the Euros will take place in Hamburg in December. We'll have the best of that on TalkSport. Of course, our top team will be out there. Now, Jordan Henderson this week has been interviewed by television Stuart Pearce. And just to give you the gist of what he's been saying, he said in the interview he didn't really hear the boos at the time he was substituted in the Australia game. He got told it afterwards. When he found out, he said it hurt him, but he also agreed it's part and parcel of the game. He said it doesn't change who he is playing in Saudi. He says what he said in his interview after moving to Saudi didn't come out the way he'd hoped. He admits or stresses that he didn't go out there for the money. He wants us to believe that, which is clearly what he's saying. He says it's good to have his values out there in Saudi. So he's not changing his values, he's sticking to them, even though he's playing in a country that criminalises homosexuality. He said Saudi put no restrictions on him, said they respect his values, asks that he respects their values as well. Says he still supports the LGBTQ plus community. That hasn't changed. He does admit, and this is an interesting point, he says the footballing levels out there are not as high in Saudi Arabia. I think we can all agree with that. He says he has to think if he can make it work long term, no issue at the moment, and he'll do everything he can to make the Euros squad and has no regrets at all. And I made this point on kickoff last night with Danny Murphy and Darren Lewis, that I think in a football sense it's put Gareth in a very difficult position because he's moved to Saudi Arabia where the intensity and quality isn't as good. He's just admitted that. But at the end of this year, there's a major tournament for England that Gareth really wants to win. Surely Jordan Henderson's priority should have been playing with as much intensity and much quality to keep to the same levels at club level as possible, and that means staying in the Premier League, even if it meant moving away from Liverpool.
Well, put it this way, if he had stayed at Liverpool, chances are he might not have been playing all the games, and we would be having the same conversation with a different heading, really, same as Calvin Phillips in many ways, maybe not having as much football, but he's a big boy. He's made his own decisions on where he goes and plays his football, and he'll know that there might be a slight gamble on his place in the England squad. I wouldn't say the England team because I don't think he's a natural starter at this moment in time, but the one thing I do know with Jordan, he's a valuable member at this moment of time of the England squad with what he does on the training pitch and everywhere else. that is a long way away. We're 8 months away from the major tournament, and he realises when he took that move to Saudi that it is a gamble. There's no doubt about that.
If you were, I mean, you've worked with Jordan before, but if you were England manager, would you not feel a little bit let down by him choosing to go out there when he could possibly have pushed for a move to another Premier League club?
No, I wouldn't. You've got to fully respect decisions that all players make. If you were forever sat there thinking to yourself, hang on a minute, I'm a bit disappointed they've moved to this club, that club, whatever player it may be. We're all turning round now, or certain, when I say we, certain individuals are saying Calvin Phillips made the wrong move a year and a bit ago going to Manchester City. He should have stayed at Leeds or gone somewhere else. But you're not to know that. It's not Gareth's choice to dictate to players where they go and play football. It is his choice who he picks and who he doesn't pick within the squad. Now, Hendo is a massively proud Englishman and he loves representing this team. Now, if he goes out the squad eventually next summer, he will be turning round to himself, I'm sure, thinking it's a gamble I've taken that hasn't paid off, because he'll want to be in Germany next summer.
Quick one about another player, Raheem Sterling. Interesting article in the match programme here tonight at Wembley. Harry Kane has been asked for his favourite England 11. He's gone Pickford in goal. Walker and Maguire make up half his back four. John Terry and Ashley Cole make up the other half. Lampard, Gerrard and Beckham in midfield. Up front, Rooney and Owen. The 11th member, Raheem Sterling. Kane says they've had a great relationship, full of goals and assists. I mean, should this not be interpreted as a little message to Gareth? Harry Kane, the captain, wants Raheem in.
It means that Harry Kane thinks that Raheem's done brilliantly for England. You know what? So do I. And do I think that Raheem Sterling might fight his way back into the England squad before next summer? I think there's every chance.
I mean, the qualities he's got, can you understand why he's been left out now? Because Chelsea haven't played particularly well, and he himself took himself out of the England picture, didn't he?
I thought he started the season quite well for Chelsea, actually. You know, he scored a couple of goals and looked as though he was the one. Now, if he carries on in that vein, he'll get back in the England squad, because he's done nothing but good things for Gareth and for this England team. You know, and plus on the other side of that as well, you look at the Euros a couple of years ago, Raheem was one of our better players.
He was. But he's not here tonight, not in the squad. So Raheem Sterling just got to keep doing what we know he can do at club level, and maybe he'll make it to that Euros squad that England hope to qualify for here tonight as the players enter the arena. England and Italy coming out at Wembley, and we all know what happened last time that happened, and it wasn't good. Referee holds the ball in the palm of his hands, meets up with his linesman as the players make their way behind their flags, the St George Cross and the Italian flag, the green, white and red, to our right, as Wembley is looking very, very full. The England crest held aloft over the centre circle as we get ready for the national anthems. Italy first, the rousing Brothers of Italy.
Per gli inni nazionali d'Italia e Inghilterra.
wasn't indeed. Spalletti was belting that one out. That's the Italian anthem, and now God Save the King. England-Italy at Wembley. The memory is still fresh. The memory is still too fresh. Time to make a new one. England against Italy, live from Wembley, with former England captain Stuart Pearce and TalkSport's England commentator Jim Proudfoot.
Thank you, Adrian. And how different the feel of Wembley tonight to that hot, sultry July evening 2 years ago. England's day of destiny, the air heavy with unease and stifling trepidation and ultimately regret. But tonight, England can harvest the seeds of success sown in Naples. Avoid defeat, and they are in the European Championships. Qualification sealed for an 8th successive major tournament. The Italians themselves will tell you that's not a record not to be sniffed at. And the Three Lions have been in charge of the group since March's win in Naples, I beg your pardon. When a bravura first half display was followed by a nerve-shredding second. 10 men hanging on to strike a significant blow in the group. Now that was one of only 4 victories England have enjoyed against sides placed higher than them in the ELO rankings since Gareth Southgate took charge. The two countries are now the other way round, but clearly success is moulded by how they perform against other teams in the top 10. The Azzurri still fall into that category, but not since the early days of the Roman Empire have the Italians been in such a constant phase of rebuilding. There's a different architect on the job too now, with the Mancini blueprint being discarded, Luciano Spalletti taking the reins, fresh from leading Napoli to their first Scudetto in a generation. This, the first discernible test for his new-look team, and it's not overly laced with jeopardy. Even if they lose tonight, they'll still qualify with a win against Ukraine in Leverkusen next month. But whilst this game isn't the be-all and end-all, the psychological impact of victory for the winners would be significant. It could have a material effect too. Finishing top of the group does matter. It will affect the seedings for the tournament itself. And England know that victories in each of their last 3 games will send them into that draw as top seeds. That's the clear aim. So if Italy away shape the entire group, Italy at home can go a long way towards shaping the tournament. But before kick-off here and in every UEFA qualifier tonight, there's a moment of silence in memory of all of the members of the European football family killed in recent days in Europe and Israel.
Member nations Israel and Sweden that will start and end on the referee's whistle. Vi invitiamo per chi può ad alzarvi e osservare un minuto di silenzio a partire dal fischio dell'arbitro in memoria di tutti i membri della famiglia del calcio europeo, delle nazioni UEFA, Israele e Svezia, i nostri uccisi negli ultimi giorni.
Referee tonight is Clément Turpin from France. He oversaw the darkest footballing hour for each of these sides over the last 18 months. England's home defeat to Hungary and Italy's World Cup qualifying playoff defeat to North Macedonia. These are the teams: Pickford in goal for England, Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier, Phillips, Rice, Bellingham, Foden, Kane and Rashford. For Italy in all blue, Donnarumma, Di Lorenzo, Scalvini, Acerbi, Udogi, Barella, Cristante, Frattesi, Berardi, Scamacca, El Shaarawy. It's a night to take a point and make one too. Payback's been mentioned by England players with a score to settle as they face Italy at Wembley for the first time since the Euros. Avoid defeat tonight And the Three Lions are through to Germany 2024 for another crack at glory. England in all white, kick from left to right, as they did in the first half of that final some 2 years ago. 828 days on, will the result be any different? England defending the east stand of Wembley away to our left-hand side. I'm delighted to say alongside me is the former England captain, Stuart Pearce.
Evening, Jim. We've got a super game in front of us, I think. That was a poor challenge there.
Over on the far touchline,
Chris Phillips actually just a bit late,
a bit high.
Di Lorenzo, I think, just dipped his head down and just managed to pull away in time. Yep, as I was saying, fantastic game in front of us. We put ourselves in a good position in the group, and Gareth and everyone concerned will be hoping we finish the job off tonight and get qualified tonight.
Well, it will only take a draw. And Donnarumma from inside his own penalty area passes it down to the left-hand side of the box for Acerbi. Played forwarded by the bearded centre-half, and England win it back with Harry Maguire doing well to step up from the defensive line and feed Foden. Foden starting on the right-hand side for England with Marcus Rashford over on the left. And Declan Rice on the edge of the centre circle is in possession, just bringing John Stones into it. It's a confident, competent start this by England. Harry Maguire's name being sung by the England fans around us. Stones down towards Foden. Spalletti talking in his pre-match press conference about the fact that possession will be so important in games like this for Italy. I don't think too many are anticipating that the Italians will have the majority of the ball tonight. It's just a question of what England will be able to do with it. In such good form in terms of qualification games. They've won 21 of the last 23 matches in qualification for the Euros. Unbeaten in 35 qualifiers at home, all told. And that's a run that stretches back to 2007, since Croatia picked up a win which stopped England reaching the 2008 Euros. It rained that night, you might remember. Here's Kyle Walker on a decent meteorological night tonight. Walker, right-hand side of the penalty area, standing up a ball towards the far post, which is headed away by Di Lorenzo. Back out towards the England left-hand side, where it's swept by Foden back towards Rice. And now Stones. Foden showing for the ball into feet, and it's played into them. Back for Calvin Phillips now. Calvin Phillips just jinking a little ball forward towards Jude Bellingham and getting an immediate return. And now Rice will play it out to the England left-hand side for Rashford, who comes into this without a goal in 9 games for club and country. Back for Maguire again. Maguire on the edge of the centre circle. And now Declan Rice has it once more. And it's been a good exercise in possession in the early stages. 3 minutes gone, and the Italians have barely had a kick, Stuart.
Well, they certainly have. I mean, that last forage down the right-hand side from Walker and his cross, emulated from the left-hand side of our penalty box. 15 passes and a brilliant cross by Walker.
And now England will come again towards the edge of the penalty area with Bellingham and Rashford linking up. Referee plays the advantage. England still in possession after Rashford was fouled. Bellingham's got it, twisting, turning, standing a ball up to the edge of the 6-yard box. Acerbi very grateful to head that away. And the ball hits the corner flag on its way out. And Jude Bellingham just goes out towards the touchline, tries to whip the crowd up, and then suddenly realises he's in front of the away end. And got a little bit of a stony reaction. Play will go on with Kyle Walker. He did get a bit of volume as anticipated, but not the words necessarily that he had in mind. England have it again with Rice. And Rice will work it out towards that far touchline for Kieran Trippier to make his way forward. Bellingham, really good start this from England. Kane trying to flick it on inside the penalty area. Didn't quite get the angle right for Foden. And the ball ends up in the hands of Donnarumma, but a good tempo about England, good possession, with 4 gone at 0-0.
Yeah, it's always important in a game of football when you've got the ascendancy coming into the game in regard to the points that you've got, the fact that you've beaten Italy. You've got to get on the front foot. I was bemoaning the other night about the fact that we're a little bit too cautious early on. Even in this game, straight away, we've got on the front foot and done a bit of foraging in and around their box and looking so much better.
Goalless through the opening 4.5 minutes here at Wembley, but already deadlock broken at Windsor Park. Here's TalkSport's Denise Watts.
Yes, it's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. The worst possible start from Michael O'Neill's side. Adam Serran with a free kick just outside the box. A lovely, lofty kick into the left-hand corner, top right-hand corner of the net. Sorry, referee Kovacs awarded the free kick after a foul from Jamal Lewis. So here at Windsor Park, it's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Northern Ireland in that group beat San Marino twice. They've lost the other 5 games. Second bottom of the group with 6 points. Earlier in that group, Kazakhstan won 2-1 in Finland. That means that the Finns are in danger of not being able to finish in the top 2. If Slovakia win tonight, that will be the case for them. So a poor start to the night as far as Northern Ireland are concerned. The other game in that group still 0-0 between San Marino and Denmark. And in the EFL Trophy tonight, Colchester 2 up at Cambridge at half-time. Brings you up to date as Declan Rice bringing the ball forward. Now towards Harry Kane on the right touchline, who wins the throw of Destiny Udogie. We do have a choice of listening for you tonight, incidentally. The Scotland game in Lille, away to France, kicks off at 8 o'clock. So just over 6 minutes' time. And that live view over on TalkSport 2. If you've got the app, you can seamlessly swipe between the 2 live games for you tonight. Here on TalkSport, 6 gone, 0-0. And England the better side in the opening stages.
Yeah, they've certainly shown some arrogance on the football. They've moved it at a slow pace, and then when the Italians have come on to put a press on, all of a sudden they up the tempo, up the gear and play through the thirds.
Bellingham's got it. Played forward towards Foden. Bellingham ends up on the deck. It's a Cherby that put in there off the ball. Raises a hand of apology to Bellingham, but probably more pertinently to the referee, Clement Turpin, who smiles at him. Doesn't even wave an admonishing finger, and play is allowed to go on with an England free kick. Phillips playing it back for Rice. Down now towards John Stones. Stones working forward over halfway towards Phil Foden. Back it goes towards Walker, who chips it back to the goalkeeper Jordan Pickford, who will be able to control it. Just to reiterate the mathematics in this group, England only need a draw to qualify. If they win tonight, they have won the group. They're on the front foot here. Kane trying to thread the ball back through. Calvin Phillips was in there, flicking it on towards Marcus Rashford. There's a big handball shout from those in the West Stand. Ball's gone out of play for a corner, which Foden will go across to take. No sense that the VAR Jerome Broussard is in consultation here with the referee. As Calvin Phillips flicked it on, it did come off the chest of Di Lorenzo rather than the arm, having seen a replay. The decision correct, and it will be a corner, which will be taken on the England left-hand side. And the referee now indicating to Foden he should take it. It's a left-footed out-swinging delivery. Stones coming round the back, loops a header back in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. The doggy able to head it clear, and then will chase after his own clearance. And just caught John Stones maybe as Stones try to win it back. Fratese's done well, has turned beautifully through the midfield before another rumbustious Calvin Phillips challenge comes in, and he's going to get himself a yellow card. Clearly very fired up for this game, Calvin Phillips. There were a couple of challenges from him in the opening minute, and that one on 8 minutes has resulted in the first caution of the night.
Yeah, Phillips has read the turn of the Italian, and he really should have got a better challenge away there. He's just missed the ball slightly and caught the Italian, and he should have done a lot better with his challenge. He really should have done. Certainly worth a booking.
Fratese's okay. He's back on his feet and able to continue. And Italy in possession from the free kick, and Acerbi works it forward in towards Scamacca, but he can't hold it up. Back for Fratese. And Fratese will play it out towards the Italian right-hand side for their fullback Di Lorenzo. Now to Scalvini. Scalvini, who's still a teenager. Breakthrough season at Atalanta last year. One of the more unfamiliar names in this Italian setup. Here's Destiny Udogie, and he's caught Phil Foden as the ball was worked square across the halfway line. It was a misjudged under-hit pass. Should have been easy for Udogie. Foden seizing upon it. Read the script. Udogie, as a result of the ball being under hit, got there late. He's caught Foden, and he too is in the book.
Yeah, it was one of those passes. It was between the two. It was a bit slow. Now Udogie's got to make his mind up. He either leaves it alone and backs off, or he goes very, very aggressively and scares the life out of Foden. He done neither and got booked.
Destiny Udogie, the Tottenham man, who's had a really good start to life in the Premier League. his debut for the last 5 minutes for his country on Saturday. He actually played on the left-hand side of central midfield in that game, but playing in his normal left-back role tonight on his full debut. Scamacca with a nice layoff. Fratesi playing it through the midfield. The Italians stringing passes together in England territory for the first time in the game with 10 minutes gone here on TalkSport at 0-0. Now it's played back towards Cristante, who came on as a sub in the final of the Euros. Harry Kane putting the pressure on Scalvini, who just withstood that pressure. Had to play a brisk ball out to the right-hand side for Di Lorenzo and hope for the best. And he goes out of play for a throw. England take that throw quickly. Real zip about them in the early stages. Little 1-2 between Phillips and Foden. And then Phillips is brought down by Barella. And it's a free kick in a central position, about 12 yards outside the box.
Well, when England play at a tempo, the Italians at this moment in time can't live with them. They're doing so well. Their movement, they keep it slow, they slow it down. Then all of a sudden when they do go, and I include the pressing as well. Harry Kane, Bellingham, really good press from the team on that occasion.
Elsewhere, Serbia leading Montenegro 1-0 in Belgrade. Serbia hoping to end the night joint top of the group with Hungary. Hungary win their game in Lithuania. They have qualified. Australia lead New Zealand 1-0 in their friendly at Brentford. And the Scotland game, live on TalkSport 2 away to France, has been delayed because of crowd congestion. That's now an 8-10 kickoff. So England with this first set-piece opportunity. Trippier and Rashford are the two men in white standing over this. And Donnarumma has asked for a 3-man wall, a 4-man wall, which will be just assembled on the edge of the D. Kieran Trippier has only scored once for England in his international career. It's Rashford that takes it, and he swept it over the bar. Got the pace right, just couldn't quite get the dip into the top left-hand corner. Donnarumma had it easily covered. It's out of play, and we're through the opening 12 minutes at 0-0.
Yeah, unfortunate there. A decent strike. He's got it up and down, but just not down quickly enough. If I was him in that position, I would probably have gone for safety and got it on target and gone goalkeeper's side, especially this early stage of the game, and said, look, you're going to have to stop it because it's going to be on target.
Has scored in 3 of his last 4 starts for England, Marcus Rashford, but only the 1 goal for Manchester United so far this season, which came 6 weeks ago against Arsenal. Coming into this on the back of 9 games without a goal for club and country, one of the longer runs of his career. He's got 5 goals in qualifiers in his international career. Harry Kane, on the other hand, has an extraordinary record. 32 qualifying ties played in his career, 37 goals. Now, if he scores again tonight, then he will tie Bobby Charlton's Wembley record for England. It's his 33rd appearance for his country at this stadium. Scored on his debut against Lithuania here back in 2015 and hoping to score a 23rd goal at Wembley to tie Bobby Charlton's all-time record. Ball forward over the top here from Pickford. It's pretty rudimentary Route 1 stuff. Headed away by Acerbi on the edge of the penalty area. It was Route 1, but extraordinarily effective from Pickford. Foden picked up the loose ball, but then couldn't do anything constructive with it. Walker squaring up just for a moment to El Shaarawy, who caught him. El Shaarawy on his international comeback tonight after 2.5 years out of the Azzurri team, and he's keeping a very watchful eye on Kyle Walker making his way forward down the England right. Ball's gone back into England territory where Stones will lay it back for Pickford. And Pickford in all yellow comes out from the back and plays it into the feet of Harry Maguire. Possession at just about 70-30 up to this point in England's favour, although Donnarumma hasn't had a difficult save to make. And so far, I don't think Jordan Pickford's had anything to do at all. Hasn't touched the ball with his hands as yet tonight. Donnarumma chipping the ball away from the edge of his own penalty area. Flicked on by El Shaarawy, comfortably brought down by John Stones. And England will build from the midfield again with Rice. Lofted ball out towards Foden. He gets his dark head to it. Dark hair just nods it down through the midfield towards Phillips. Now a doggy back through the midfield. Layoff from Cristante, playing the way that he's facing, down towards Acerbi. And Barella, trying to calm things down, goes back to his goalkeeper, who's put under immediate pressure by Kane. He turned away from that, then dallied, and Kane almost was in a position to come back and have a second go to rob him of possession. Did play it outside the penalty area eventually, and now having played through the press, the counter-attack could be on for Italy, with a doggy making good ground down the Italian left-hand side. Out towards Stefan El Shaarawy. Right-footed ball across the edge of the area. Rice deflected that one away from immediate danger. But Di Lorenzo can make a good overlapping run. He's inside the penalty area, put in by Scamacca, and Italy lead by a goal to nil. Very much against the run of play, their first meaningful attack. And they've broken down the right-hand side with Di Lorenzo putting a pinpoint ball in towards Scamacca, who didn't rip it up in the Premier League, who never scored an international goal, but he has now, and 15 minutes in, Italy lead at Wembley by a goal to nil.
Well, totally against the run of play there, but I've got to say Udoghi's done brilliantly at left back. A series of 1-2s to get out of a really tight area in his final third, and by the time it's whipped to the far post, Di Lorenzo putting it across, and Scamacca had the easiest of tasks. Right across, it just fell to him right in the centre of the goal, and Italy won up.
So defensively, who's culpable for that? Rashford tried to block the Di Lorenzo cross. Maguire getting drawn towards the near post with the run of Fratesi, and Scamacca coming in behind him unmarked inside the penalty area to be able to get the touch to lash it into the roof of the net.
Yeah, John Stones probably should have freed himself up just to get onto Scamacca. But I've got to say, Udoghi has done brilliantly for the Italians there from a very tight sort of defensive position. He started the attack, and once he went past the press, that created the opportunity. And this is, for me, not a bad thing for England. You know, that we'll see some character within the group now, and the Italians will be a tough nut to crack, I'm sure.
Well, just as England took an early lead in Naples around the 13-minute mark, just a couple of minutes after that, Scamacca has put the ball in the net here, and it's England 0, Italy 1. Leading between the two sides on English soil at Molineux back in the ill-fated Nations League campaign last year. Saw a goalless draw. England winning 2-1 in Naples back in March. It was Declan Rice that gave them the lead that day with Harry Kane scoring what ultimately proved to be the winner from the penalty spot just before half-time. So England with work to do. Don't concede too many first-half goals. In fact, of the last 24 they've conceded, that's only the 7th that has been scored before half-time. Walker back towards John Stones, and Stones will bring him forward towards the edge of the centre circle, in towards the feet of Calvin Phillips. Phillips to Walker. Walker back towards Stones again. And then Stones will just wait for a few options to present themselves ahead of him in the midfield. Jude Bellingham makes a run. The ball goes into the feet of Phil Foden. It's a great turn by Foden, getting away from Udoghi, and then trying to ride the challenge which came in from Cristante, but he couldn't do so. And Barella wins it back and flights it out towards the far touchline for Berardi. Berardi with an opportunity now to run at Kieran Trippier. Checks, turns inside onto his left foot, but doesn't deliver. Now plays it back for Barella. Out it goes to Di Lorenzo. Barella taking it out towards the touchline. It's all getting very tight in close quarters out on that far side, but Italy able to win it back, and Acerbi will be able to play it past the Udoghi and down to the left flank for El Shaarawy. England with everybody bar Kane behind the ball just for a moment. Acerbi, Bellingham putting the pressure on him, but he's dispensed with the ball and lays it down towards the right hand side for Di Lorenzo. Berardi has it again, looking to hook one over the top. Kyle Walker head back and was able just to brush it away. Then it's back in from El Shaarawy, and well defended again by Kyle Walker, just to shepherd the ball after a poor first touch so that Pickford could come out and claim it.
Yeah, I think a couple of things with England. It's important. Bellingham's got the freedom playing in that number 10 role to get forward, but when it breaks down, it's important that he gets back and gets in contact with his midfield so we don't get overloaded. And also as well, Jim, I think it's really important that we don't just have three forwards looking back towards their own goal. They've got to stretch the Italians in behind. We've done it a couple of times. Don't get in a habit of just playing straight to feet. It will just draw the Italians onto us like we've just seen.
Yeah, the ball played into the feet of Kane, who was retreating, and he couldn't clean it up. Barella's got it, little backheel flick from him, and Kane and Maguire between them are able to get the ball away. Udoghi picking it up on halfway. The Italians certainly buoyed by that early goal. And even if they lose tonight, the Italians would still be able to qualify with a win against Ukraine in Leverkusen next month. But if they were to win tonight, it keeps alive their hopes of winning the group. England, remember, only need a positive result to seal qualification this evening. 2 games coming up in November, both of which will bring you live on TalkSport, and they offer an ample safety net. Malta at home and then North Macedonia away. Games which take place on November the 17th and 20th respectively. We've got both of them live for you on TalkSport. Here's Jude Bellingham. England hoping to get the job done tonight. So too Hungary elsewhere. A win for them tonight in the qualifier, but they're a goal down in Lithuania early on. Elsewhere, Serbia leading by a goal to nil against Montenegro. 0-0 San Marino against Denmark. Northern Ireland still a goal down at home to Slovenia. Australia leading New Zealand in their friendly by a goal to nil. That France-Scotland game live on TalkSport 2 will be kicking off in just a couple of minutes' time. It's been slightly delayed. This one has reached the 20-minute mark, and Scamacca's goal on 15 has given the Italians the lead. Trippier bringing the ball forward down the England left-hand side. An opportunity for Rashford to check. Lays it back for Bellingham. Declan Rice will be able to bring it forward. And Rice is linking up with Marcus Rashford again. The Italians very well disciplined, as any Spalletti side is. 2 banks of 3 in front of the bank of 4. And just shuffling across obediently till Scamacca takes matters into his own hands and fouls John Stones. And it's a free kick which will be taken by England in the right back position, but about 15 yards inside Italian territory. Taken by Walker, back for Phillips. England trailing 1-0.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing at the moment, when England mix their game up a little bit, go long on occasion or have runs in behind, they're a big problem. Play at high tempo for the Italians. They can't just play the ball into feet and be safe coming back towards their own goal. We saw Harry Kane get dispossessed and all of a sudden a potential problem. So you have to turn them round as well as receive defeat.
Bellingham plays it in towards Rashford, who stayed down injured after a heavy challenge on him. The referee didn't see anything wrong with the challenge. Rashford will now get back to his feet. The ball 30 yards away from him as a doggy plays it down to the left-hand side for Barella, and his ball forward. Intended for El Shaarawy is deflected away for a throw that the Italians will take on the left-hand touchline. It's England 0, Italy 1 here on TalkSport.
Yeah, these are the games we spoke earlier about. Marcus Rashford, potential games that you can grab the game by the scruff of the neck. He is the one in the England front line that has got something slightly different from Kane and Foden. He's got the blistering pace to run across the line and dart in behind. He's got to utilise that ability.
Now El Shaarawy with a good ball back through the midfield. Fratesi is able to pick it up. He's got Berardi in support on the right-hand side of the penalty area. Ball into the feet of Scamacca, who's able to turn and get a left-footed shot in, and that was close. Well, where was this Scamacca when he was on the books of West Ham? Because he's been troublesome tonight. He's already got a goal, and he picked that one up with his back to the direction of play, and it was a brilliant turn on a sixpence on the edge of the D, and his left-footed shot whistled past Pickford's left-hand post.
Well, I remember David Moyes saying to me about Scamacca, he's got dynamite in his boots, and I think we saw a little excerpt of that just then. He unloaded one with his left foot. Luckily for England, no direction.
Yeah, he's been good tonight. Dynamite in his boots at West Ham, but they could never find the fuse. Here's Rashford. That's a decent ball through from Bellingham. Rashford's got it again, left-hand side of the penalty area. Blue shirts all around him. Takes it down towards the byline and then out towards the corner flag. Di Lorenzo has gone out there with him. But England's still in possession. Good movement comes from Jude Bellingham. And it's deflected off him, and he might get a second opportunity to try and deliver across, but it's knocked away by Cristante. And England then hope that they get the decision from the referee of the corner. They haven't. It's a goal kick, well defended by Di Lorenzo as he tried to play it back in field. It just took a little brush off Bellingham on its way over the line and out for a goal kick that Donnarumma will take.
It's really important that England don't lose their shape. Yes, we need a goal out of the game. We can wait till the 89th minute for that goal. But we've got to make sure we don't lose our shape. So when the Italians attack us, we've got Kane up front, we've got Foden up front, we've got Bellingham, we've got Rashford, and too much distance to be covered by just 2 holding midfield players.
It's worth pointing out at this stage, with England trailing by a goal to nil, that there's a big difference between England losing this by 1 and losing it by 2, because the head-to-head record will come into play. And if England were to lose by 1, then that means that the head-to-head between the two nations would be identical, so it would go to goal difference in the group overall, in which England would have a major advantage over the Italians. But if they were to lose by 2, then the Italians nudge ahead on the head-to-head record, and that means that England England's fate essentially would be out of their own hands if they were to lose tonight. It would take Italy up to 13 points from 6 games, and England would also have 13 points from their 6. It wouldn't cause a problem in terms of qualification, but it would in terms of winning the group. And if England don't win the group, the chances are that they will be 3rd seeds. They might end up being 2nd seeds in the qualification group, but the way that everything will work, to be in the top group of seeds, England have got to finish top of the group. They've got to have one of the 5 best records of the group winners. 7 points in the final 3 matches may well be enough for that. Certainly will be if Hungary drop any more points in their campaign, and they're losing tonight. But England really need to win each of the last 3 matches to make sure that they're guaranteed a place in the top seeds. They're trailing at the moment with a goal by Scamacca against the run of play. The Italians have played their best football since going ahead. England have got to make sure they don't lose their way after a very bright start. And now Calvin Phillips picks up the ball in the midfield, but only after a foul by Trippier, who's caught Fratesi, and it's going to be a free kick which the Italians will take in their own half of the centre circle. 25 gone, and it's Italy leading, courtesy of that goal from Scamacca.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Italians have gained in confidence with their play. First 15 minutes, certainly they were shaken by England's ability to cut through them, and then after that, the goal, it's amazing. The goal gives you confidence, gives you lift, and probably they can sit back a little bit and let England have the ball in comfort.
Now that France-Scotland game is now underway, incidentally. It's live view right now over on TalkSport 2. Game taking place in Lille tonight. And Alex Crook and Quincy Wellamo talking you through the action of that one live on TalkSport 2 right now. Calvin Phillips playing it back for Harry Maguire. Being right inside his own half. Murmurs of discontent from the England fans there, just wanting a little bit more tempo and incision, and the ball to be played forward, all a little bit conservative from England for a moment. Stones will now do well to retain possession and work it off to his left-hand side for Rice. Rice to Foden, who showed for it. Rice then gets the return ball, plays it out towards Trippier. Left-hand side of the penalty area. Chance to deliver, just too high for Bellingham. Cleared out only as far as Walker, who didn't shoot. He's just trying to hook a ball in towards the far post. Headed away by Di Lorenzo. Back comes the cross, heading down, and Donnarumma just dives down to his right-hand side in time to make the save. That was better from England. Headed down towards the far post, but Donnarumma made a comfortable save from Jude Bellingham.
Yeah, it was Bellingham who got his head on it, done really well to get his head on it, but no power whatsoever. Donnarumma just went across and just dived on the ball. A comfortable save for him. And England have just got to work out when to play slowly and when to play quickly. For little give and goes, they're losing their Italian markers time and time again. But they've got to slow the game down, then up the tempo really quickly. If they do that regularly enough tonight, we'll get back in the game.
Well, you're listening to England against Italy on TalkSport. The Italians leading it by a goal to nil. After us, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy will be taking your calls on the sports bar as Bellingham tries to get in here. Now he's gone down, and the referee's given a penalty. It was an excellent run. Bellingham getting goal side. It was a lunging challenge which came in on him. A mistimed one, just catching Jude Bellingham on the left leg. And Di Lorenzo has given the penalty to England, who will have a chance to equalise from the spot.
Well, I was just saying about that quick give and go. It was causing the Italians a problem. And I'm not sure the recovery challenge by Di Lorenzo. No, I'm not sure it's anything other than a penalty.
Yeah, they don't like the decision. The Italians telling the referee to make sure that he's listening to everything the VAR has to say. But the replay that we've seen suggests that the lunge just didn't get any of the ball at all. The flight of the ball along the ground wasn't deviating at all after the challenge, and Di Lorenzo did make contact with Bellingham.
Exactly, not enough to be overturned anyway, that is for sure, and the letter of the law would suggest this is going to stand. But as I was saying earlier, Jim, those quick give and goes, the Italians are struggling to deal with them, and it was Bellingham who got in behind. Interaction with Kane.
Just seeing another replay of it now as he slides in. There is no contact with the ball, Di Lorenzo. I think the Italians feel that Bellingham made the most of it, and that there was no significant contact with the leg of Bellingham, that he was already on the way down and initiated the contact himself. Certainly this is a long VAR check.
Yeah, I think that's the one. There was no contact on the ball, but was Bellingham on his way down beforehand?
Well, VAR is Jerome Brissard, and he's still in discussion with the referee Clément Turpin. Was it a clear and obvious error? I have to say, having seen the replay from a couple of angles, I think if the penalty hadn't been given initially, I don't think the VAR would be giving it and telling him to have a look at the monitor. But they've come to a conclusion. It is check complete. It's going to be a yellow card for Di Lorenzo for the challenge, and it is a penalty to England. And a number of the Italian contingent are not happy. But it gives Harry Kane the opportunity for another milestone goal. A chance for him to be the first England player to reach 60 goals for his country. Scored the winning penalty when these two sides met in Naples, and he has a chance to get England back on level terms here. Just puffs out his chest, he's put the ball down. Donnarumma at the moment standing motionless inside his goal. Just make his way forward. Eventually, when he gets around to it, Kane has taken a 3-4 step run up here. Makes his way back to the end of his mark. The familiar addressing of the ball. Same old repertoire as always, same result as usual. Harry Kane fires it in to the top right-hand corner with Donnarumma diving the other way. 60 international goals for Harry Kane, who scores from the spot. No England player has ever scored more at Wembley now than the captain. And England are back on level terms. Kane from the penalty spot. It's 1-1.
Well, no more than England deserve on the run of play, there's no doubt about that. When England raise the tempo and go through the thirds, they look a real threat to the Italians. Good play to force the penalty, and Harry Kane, side foot, probably about halfway up the goal. Goalkeeper wrong way. A wonderful goal and a wonderful goal scorer.
38 goals in 33 qualifying games. 23 goals at Wembley in 33 games, tying Sir Bobby Charlton's record set back in the 1960s, who got 22 in 44. And 8 years after he scored on his debut against Lithuania here back in 2015, Kane ties another England milestone. 60 goals for his country is an extraordinary feat, particularly 60 goals in 87 games.
Absolutely incredible when you consider he's led the line for so many years now, and an England team without Harry Kane is sort of unthinkable.
That's his 21st successful penalty for his country as well, out of 25. Ball worked down the Italian left-hand side by Udogie to find El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy able to come over the halfway line. Udogie continued his run, but they couldn't get it back into his feet, and England will be able to turn. Bellingham playing it forward here for Phil Foden. Bellingham increasingly influential. Foden goes down, no foul. The ball retrieved by Spalletti from inside the technical area. Hands it to Udogie, throw taken quickly. Italy trying to get on the front foot very quickly with Berardi. Berardi cutting it onto his left foot. Shot through the penalty area, which almost found Scamacca, but was beaten away by the England back line. Bellingham then goes down in the midfield, but play is allowed to continue. And Udogie with another decent run forward into the feet on the edge of the penalty area before it slipped in behind El Shaarawy. And out of play for a throw that Kyle Walker will take. El Shaarawy thought that took a deflection, but it will be an England throw. And a chance just to gather breath, really, 11 minutes before half-time. England won, Italy won the scoreline, and that, good enough for qualification.
Yeah, we've got a game on our hands worthy of where the group and the standings of the group are, and two big nations going head to head here, and there'll be a few more twists and turns, I'm sure, before this game sees its result.
Harry Kane just bundles into his marker Cherby on the halfway line as he was trying to get on the end of Kyle Walker's long throw, and a free kick already taken by the Italians. Already, from what we've seen in the opening 34 minutes, though, plenty to get your teeth into, good and bad from an England perspective, and you can do that on the Sports Bar, which follows us, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy, taking your calls tonight. And of course, within that programme, we'll hear from Gareth Southgate with our England correspondent Faye Carruthers. We'll hear from the headline makers as well. day of destiny as far as England are concerned. The scoreline at the moment good enough, and it might get better in a moment as the ball's flicked on towards Foden, who, having taken it one side of the doggy, tried to work it the other, then goes down inside the penalty area, and the referees put whistle to mouth and found in favour of the Italians. Now, was there a handball from Foden on the way through? Was his arm being pulled back? Free kick taken really quickly. But you're just seeing a replay of it now, Stu. It was an excellent quick break. Phil Foden making his way forward. Was there any foul on him? Get your views on that in a moment. Scamacca plays it to the other end. Di Lorenzo's ball in and it's turned just wide. Coming to meet it at the near post was Fratesi, the defending good enough to bund it away for an Italian corner.
Yeah, firstly there, the Italians are working that right-hand side for them, our left back. That is the area they keep overloading and keep getting in, whether Rashford's got to drop back and help out a little bit, but there's an overload down this side. That's where the first goal come from, and we've had that on a couple of occasions now. Up the other end, the Foden situation, it was interesting that Foden didn't really claim a penalty, but it certainly looked like handball.
So in comes the Italian corner, the first of the night, and it's just taken a touch on Maguire's head and goes out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Italy left-hand side. Over on TalkSport 2, Scotland have taken the lead away to France in Lille. Billy Gilmour has scored that goal. It's live for you right now on TalkSport 2. And Billy Gilmour, who's never scored a club goal in his career, scores for Scotland away to France. It's France 0, Scotland 1, and commentary continues right now over on TalkSport 2. Here on TalkSport, 9 minutes to go to half-time. England back on level terms with Harry Kane's penalty after Scamacca had given the Italians the lead. 1-1 the scoreline here at Wembley. Scalvini down towards Di Lorenzo, whose yellow card incidentally means he'll be suspended for Italy's next match, which is at home to North Macedonia, their penultimate game in this group. They then go to Germany to take on Ukraine on November the 20th on the potentially crucial match day 8 within this Group C. Remember, if tonight is a draw, England only need to win either of the last 2 games to guarantee that they have won the group. Draw tonight, the ultimate step towards qualification and the penultimate step towards winning the group. They're in possession, and are in possession of the place in the finals as things stand right now. John Stones is able to bring it forward and find Calvin Phillips. Phillips retreating, just gets the ball and is able to turn, and faced up by Scamacca. Lays it down to the England right-hand side for Stones. Stones getting towards halfway and seeing out of the corner of his eye Bellingham making another excellent run forward between the centre-half Scalvini and the right-back Di Lorenzo. He didn't play the ball. England do now work it out towards the right-hand side for Walker. Great run from him and a beautiful kill of the ball just to divert it into the path of Harry Kane. Kane works it back towards halfway for John Stones. Stones in possession. Plays it down to Kyle Walker. Back for Stones again. Maguire to his left. And England will just try and draw a little bit of Italian pressure in order to create a bit of space upfield here for Declan Rice. Rice has given it away. Sorry, Stuart. And the opportunity for the Italians to bring it forward. They too have surrendered possession very cheaply. Fratesi unable to control it, and England now will work it forward with Stones out towards Rashford. First touch not the best, but had the pace to remedy that and keep it in. Running at Di Lorenzo, gets to the corner of the penalty area. Cristante is back to tag team with Di Lorenzo, and they're going to be able to get it away and find Fratesi, and now Italy will be able to calm things down at the back with Acerbi.
Yeah, I think if Marcus Rashford wants to stop Di Lorenzo going forward, probably the best thing to do is pick the ball up and run at him. So there's nothing worse than, here we go, Di Lorenzo's off again, and he's got to make sure that he tracks him back if he does go. Otherwise, as we've seen a couple of times already, Trippier gets overloaded and gets 2-on-1.
The other game in this group tonight at Takali, Malta 1, Ukraine 0 is the latest score. So that's music to the ears of both of these teams. Here's Cristante, now Fratesi, wearing 17. It's just worked to his right-hand side. He's got it back. Left-footed effort is well blocked by John Stones, stepping up for the defensive line. And Fratesi's effort ricochets back off Stones towards halfway. Then they work it forward and try and get into the figure Scamacca, but Phillips stretches out a left leg to stop that happening. England will be able to break, and all of a sudden it's 3 against 3. And Phil Foden motors forward. Harry Kane to his right-hand side. Bellingham and Rashford to his left, and there's another strong challenge coming in on Bellingham inside the penalty area. And play has to be stopped because both of the players are down. Bellingham's holding his head, and there's concern for both of the players involved inside the box. I think Scalvini, the Italian. Bellingham just faced him up, tried to flick it past him, and they just ran into each other.
Yeah, literally, Bellingham's dropped a little gip over, if you like, flicked his right leg over the ball, and all of a sudden both players are running and collided face to face. So referee's done extremely well stopping the action here.
Well, this might be a lengthier stoppage. Concussion protocol dictates that both players are going to have a pretty extensive check here, which will allow me the opportunity to reiterate what's going on elsewhere. Benjamin Pavard's just equalised for France in that game against Scotland, which is live for you right now over on TalkSport 2. So 1-1, and the Scottish League, courtesy of Billy Gilmore, lasted only 4 minutes. The other big friendly tonight, Australia 1, New Zealand 0. That's a game taking place at Brentford, and it's Harry Souttar of Leicester City that has scored that goal. In the qualifiers tonight, Serbia 1, Montenegro 1. Denmark have just taken the lead away to San Marino, but it's taken them 43 minutes to break through. It's still Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. It's Rasmus Højlund, incidentally, who's got that goal for Denmark, just confirmed. The Manchester United man scoring. I think that's his 7th of this qualification campaign. Ukraine have equalised away to Malta very quickly. Malta 1, Ukraine 1. Hungary, who has mentioned a couple of times, can qualify tonight if they win, but they're 2 down in Lithuania. This one is England 1, Italy 1. We've got 4 minutes to go to half-time. So you just sum up for us what you've seen, the ebbs and flows of the game. England with a bright start. Italy scoring against the run of play. Then they played their best football. But England getting themselves back into it with a Harry Kane penalty, and they've been the better side since it's gone to 1-1.
Yeah, the overview really is England have been the better side. There's no doubt about that. But the Italians have foraged down their right-hand side and have got overloads and delivered the ball into the box, and that's been where the problem lies. That's been where one of the goal has come from for Italy, and a couple of other instances as well. So it's important that either Rashford tracks Di Lorenzo back, or certainly a midfield player's got to get across very, very quickly to stop Trippier getting overloaded 2-1.
Well, it's great to see that Bellingham and Scalvini are both fine, and they're back on their feet, back on the field, able to continue. And Scalvini's in possession as Italy were given the drop ball to restart play. We've got 4 minutes to go to half-time, 3 minutes to go to half-time. There'll probably be another 3 added, I would imagine. A lengthy VAR check, and there was a stoppage of a good 90 seconds, couple of minutes there. Walker heads the ball down. Destiny Udogie able to pick it up for Italy. Plays it down the touchline. The offside flag, though, is up against Nicolo Barella, who made his way forward. Barella, who scored against Belgium in the quarterfinals of the Euros, you might remember. He's one of the players starting tonight who did start the final against England here back in July 2021. He's offside, and it's a free kick that England will take on the right-hand side of their own box. In fact, Stones is going to leave it for Jordan Pickford to come forward to take it. So the group as it stands at the moment, England 14 from 6, Italy 11 from 6, Ukraine 11 from 7, North Macedonia 7 from 6, and Malta 1 from 7. That's the group as it stands at the moment. That is enough for England to be qualifying tonight. Here's Kane, chesting down a long ball forward. Good ball slipped to his left-hand side. Rashford, the angle's tight. Goalkeeper makes a comfortable save in the end. Donnarumma, he had to get down quickly and beat it away, and puts it out for England's first corner.
Yeah, good play there. I think it's really important England don't play at a slow tempo. A slow tempo supports these attacks. It's good for them. The central defenders are slow. I think England have got the beating of them, but don't play into a slow rhythm of football, because we're at our best when we up the tempo, give and goes, quick play, and a great effort there by Rashford and a good save.
6 in white inside the penalty area for a corner that was fired in towards the near post, but took too heavy a little flick from Jude Bellingham at the near post and goes over the dead ball line out for a goal kick, which Donnarumma will take. Half-time, Australia leading New Zealand by a goal to 0. France 1, Scotland 1 over on TalkSport 2 for you right now. Coming up at the weekend, a couple of belting Premier League games. A Merseyside derby, live and exclusive to TalkSport, 12:30 on Saturday. Game day exclusive. Build-up starts at 11 ahead of a 12:30 kick-off. Liverpool against Everton. Manchester United and Sheffield United both in desperate needs of points for different reasons. They meet at Bramall Lane in a game that kicks off at 8 It's at 8 o'clock Saturday night, Sheffield United against Manchester United, and that also live here on TalkSport on Saturday. Here's Declan Rice, able to bring the ball forward now for England, 10 yards inside his own half. Plays it out to the England left for Trippier, and it comes back for Stones. Stones more than happy just to slow things down to a literal standstill for a moment. And then, as the pressure began to be applied from Scamacca, he laid it off to his left for Maguire. Maguire with the long ball forward that Bellingham stretched but couldn't reach. And Italy win it back and get it back for Donnarumma. We go into 3 added minutes at the end of this first half here on TalkSport, on a night where Scotland are being held in their friendly in France, and Northern Ireland are a goal down at the moment at home to Slovenia. And England 1, Italy 1's the scoreline here at Wembley, a result that would see England qualify for the Euros. Scalvini, wearing 19-year-old out towards Di Lorenzo. Back through the midfield from him to the experienced Brian Cristante. Cristante to Scalvini again. Just takes a touch forward. He's got a nervousness about him, I think, in terms of appearance as opposed to genuine nervousness about his play. Very, very competent player, but when he has possession, he works the ball quickly from left foot to right and back again with a sort of a nervous style about him. Now he plays it down towards Cherby. Cherby to his left foot, Barella. One of the several Inter Milan players in this Italian squad. Scalvini's got it again. Scalvini of Atalanta playing it forward. Cristante down towards Destiny Udogi. Udogi to El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy faced up by Kyle Walker. Has done well to flick it back through the midfield. El Shaarawy with another little 1-2, and that one worked well as well with Berardi. Now he comes back down towards the left-hand side for Barella. Barella just slowing things down for a moment under pressure from Phil Foden. Back for the Cherby. But everybody apart from Donnarumma is in England territory as the Italians try and force an opportunity to get themselves ahead before half-time. Scamacca back through the midfield and down towards Udogi. Foden thought for a moment he was going to be able to cut that out, but he couldn't, and sensed that in time before diving in. Berardi back for Udogi, and it's a decent save. Diving to his left, Pickford got a hand to it to beat it away. Di Lorenzo then on the turn gets a right-footed shot, and that took a deflection, sails away, out of play I think for an Italian corner. Jordan Pickford's had very little to do, but Destiny Udogi's tested him there.
It's that man, Udogi again. He set the first goal up with his give and go, and he's done exactly the same again, but further up the pitch. And he was one who's created the opportunity for himself. And it's the give and goes that are losing players for both teams, to be quite honest with you. As I say, just a little flick round.
Berardi taking this corner, and a flick header at the near post from Cherby goes over the bar.
Yeah, as I say, it's quick little give and goes, fast tempo pace, and he's losing defenders of both teams at present.
So what do England do to be able to counter that? How do they defend those situations more effectively?
Well, I think the best way to defend it, if I'm being honest with you, Jim, is put the opposition on the back foot and play at a slightly higher tempo and more forthright going forward. As the game's ticking on at the moment, I think of an overview of 45 minutes, we are the better side. But when we play at a slow tempo, I think it suits the Italians slightly.
And that's half-time, and England are on level terms, and that ultimately will be enough tonight. Harry Kane's penalty on 32 minutes after a foul by Di Lorenzo on Bellingham, getting England back on level terms after Scamacca had given Italy the lead. Plenty to like about England's performance. A few things that Gareth Southgate will be concerned about as well. It's a better performance tonight than that we saw against Australia. And the bottom line is the result is good enough. England 45 minutes away from qualification. Half-time, it's 1-1.
Yeah, it was 1-1 in the Euro final here between these two, but there'll be no penalty shootout if it stays like this. Instead, there will be that prize, that golden prize of qualification for the Euros for England as the players make their way down the tunnel. And you said, Stuart Pearce, that when England went 1-0 down, they had the chance to show some character. They did just that. You also said, after Kane scored the penalty, that when England raise the tempo, that's when they look a threat, and maybe they could do that a little bit more often.
I would totally agree. Sometimes when I watch England, I think, and I'm talking about some of the bigger games we played in against France and against various other teams as well, you sat there, you're thinking, go and get hold of this game and really, in boxing terms, put one on their chin. and I think we play reasonably, I wouldn't say conservatively, I think we've done quite well within the game, but I would like us to come and literally roll the Italians over with real athleticism, because I think we are exactly that, a very, very athletic side that can play at high tempo and high revs. When we do it, we've cut through the Italians. Don't do it as regularly enough as I would like.
Now, you played left back many times for England. I want to know, if you were Kieran Trippier at left back tonight, what would you be saying to Marcus Rashford in that first half?
Well, I would certainly want to know why I've got two players coming down my wing, because that seems to be the area of the pitch, certainly early on, certainly for the goal, that the overload come from, you know. So it'd be interesting to sort of look back on how the goals come from and chances created down that right hand side, because if you're even numbers and get beat, you can live with that. When they're overloading you as a fullback, you start to look round and say, hey, I need a bit of help here.
Yeah, the goal itself that Italy scored, listen, it's a well-worked goal. They pass the ball quickly, they move it between themselves very quickly from one side of the pitch to the other as well. Maybe Declan Rice could have cut out a cross-field ball in front of the penalty area. Maybe it was just too much in front of him. But Scamacca's unmarked in the box, and you're looking around. Phillips is behind him. I don't know if he should be a midfield runner chasing him. Harry Maguire's gone with the near post runner, which you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's meant to do that. He points behind him as he goes with the runner, saying Scamacca's here, somebody get him, but nobody does.
Yeah, eventually we've ended up getting overloaded. People were getting there too late, and the next one in line to get across to deal with Scamacca was John Stones, and obviously there was a gap between 2 or 3 yards, and he had the easiest of chances to tap in, but we sort of got picked off a little bit. And some people say, why do we need 2 holding midfield players? We got picked open with 2 holding midfield players. If you only got 1, you might have a big problem.
Yeah, definitely. A word on Calvin Phillips. First minute, he was fairly barged off the ball by an Italian. He didn't like it. His boot then went into the head of an opponent. In the 8th minute, he fouled Frattesi, went crunching in on him and got a yellow card. It reminded me, it was a mild version of Gazza in the 91 Cup final in which you scored. He seemed to be so fired up and pumped up for the game that he just went too far too quick.
Well, the other side of that is potentially the lack of match fitness made him slightly late and his timing out slightly with the challenge, because there's no doubt he should have taken the booking that he encountered. I think you should take that ball cleanly. He just mistimed it slightly. Whether that's lack of match action, potentially, who knows, but he'll be disappointed with that.
Well, England won't be disappointed if it stays like this. 1-1 is enough to secure qualification for the European Championships next summer. Northern Ireland won't be there. They're in action tonight and they're losing again. Denise Watson.
Yes, thanks, Adrian. Half-time here at Windsor Park. It's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. A nightmare start for Michael O'Neill's side. Slovenia's Adam Siren with a very classy free kick on 5 minutes from the edge of the area. Peacock Farrell failing to get the tips of his fingers to it. 1-0. On 18 minutes, Jamal Lewis fancied his chances from 25 yards out, but he scuffed it wide. Then some atrocious defending from debutant Owen Toole allowed Benjamin Sisko in for a chance 6 yards out. 2-0. So we thought, but VAR judged him to be offside. A get-out-of-jail card for the home side. And I have to say the Green and White Army are being pretty vocal here tonight about some of the refereeing decisions. After that nervy start, Northern Ireland lucky to have kept it to just a goal. It's a bit fractured and a bit tense here, but still all to play for. At half-time, it's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Well, let's give you the latest in the qualifiers for the European Championship. England 1, Italy 1. Second half coming up live on TalkSport. Ukraine have turned it around. They're 2-1 up away to Malta at half-time. They were 1 down for a long period in that first half. In Group G, Lithuania 2, Hungary 0. Hungary with a win qualified tonight, but the 2 down. Serbia 1, Montenegro 1. Alexander Mitrovic on the mark for Serbia. Qualifying Group H, it finished Finland 1, Kazakhstan 2. Northern Ireland a goal down, as you just heard, and Denmark 1 up away to San Marino. Could qualify tonight, the Danes. Half-time in a friendly, Australia 1, New Zealand 0. And Scotland led through Billy Gilmore in France. Benjamin Pavard scored 2 for the French. It's 2-1 in a delayed game. They're about half an hour in, and that is live right now on TalkSport 2 in the EFL Trophy. 10 minutes left. Cambridge 0, Colchester United 2. But here at Wembley, it's all square, and that's enough for England. Second half coming up live on TalkSport.
For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business.
Feel the passion, feel the pride.
Oh, what a finish!
The Euro 2024 qualifiers live on TalkSport.
You're listening to Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. England 1, Italy 1. Waiting for the players to come out for the second half live on TalkSport. Let's talk about the Lionesses. Sarina Wiegman has picked her England squad for the upcoming Nations League. She spoke with TalkSport's Jeff Peters and explained her decision to recall Frank Kirby.
Yeah, why now? Because I think she's ready, and she also thinks she's ready. So she was very, very happy that I gave her a call and said she was going to come in. She's built to this moment too. She's played games. She's built at Chelsea. She's fully in training sessions for a longer period of time, and I think she's ready to come in.
Yeah, she's been out for a while. Kira Walsh, a shorter absence, but also back in the squad.
Yeah, that's really good too. So she's played for Barcelona. She started playing last week, but they built her. They had the time to build her at club, and she's in a good place and also excited to come in.
There's been so much debate, hasn't there, about ACL injuries, and we've seen Gabby George very sadly pick up another injury. How much of a concern is it for you that we are seeing so many players have these issues?
Yeah, it's not only ACLs, it's injuries and some fatigue too. So it's a real big picture. I think the growth of the game goes so fast, which is really, really exciting. But that also comes with then higher demands of the players, and it has become so intense that we have to look at all the different things. Of course, there's a lot of research now going on in the women's game, which is very good, but that takes time, of course, to have the results from that. So you have to look at what's the individual situation of the player, what's the club situation, what can we do with the calendar, like the Women's Super League, but also the UEFA FIFA with the FIFA calendar, because players also need some rest, and we've addressed this issue for a long time now.
Sarina Wiegman talking about forthcoming games for the Lionesses. England-Belgium at Leicester's King Power Stadium is live on TalkSport 2. And then there's a game in Belgium, in Leuven. Faye Carruthers will be out there for the Lionesses as they face Belgium. I think that's also called the King Power, that stadium as well. Frank Kirby back in the squad, 30 years old, 17 goals for England. If she plays, it'll be her 66th cap for her country, and she's brilliant. One of the heroes of England's European Championship success last summer. Her goal to break the deadlock in the group stage against Northern Ireland in Southampton was an absolute beauty, and it eased a lot of tension around the ground and ended up with a 5-0 win. That breakthrough 5 minutes before half-time. Let's get the half-time odds here at Wembley with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
And here at Wembley, it's England 1, Italy 1. England are 11-10 on to win. Italy are 11-2 to win. The draw is 31-20. Harry Kane to score a header was 10-1. It's been price boosted to 12-1 now. That's the latest odds with Ladbrokes. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Just want to highlight something yesterday on kickoff that we mentioned. And actually, when England went 1 down here tonight, live on TalkSport to Italy, the social media reaction was, oh, this is Southgate's fault. England actually started the game well. First opportunity, and Italy scoring. Yeah, there were problems with the goal. But wow, the social media reaction sometimes is way OTT. You've got to look at the reaction to England conceding, see how that goal was scored, see how well England are playing as well or otherwise. But on kickoff last night on TalkSport, I highlighted some of the criticism Alf Ramsey was taking from fans and the media in the October before England won the World Cup in 1966. The Daily Mail said Ramsey was facing failure. The Daily Telegraph said the England team had lost its way. The Daily Sketch said England was a, quote, flat, warm, tasteless beer. World Soccer Magazine had an article titled Why the World Cup Will Elude the Hosts. And L'Équipe, the sports paper in France, did its own world rankings, which weren't an official thing at the time. They did its own world rankings. England came 10th below Scotland, who didn't even qualify for the finals in 66. The press wanted Norman Hunter in the team in place of Bobby Moore. I'm not even joking with this. The fans wanted Nobby Stiles out. Somebody sent him a letter with a penny coin in it saying this is all you're worth. He also had a death threat as well, poor Nobby. And nobody thought we could win anything without Jimmy Greaves. And what do you know, a few months later, England go and win the World Cup. So maybe, just maybe, sometimes the negative reaction is a little bit too much. And I've been guilty of it myself in the past. I think you all know that if you're long-time TalkSport listeners. but a point here tonight will do. However, you know that if England only draw this game, there will be a level of criticism. We won on Friday night in a poor game. They still saw out the victory, and the sports bar on TalkSport after the game on Friday night absolutely laid into the team, laid into Gareth Southgate. Jermaine Pennant was even saying that Southgate shouldn't be the England manager, and Adam Catterall said he'd never get that 90 minutes back. Well, we'll see what Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara say tonight at 10 o'clock. And we'll see what's said on the breakfast show tomorrow morning. Alan Brazil and Ray Parlour from 6 a.m. And among the guests, former England goalkeeper David Seaman and former England manager Sam Allardyce will be with you on TalkSport tomorrow from 6 a.m. Italy make their way back out onto the fields. Don't forget they can't qualify or be eliminated tonight in the other game. Ukraine 2-1 up, having been a goal down in Malta. England make their way out as well. It's England 1, Italy 1. A point's enough. We would want to beat this lot, don't we? Here's the former England captain Stuart Pearce and our England commentator on TalkSport. It's Jim Proudfoot.
Adrian, thank you. We've seen the TV analysis of the goal that England conceded, Stuart. What would the message have been from Gareth Southgate to those involved? How do they prevent that happening again in the second half?
Well, I think it's one simple sentence: track your runners. You know, I think Marcus has ended up losing Di Lorenzo, and that can be very, very costly within the realms of what we're talking about and international football. So it's important. I think there's still a game here for us to win. I think we have been the better team, but if we're going to pick up a trophy come next summer, this might be a game where we might need to finish it 2-1 or 3-1.
Well, we're back underway. England in all white, the Italians in all blue, and the Azzurri are kicking from left to right as we look at it in this second period. They're in early possession, although the ball has ricocheted back England's way to Harry Kane. Kane trying to bulldoze his way through past Cristante, who was doing everything he could to stop him. And then Jude Bellingham, once the free kick has gone England's way, is just being calmed down by referee Clement Turpin. England line up, Pickford in goal, no changes at half-time. Walker, Stones, Maguire and Trippier. Phillips, Rice and Bellingham. Foden, Kane and Rashford. The Italians, Donnarumma, Di Lorenzo, Scalvini, Acerbi, Udogi, Fratesi, Cristante, Barella, Berardi, Scamacca, El Shaarawy. Kane on the penalty spot from England on 32 minutes, equalising Scamacca's goal on 15. Phillips, Udogi and Di Lorenzo all in the book. And England with this free kick, belatedly take it and find Harry Maguire. And Maguire will play it back to his goalkeeper. Shock scoreline of the night. Lithuania 2, Hungary 0. They just scored a third, but it's been disallowed after a VAR check. But Hungary really struggling there tonight. A case of finishing line-itis as far as they're concerned. A number of clubs already, a number of countries have already made it through, of course. Belgium, France, Portugal, Spain, Scotland, Turkey. Austria got through yesterday. England on the verge of joining them. If they can maintain parity from here on in, that will be enough tonight. But Hungary not making it through seemingly, and Lithuania keeping their own hopes alive with what will be an outstanding result. Scotland in action in their friendly. Remember, over on TalkSport 2 right now. It's approaching half-time, but they find themselves 3-1 down in Lille. A ball flighted forward from the halfway line by the Italian centre-half Acerbi, but foul by Scamacca has given England a free kick. John Stones, the player that has gone down, and just feeling the back of his neck for a moment. Got a bang there from Scamacca. It'll be a free kick which will be taken by England just outside their own penalty area. Here's Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, I think John Stones just copped a sort of almost a whiplash action on the back of his neck, but he's up and he's playing. And I think it's really important that we don't drop the tempo of what we're trying to achieve here and think that a point will be good enough for us. Yes, it might well be, but I think from all of our point of view, we would like to see the game out with a victory, and I think we've got the ability to do so.
Yes, it will have a material effect in terms of the seedings. It will have a psychological effect as well. If England get to Germany having beaten Italy home and away, Kane having to play it forward here towards Foden, and Udogi's defended that well. England fans didn't think so. Foden ends up going down inside the penalty area, holding his ankle. Looks as though Udogi just stood firm. Play's allowed to continue. Foden's still down. Italy will be able to bring it away and get it forward quickly down their left flank for El Shaarawy. Foden away to our left-hand side, way off the ball, just getting back to his feet now. Cherby in possession. Plays it across to Scalvini. And Scalvini will bring it over the halfway line with movement ahead of him from Di Lorenzo down the right. Played into a more central area for Berardi. Now Berardi's faced up by Bellingham. Work forward into the feet of Berardi again, who got a couple of goals in that impressive win in Malta, and a much changed side tonight. They made 8 changes for this game. England are making 11 changes, and England have had an extra day's rest as well. Here they come again with Cherby. Down towards the right-hand side of the back line for Scalvini. Di Lorenzo, and then the ball that's played forward is too long and straight, and goes straight through for Jordan Pickford away to the right-hand side. 4 gone second half. You would talk sport. It's England 1, Italy 1, and that's enough for England.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that this challenge on Foden was more of a penalty than the penalty we actually got, to be quite honest with you. Yep, it's a penalty. Just looked at the replay of it, and it was a penalty, and I think the referee, because he gave I wouldn't say a dubious one last time out, he's decided to ignore that one. That was much more of a penalty.
Doggy standing his ground, but there was contact made once the ball had gone from Foden, which has stopped Foden being able to continue his run. Declan Rice has possession on the England right-hand side. Just remember that the situation in terms of seeding, to reiterate that, Germany will be in the top seeds as hosts of Euro 2024, and the sides with the record, the 5 best records in the other qualification groups, will join them as top seeds. England know that if they win tonight and win the last 2 games, which they certainly would expect to do, then that will be their destiny. So it is worth playing for, but the bottom line is England just won't want to be in a position where they're forced to gamble late on in this game. They know that a point is certainly the bottom line tonight, and at the moment they're all set for that after that Harry Kane equaliser. Kane's just dropped that little bit deeper to pick up the ball and send a long one forward here, but Di Lorenzo will get there first inside his own penalty area. He chests it away. Immediate pressure applied by Kieran Trippier. Fair pressure as well. He's won it back. Bellingham for Phillips. That was close. Just went over the bar. Donnarumma probably had it covered, but well hit by Calvin Phillips from the edge of the D, and it didn't beat the bar by much.
Yeah, he's shaking his arms a little bit there, Calvin Phillips, but for me the layoff was that good from Phil Foden and so well worked. He's just set it back with an invite on it, said come on and deliver this on target, and Phillips just wasn't good enough to do so.
Came off the bench to score against North Macedonia, his only previous goal in 30 appearances for his country. Here's Harry Maguire. And Maguire doing well to win it back on the left-hand touchline, letting the ball roll over the line for what he was convinced was going to be an England throw, but it has been given the other way. In terms of attempts in the game as a whole, Italy have actually had more of them, 7-5. That will be a concern, I think, for Gareth Southgate, that for all the possession England have had, they've only forced 5 opportunities so far, scoring from a penalty. Throw taken by Di Lorenzo. It's a good throw as well, through the midfield towards Udogie, who showed for it, but Foden has shown great strength to win it back. There was just a coming together between the two, both trying to keep their feet. Udogie actually stopped Foden being able to do that. It's not a bookable offence, he's already on a yellow card, but a free kick has been given against the Tottenham youngster, and it's a free kick that England will take inside the centre circle.
Yeah, good tracking back there by Foden. The ball went thrown inside, infield, and the Udogies just run beyond the line of the ball and ended up being second favourite.
So England taking the free kick, taken quickly by John Stones, back for Harry Maguire. And now forward towards Jude Bellingham again. Lovely turn from Bellingham. Makes it just look so effortless in the midfield, and then goes up through the gears, gliding forward before being brought to ground. Hands then go out in a moment of frustration from Jude Bellingham, that again he's been physically impaired as he makes his way forward, physically impeded, I beg your pardon, as he makes his way forward, just caught between Cristante and Barella. And it's a free kick that will be taken by England about 20 yards outside the penalty area.
Decent opportunity here by, looks as though Trippier's going to be the one, right foot, just curling one away from the goalkeeper, and potentially Maguire and Stones hovering around the far post area.
Kane is in that kind of vicinity as well. Rashford stands by the penalty spot. Bellingham looking for a straight one. It was never going to be angled there. It is in the air by Scalvini. Is in towards Harry Kane. Now it was one in the air by Scalvini. Goes over the line out of play for a throw that will be taken on the England right-hand side by Declan Rice. Level the edge of the Italian penalty area. He's taking it quickly back for Kyle Walker. 1-1 the score, and that's enough for England to qualify. But a victory tonight means that they win the group and gives them an outstanding chance, better than outstanding chance, of being one of the top seeds going into the tournament as well, which would be the main priority for Gareth when the qualification campaign began.
How do you view, from an Italian point of view, a point tonight, Jim? Do you think they'll be delighted with taking a point and let the group pan out?
It's not the worst result for them by any stretch of the imagination. They'll be expecting Ukraine to win the other game in the group. They're 2-1 up in Malta, having come from behind. Even if they lose tonight, they know that they qualify with a win in that match against Ukraine. It's not a bad result as far as the Italians are concerned, if this ends all square. I don't think they'll be in a position where they're going to gamble and go hell for leather to try and win this game. Because the bottom line is, even if they win it by 1, England is still in control of the group. If they win it by 2, then that's a different story, because they'll have the head-to-head advantage. Here's Declan Rice for England. It's 1-1 at the moment. Ball's back for Walker. Phillips given the instruction to turn, quickly engaged upon by Cristante. Kane will pick it up, but he had 3 Italians around him, and Barella wins it back, and now Barella will be able to play it forward into the feet of the Italian goal scorer Scamacca, and out it goes to the left-hand touchline for a chance for Stefan El Shaarawy on his return to international football some 2.5 years after he won his last cap for Italy. One of the forgotten men really under Mancini, man who made his debut against England back in 2012. Scalvini, who was 8 years old at the time. Now Cristante. Cristante again turning it for Scalvini for Berardi. Left-footed effort, not nearly as good as the finishes that he showed in Malta the other night. He sails over Pickford's bar. Out of play for a goal kick, and it remains 1-1, and England are 35 minutes away.
Yeah, decently worked effort, but when the effort come, it was so poor. Just he's got under it. He really needed to get his body above the ball and put more drive into it, potentially using his laces, but gladly for England it sailed over the bar.
Pickford taking the goal kick to his right hand side. There's a muted atmosphere, I think it's fair to say, here at Wembley at the moment. Just sort of buzz of conversation really, rather than anything else. Poor clearance from Pickford, picked up by Berardi. Berardi to his left hand side for Cristante. Cristante to Barella in towards Scamacca. Bellingham stops the return ball being effective. England then win the seconds in the midfield with Foden, and a nasty moment was quickly negated, and the counter attack is on, and it's Bellingham making his way forward, finding Marcus Rashford. Rashford, edge of the penalty area. Brilliant. That is majestic counter-attacking football from England. And that might well be the group done and dusted. Take a bow, Jude Bellingham, for everything he did on the edge of his own penalty area. The driving run forward, the setup for Rashford, who still had so much to do, but he did it with aplomb. Marcus Rashford gives England the lead. They're 2-1 up, and they're 33 minutes away from winning the group.
Well, we talk about England's cutting edge from their own box and Bellingham's challenge. We broke. Bellingham flicked it over the central defender's head and off he went. I thought the ball was a bit slow behind Rashford, but he picked it up. He cut inside and unloaded an unstoppable shot into the corner. Fantastic cutting edge attacking play by England, by Rashford, by Bellingham. When we up the tempo, we are a massive threat.
And Donnarumma stood statuesque. I don't know whether he was expecting the ball to be dragged the other way past him, but he didn't make a dive for it. Marcus Rashford beating him with a shot that didn't go quite into the corner. But what a moment for Rashford. What a goal for England. Rashford's 6th goal in qualifying games. 2 of those have come in this campaign. And England lead by 2-1. But Jude Bellingham's contribution cannot be overstated. The Italians looking for an immediate response, drag a shot wide from well outside the penalty area. It was just a A moment of panic really from Brian Cristante, 25 yards out, and he put it 5 yards wide. But England now in a position of complete control.
Yeah, I think what we've just seen from England cutting through the Italians are not capable of doing that to us. And that's probably just like to see a touch more of that from England on a regular basis.
Great finish from Rashford. The fact that he'd come into this without a goal in 9 games for club and country. Big celebration from Bellingham as well, who knew the part that he played. So important his challenge at the other end, because had he not been able to make that challenge, it could have been 2-1 Italy. As it is, within 10 seconds it's 2-1 to England. He turned it around quite brilliantly. Haven't beaten Italy in successive games for 70 years. Since Walter Winterbottom's days in charge, but it's on the cards now. England with a scoreline that will be enough for them to win the group tonight. Not just qualification assured, but the group assured this evening. And it will mean that victories against Malta and North Macedonia in the 2 remaining games will see them, well, they're guaranteed to be number 1 seeds. Now, off the ball here, Cristante has got involved with Bellingham, who's gone down. Cristante goes across and proclaims his innocence. Bellingham, in every England game these days, is a marked man, and he was just given a shove to the floor there by Cristante off the ball. Now, Bellingham going down with his hands on his face. The contact wasn't with his face, it was with the solar plexus, but he's back on his feet, and the referee's calming the pair of them down, and there will be no further action.
Don't like to see players going down holding their face when the shove's been nowhere near their face. I don't think there's any need for that.
Now, Cristante winning it back, playing it to his left-hand side for Acerbi. Northern Ireland still trailing at home to Slovenia, and they're down to 10 men as well. Shea Charles, the Southampton man's been set off. It's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. And what about this for a scoreline? San Marino have equalised at home to Denmark. Golanucci with the equalising goal. Cue surprise and then mirth from those to my left-hand side here in the commentary box at Wembley. Opportunity for Cristante to bring the ball forward for Italy, who trail by 2-1. It's not a mortal wound by any stretch of the imagination for their qualification hopes. But they trail 2-1 in what would be their first defeat under Spalletti. Shot comes in from the edge of the penalty area. Is well dealt with by Jordan Pickford. He was just nudged down towards Scamacca, who did well with a minimal backlift to get a right-footed effort on target. But Pickford was there and able to make the save, and it remains 2-1 to England. They're unbeaten in 35 qualifiers at home. They've lost only 1 of the last 61 games in qualifying for either the World Cup or the European Championships, which was a defeat away to the Czechs in 2019, 4 years ago this week. It's the only time that Gareth Southgate has seen his side beaten in a qualifying game. So the odds were always pretty high that England were going to make it through tonight, but they lead by 2-1 and they're hungry for more. It's a long diagonal, beautifully executed by Kane. Out towards Rashford. Rashford running towards the edge of the penalty area. Is he going to be able to do it again? No, he's not. Hit the sort of knuckleball from the edge of the box, but it flew over the top right-hand corner of Donnarumma's post and bar. Out of play for a goal kick, and both sides are going to make changes. A triple change incoming for Italy. First of all, though, an England change, and Mark Gurhey will come on for John Stones. Stuart?
Yeah, I don't know whether John's suffering a bit of fatigue or he's copped a slight injury there in some way, shape or form, but it's a big game for Mark to come into. But I've got to say I've been quite impressed with his football in the games that he's played recently. And the Italians, I think the way the game's going at the moment, it's going away from the Italians. I think they had to do something to make a change.
So Gurhey coming on for his 7th cap for his country. Italy are making a swap at centre-half. Acerbi is coming off, and Bastoni is going to come on to replace him. They're also going to be bringing on Di Marco, a full-back, and Moise Keane will be introduced as well. So Udoghi's coming off. So Di Marco for Udoghi is the second change. Is Moise Keane going to come on for Scamacca, or will they be taking one of the wingers off? No, it is Scamacca who makes way, and Moise Keane, the former Everton man, is going to come on to replace him. Recalled on Saturday to win his first cap in a couple of years. Last goals came against Lithuania back in 2021. And Keane will come on to play through the middle for Italy in the 4-3-3. So triple changes as far as the Italians are concerned. Acerbi, Udogi and Scamacca off. Di Marco, Bastoni and Keane on. England bringing Guehi on for Stones. And we're back underway, with England leading by 2-1. 18 minutes into the second half. And winning it back with Calvin Phillips in the midfield, who can find Foden. And Foden with his low centre of gravity. Straight past Di Marco. Playing it back to Bellingham inside the penalty area. Bellingham's touch forced him to go back out to the right-hand side of the box, and then a beautiful little dragged flick with the instep of the right boot behind his left leg to play in Kane. Back it goes for Rice. Rice for Guehi, playing on the right of the two centre-halves with Maguire to his left. And the pass is played back to him, and he takes a touch and changes the angle and gets it away from Moise Keane to play it back out towards Kyle Walker on the England right-hand side.
Yeah, I think we're in a beautiful position at the moment to put in a statement performance, is what I would say. So it's important we don't sort of take our foot off the gas, keep playing at the tempo we're playing. And just before the break, Rashford there, once again, scintillating wing play.
Cristante has gone down and is hurt. Play will continue around him. It's Barella, I beg your pardon, not Cristante. Barella who's gone down hurt. Rashford just going across to see if he's okay, and then when the play has been stopped, members of both teams are going across and having a word with the referee. I think Scalvini talked his way into the book amidst everything that had happened there. A yellow card for the youngster, and Barella still not back on his feet, but the Italian medical staff haven't been given permission to come on. Scalvini took exception to the way that Calvin Phillips beat him, and seeing the replay, Phillips has gone in over the top, studs right on top of the left boot of Barella.
It's a booking and a red card, really, on the grounds that he's been booked already, and he's just been late on a couple of occasions, and normally lateness like that probably equates to the fact that you're not up to speed match sharpness wise.
Well, I know you're aware that VAR can't have a look at that as a second yellow card. They can't judge yellow card offences. That clearly was a booking. He was booked in the first half, 8 minutes in, and England, who were down to 10 men when they won in Naples, fortunate not to be down to 10 men tonight.
Yeah, indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised that he'll be being taken off very, very shortly. I would draw him off now, and I think, is that Henderson down there that's getting warmed up potentially? Yeah, and I think it'd be a wise move to get Phillips off the pitch. I think he's on borrowed time.
Yeah, he will be fortunate to leave under his own steam, if you like, rather than having been sent off. Maguire plays one forward and straight through to Donnarumma. Jordan Henderson will be on in a moment. You can understand why Scalvini was so unhappy with the referee, and he talked himself into the book, but I think he was making the point to the referee that it was a yellow card offence. He was right, but you can't raise an imaginary yellow card because that also is a bookable offence. So England with a little bit of good fortune, trailing, leading by 2-1 here at Wembley against Italy on TalkSport. And the ball will be cleared from our right-hand side by Pickers. A long ball forward that didn't quite have the legs to get to Rashford, although Kane's done well to win the seconds, really well. To his left, Trippier will make a good run forward. England will make that change in the next break in play. Bellingham flicking to his right-hand side for Kane. Kane with bodies all around him, trying to plough a lone furrow through the middle of the Italian defence. He couldn't quite bulldoze his way through, but England still able to recycle the ball out towards Kyle Walker on the right. And it'll be laid back into space in the midfield for Declan Rice. Trippier makes a dynamic run forward. Rice will take it on and slip it down towards the touchline for Marcus Rashford. Rashford with a little step over and then a second. Can't get it away from Berardi. Lays it back for Maguire. Kane very deep on halfway as he lays the ball off. Foden, great little interplay between Foden and Bellingham, and a stinging left-footed shot from the Manchester City man was saved at the second attempt by Donnarumma.
Now the England team look as though they've got their tails up and enjoying their football, so it's that goal certainly give them a big lift, and we're playing with poise and panache, I think, at this present moment.
Di Lorenzo down towards the right-hand touchline. Cristante will play it forward. Keane will chase after it. Now Pickford will come out, and he threatened to kick it long, but just siphoned it forward instead for Trippier. Trippier to Maguire. Maguire to Guehi, to Phillips, and back for Marguerite again. And England with Harry Maguire will just venture forward. And time running out for Italy. We're in the final quarter of the game. And England lead it by 2-1. Here's Marcus Rashford. Another dynamic run forward from him, going up through the gears very quickly. Got past the challenge of Di Lorenzo. Still he has it. Out to his right-hand side is Kyle Walker. Little 1-2 between Walker and Rashford. Rashford now coming in from the inside right channel. Went for another little 1-2 with Bellingham. Couldn't quite play him an accurate return ball. Foden will chip it over the top, and that one's too long. And will go out of play for a goal kick that'll be taken by Donnarumma. So England will make the change, and Phillips will come off, and Jordan Henderson will come on to replace him.
Yeah, I think a sensible substitution there. You're bringing an old head on that knows the role, that can play alongside Declan to keep the ship sailing. And Calvin Phillips has certainly been responsible for a couple of poor challenges that were very, very late.
So Phillips very grateful to be able to leave the field as a result of his manager's decision rather than the referees. And Henderson will come on. And there was the odd isolated boo for him as he came on. They were pretty much drowned out by cheers, some very enthusiastic cheers for Jordan Henderson as he takes the field. England making their second change with 20 minutes to go. Let's find out what's been going on at Windsor Park. Northern Ireland against Slovenia. Here's TalkSport's Denise Watson.
Thanks. It's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1, but Northern Ireland down to 10 men. A second bookable offence for Shay Charles. He flew into scorer. He's off. To be honest, the referee has been dishing out yellow cards here, left, right and centre. That Adam Searan free kick, the only goal still here at Windsor. It's Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Denise, thank you. So Northern Ireland a goal behind there. England a goal ahead here. And winning the group as things stand right now. Denmark back ahead away to San Marino. They lead by 2-1. Hungary have one back in Lithuania but still trail by 2-1. Serbia-Montenegro 1-1 in another game that is crucial tonight. That's in that Hungary group. And that is important as far as Lithuania are concerned. They can only finish in the top two if they win and Serbia lose. So they're fulfilling their half of the bargain at the moment, but the Serbians aren't doing them a favour. The ball's out of play. Past Di Lorenzo for a throw that will be taken on the England left-hand side. It's been a strange England performance. I think we both feel, Stuart, that with 20 minutes to go, England's 2-1 lead is merited. They've been the better side, but it'll be interesting to see what your reaction is, and you can tell us. 03717 22 3 is the number that gets you through to the sports bar. I think it's a much more positive England performance than we saw the other night against Australia, and you would expect that to be the case, but you can react with Jason Cunley and Jamie O'Hara taking your calls on the sports bar tonight here on TalkSport. We'll have all the England reaction from Gareth Southgate and the men that matter with our England correspondent Faye Carruthers after this game, both here and on the sports bar as well. Di Lorenzo hooking a high ball inside the England penalty area, which travelled a long way before Kyle Walker half volleyed it clear. Back in from Berardi, brought back down well on the right hand side of the penalty area for a looping header, comes down and can't quite find Keane. And England just making a little bit of a meal of getting it away from us. Good contribution in there from Fratesi. Now England will be able to clear, get it out towards halfway, and Kane goes down after a tangle of legs. Foden and Di Marco are both involved with each other as well, but England win a free kick, and that will just take the sting out of the situation. 18 to go, and it's 2-1 to England.
Yeah, well, I just want to touch on the Mark Gahey substitution. I think that probably sends out a message there that Gareth sees him as probably the next in line, I would say. You know, he's had a couple of games that I thought he's done pretty well when he has played, and I thought Dunk's done well alongside him as well when he's played, but certainly giving him the option in a game like tonight with a bit of pressure on the game as well against the Italians, I think it's a bigger recommendation than just a normal substitution.
Yeah, it's his 7th appearance for his country tonight. Lewis Dunk has yet to make his competitive bow for England. Tomori not in the 23-man squad for the game. He was part of the 25-man squad. England had to leave 2 out and left him out along with Eddie Nketiah. As England came down the left-hand side with Jude Bellingham. Cristanti's claiming that he played the ball, but the referee decided that he played the man. That'll be a free kick that will be taken on the England left. No hurry to restart proceedings for England in this kind of situation now, just to try to let the clock be their ally. And free kick eventually taken by Trippier. Trippier will play back inside his own half for Maguire. England leading by 2 goals to 1. Gurhey back for his goalkeeper. Pickford looking long, straight through the middle. Rashford making the run. Donnarumma's come out and just pushing the header away. Now the Italians will be able to get it out of harm's way on the left-hand side of the midfield with Bastoni. Bastoni's crossfield ball down towards Di Lorenzo. Di Lorenzo over the halfway line. Declan Rice in there to try and make a challenge on Fratesi. Fratesi has a really good start of the season in Serie A, playing back for Cristante. Now Bastoni. Bastoni bringing forward over the halfway line. Keane with a little flick on, but didn't go anywhere specific. And Kieran Trippier is able to lay it back to his goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford, who's off balance as he clears and fell over, but he's okay. He got plenty of distance on the clearance. Kane couldn't quite drag that past Scalvini. And Di Marco can pick it up on the Italian left-hand side. Now Cristante looking for the run of Keane down the inside left channel, where he, patrolling well, was able just to knock that one away. And he goes out for a throw that will be taken on the England right-hand side after an Italian deflection midway inside the Azzurri half. 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes separating England from the qualification for another major tournament, which would be their 8th in a row.
Yeah, the Italians don't look to me as though they're hell-bent on getting back into this game. The game's meandering along for them. From our point of view, being 2-1 up, in a very, very good position. Be nice to make sure if we can get that 3rd goal and just put this game to bed.
Raspadori is going to be coming on for the Italians to bolster the front line in a moment. He's just getting ready down beneath us. Giacomo Raspadori, the Napoli striker who can play through the middle or out on the left. He scored the winner against England at the San Siro last season, you might remember. And if England do win this, it will be only their 5th win under Gareth Southgate against the side in the top 10 of the ELO rankings, which is, I think, widely perceived to be a slightly more accurate barometer of the rankings of teams rather than the FIFA list. And coming into this one tonight, England are 6th in that list and Italy are 9th. But England they're only hitting 250. They've won 1 in 4, or more accurately I suppose 4 in 16 such games of Gareth Southgate's reign. The more occasions you can beat a side in the top 10 in the world, the more confidence it will give you for the next time you face one. Ball's back with Maguire. Very calmly and ably plays a clever little reverse ball forward towards Jordan Henderson. Henderson will go back to Pickford, and England making so far a very effective job of just being able to see this one out. There have been very few skirmishes since they took a 2-1 lead, and as soon as I say that, Pickford absolutely leathers a ball at Mark Gurley to his right hand side. Did very well to control it and get England going again, and Harry Kane is in and he's round everybody before slotting it in. 3-1 England, and that will be job done. Well, to beat Italy home and away in this qualification group really is a feather in the cap. England only 2nd seeds in the draw, but they've blown the Italians away in this second half. Counter-attacking really is one of England's strong suits, and after Gurhey did so well to field the ball from Pickford in the first place, they worked it forward very quickly for Kane. Kane through, got past the defender, outpaced him, and then drew Donnarumma and slammed it past him. England 3, Italy 1, and England are going to win the group.
Well, England playing from the back. Gahey has played a super ball forward. It was a bit of a fight ball, I've got to say, but Kane's ended up competing for the first one, competing for the second one, and if you're not quick, use your body and use your arms to keep your opponents away. And when he got through on the goalkeeper, just slotted him away with composure. Fantastic finish.
And there is the Wembley record. He scored more goals for his country at Wembley than anybody else in England history. 23 now for Harry Kane. Has 10 goals in his last 9 games all told. His 61st goal for his country, and his 7th in this qualification campaign. It's a big one. England leading Italy by 3 goals to 1.
Yeah, the Italians look as though they've had their hearts ripped out now. Look a beaten side, and to be fair, when we decode this at the end of the game, I think certainly between now and the start of the game we have been the better side, but we've just raised the tempo on a couple of occasions to get our nose in front.
So Raspadori has come on for the Italians. And that is the 4th of their 5 changes. He's seen too many starts over the course of this season so far. He's certainly not started half of Napoli's games up to this point. Only 3 goals in Serie A since the start of last season for Giacomo Raspadori, but he comes on, and Italy need 2 for a positive result tonight, and they've got 12 minutes to do it. So they're in a position where a draw will be enough to cement qualification, and they have a 2-goal lead. What a healthy cushion to have. Ball inside the penalty area is headed away by the diving Harry Maguire, and then flicked by Rashford forward for Bellingham. Scalvini will pick it up at the back and lay it back for Bastoni. But when you consider that England were a goal down some 45 minutes ago, it has been an impressive turnaround from them, particularly against the side of the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, I think it's been a good turnaround. Once again, I won't get too excited with it. You won't get too blown away with it. I still think there's more to come from this England team in regard to a consistency of high tempo attacking football. I think it will come with results like this. This just breeds confidence within the group.
Scalvini, 15 yards outside the penalty area. Now to Moise Kean. He's on the right hand side now that Raspadori has come on. Raspadori playing through the middle. Berardi was the player that went off for the change, incidentally. And firm challenge coming in on the edge of the penalty area. England again able to bring it away. With good, clever, quick feet from Harry Kane, able to feed Bellingham. Bellingham went down. The referee says play on. Foden lost possession, and Cristante winning it back for Italy will try and get them back on the front foot again. 10 minutes left. Moise Kean has it, bottom right-hand corner of the penalty area. England leading 3-1. Di Lorenzo with a cross that takes a deflection and then is hammered away. And Donnarumma will race out of his penalty area and field it at the back for Italy, and will be able to bring it forward towards Brian Cristante. Cristante over to the Italian left-hand side and gets it straight back again. Di Lorenzo in space on the right. Ball hooked down towards DeMarco. DeMarco taking a touch, coming back inside, laying it back for Bastoni. Bastoni's 10 yards outside the penalty, outside the halfway line before playing it to his right-hand side, and now down towards Di Lorenzo. Di Lorenzo for Cristante. Work back through the midfield before Rashford gets there first, and Rashford just running onto it, the loose ball in the midfield, slams it forward, and Kane appeared just to tell him, calm down, no need for a hasty ball under those circumstances, just put your foot on it.
I think from England's point of view now, a couple of changes won't go amiss. I think maybe Rashford coming off and Grealish coming on potentially, and maybe 1 or 2 others, just to take the sting out of the game if possible.
Keane with the ball in towards the near post, saved by Jordan Pickford. And a good covering by Marcus Rashford, who tracked a long way back there, and Harry Maguire, his club teammate, applauded him for that. Rashford, you would imagine, back in Premier League duty for Manchester United at the weekend. They're away at Sheffield United. An 8 o'clock Saturday night kickoff, and we've got it for you live on TalkSport. We've also got the small matter of the Merseyside derby kicking off at 12:30. Game day exclusive starts at 11, and 12:30 for Liverpool-Everton this Saturday on TalkSport. The Italians in possession, but well inside their own half, forced to go back for Donnarumma. Donnarumma, who's only conceded more than 1 in a game for the 9th time for Italy tonight in 58 internationals. Haven't been too many occasions that he's conceded 3. The Italians bringing it forward with Scalvini. Scalvini down towards Di Lorenzo. A little bit of action on the bench down beneath us, and Stuart, as always, has called it right. Jack Grealish is the man that will be coming on very shortly. Ball out towards Di Marco. Di Marco lays it back to the edge of the centre circle. Bastoni, a little give and go through the midfield for Raspadori. Raspadori's been lively since coming on, but not really seen too much of the ball. Fratesi playing it forward. It hits Declan Rice on the half turn. They try and angle one over the top for Raspadori's run. Marguerite can knock that one away. Awkward bounce on the halfway line. We just saw Kane put pressure on Scalvini, but the youngster dealt with that pressure very ably. Now Bastoni playing it forward for Cristante. And Italy will try and get the ball towards the edge of the England penalty area again, but there are only 7 minutes to go and England lead it by 3-1. Harry Kane has scored 2 and on a hat-trick in England colours yet again. Cristante to his left-hand side. Now Bastoni down the line towards Dimarco, but past him, and it's just going to hit the corner flag and right out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the England right-hand side. Are they going to make the change before the throw is taken? It doesn't look like it, although there's absolutely no hurry from Walker to take the throw, and he's indicating over to the bench that they want to make the change. So that change will be made, and Bellingham is coming off here, and Jack Grealish is coming on to replace him.
Yeah, as I say, I think Grealish has got the ability to keep possession of the ball, and it is a possession game that's needed now. Bellingham, another sterling performance by him this evening, contributed to two of the goals.
And looks the applause from all 4 sides of Wembley as he leaves the field to be replaced by fellow Brummie Jack Grealish. Grealish coming on for his 34th appearance for his country. He's only made a couple of competitive starts in the last 18 internationals, both of them against Italy. But just a brief role for Jack tonight for the last 6 minutes. And now England on the counter-attack again from a well-executed throw. The Italian back line backing off. Scalvini hastily retreating. Kane running at him. Grealish has it. Trippier made an early darting run to his left-hand side. Got himself back onside to receive the Grealish pass. Now a little 1-2 between Trippier and Rice. In towards Foden, still energetic and busy. Laying it back for Mark Gurhey. And Gurhey will work it forward towards Jordan Henderson. Out towards Kyle Walker, and Walker in turn will go all the way back for Jordan Pickford.
Yeah, England, I think on that last attack there, Harry Kane just got his passing, just held on to it too long. I think the ball was to Rashford, and he missed that. Rashford just strayed offside, and then the crossfield pass to Grealish was slightly behind him, and the attack had finished.
They played an hour in that friendly live for you right now over on TalkSport 2. Still France 3, Scotland 1 as it was at half-time. Australia have beaten New Zealand by 2 goals. Now Harry Suter in the first half and Jackson Irvine in the second for Australia. Here's Bastoni for the Italians. Too long, too straight through for Jordan Pickford. Elsewhere, Hungary have equalised in Lithuania. They were 2 down midway through the second half. So Boschlai, the Liverpool man, scoring a penalty and then getting an assist for a Varga equaliser. Lithuania 2, Hungary 2. Malta 1, Ukraine 2, the other game in this group tonight. Northern Ireland still trailing Slovenia by a goal nil at Windsor Park. Remember, Shea Giles has been sent off. San Marino 1, Denmark 2, and Serbia 3, Montenegro 1. Those are the scores elsewhere around the continent as things stand. And in the EFL trophy tonight, Cambridge 1, Colchester 2 was a final score. Adrian will be giving you all the scorelines from the FA Cup 4th qualifying round replays tonight as well at full time in this game. The Italians going to make another change. It's their final one, and Stefan El Shaarawy is going to come off. Riccardo Orsolini, another player recalled by Spalletti after 3 years out of the team, is going to be the man that will come on to replace him. Orsolini for El Shaarawy, the final change for Italy. England 3, Italy 1 the scoreline. And England know that their fate is sealed, but in a good way against the Italians this time. Grealish just losing out to Cristante, then back on his feet, wins it back, and Cristante this time claiming that it's a throw. It isn't an England throw. Ball ends up between the feet of Gareth Southgate, who just takes a moment to pat Phil Foden on the back before handing in the ball. Kieran Trippier eventually is the man that takes the throw, goes back for Harry Maguire, and Maguire works it across the edge of his own penalty area out towards Mark Gurhey. A chance for you to react to this England performance on the Sports Bar. 03717 223344. The lines are open. Now we'll hear the reaction of both David Seaman and Sam Allardyce tomorrow morning, part of the TalkSport breakfast from 6 with the boys tomorrow. David Seaman and Big Sam giving their thoughts on England's performance and qualification as group winners for Euro 2024. Good it feels to be able to say that. Foden back towards Maguire. Maguire on the edge of his own penalty area, just takes it back in the box for a moment and lays it back for Jordan Pickford again, but England just seeing out time, and there are only 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Jim, it's a lovely feeling to be able to follow the Scots to Germany. In qualification.
Yeah, Scotland qualified first before us. I don't know whether any Scots have mentioned that to you, but it's absolutely fantastic that Scotland and England are both there, and hopes very much still intact for Wales. The Republic of Ireland with a convoluted but a potential mathematical chance through the playoffs yet, although they do need a few results to go their way if they're to secure one of those playoff berths, and that's very much out of their own hands. England able to play the ball forward, 90 seconds of normal time to go. It's back with Mark Guehi, and then Guehi to his left-hand side for Declan Rice. Arsenal playing it forward for Foden, taking it on the turn, and playing in Jack Grealish. Foden and Grealish almost ended up running into each other for a moment, but England have been able to maintain possession and work it out to the right flank. Another chance to deliver. England getting plenty of bodies forward, including Kyle Walker, who's the most advanced outfield player on the pitch for a moment. But England couldn't play him in, and eventually as Di Marco works it forward, it'll take a deflection and go out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the Italian left-hand side. We're in the 90th minute.
Yeah, when you decode this, to win away in Italy was a wonderful performance. That first half performance in Italy, in Naples, to hang on to the victory there and then back that up with a 3-1 victory over the Italians. You know, we won't get too excited and too washed away with it, but for me it's another building block, Jim, in the progression of this team.
Di Lorenzo with an awkward back pass towards his goalkeeper. Donnarumma didn't panic, as befits a goalkeeper of his experience and quality, and just took it on the half volley and flicked it out towards the left hand side for Di Marco. Now Raspadori able to turn in possession inside the centre circle, playing it down towards the right flank for Orsolini. Orsolini cutting it onto his left foot, trying to get himself into a shooting position, sets up Moise Keane, and he drilled it on target but straight at Pickford. Now we go to 3 minutes of added time with England leading 3-1.
Yeah, good play there by the Italians, I've got to say. When it comes to Moise Keane on the edge of the box, he's hit a shot. Pickford was moving to his left, I think, and to his right, and as he's going to his right, he had to just adjust that position and get his body behind it.
Pickford drops the ball on the edge of the penalty area, punts it forward long, left-footed. Third goal for Ukraine late in the match away to Malta. So that means that Italy will be third in the group at the end of the night. It doesn't change a huge amount for them. They knew that they were likely to have to win the match away to Ukraine, a game that takes place next week on match day 8, or next month, I beg your pardon, on match day 8 in Leverkusen. And they knew that they were likely to have to win that game. Italy, if they finish third in the group, aren't eliminated, because as group winners of the Nations League group that they were in, which also included England, you'll remember, they do have a playoff place guaranteed. So they've got a safety net, but playoffs and Italy don't always go well together. Now Trippier's been caught there by Orsolini and went down holding his right ankle. I think he's going to be okay. He's going to be able to get back to his feet. But it was a nasty, if unintentional challenge, I think, by Orsolini. Trippier will slowly get back to his feet just to see a few more seconds off the clock. Just over a minute to go. 3-1 to England.
Yeah, and as I say, from Gareth's point of view, another couple of victories notched up, one being a friendly, and in all honesty, I think the Italians caused us more problems than probably the Italians have tonight.
Ball over Grealish's head. How to play for a throw that Di Lorenzo will take on the Italian right. He's volleyed it left-footed towards halfway. Maguire comes to meet it. Nods it down towards the edge of the centre circle. It's a very clever ball with the outside of the left boot by Barella. We'll find Moise Keane. He's got Di Marco making a run outside him. Keane going for goal. Really well blocked by Mark Guehi, who threw himself into the line of fire as if his life depended on it. That was a really outstanding piece of defence.
It certainly was. He's not put a foot wrong since he's come into the fray mid-second half and done really well there. Just slid across and threw the body in line with the ball.
Well, Keane getting it in again. Raspadori trying to turn inside the box, but It'll be cleared easily by Jack Grealish. Kane on a hat-trick, chasing after a ball forward. Saw Donnarumma well off his line. Didn't elect to get a shot in, held it up. Foden then wins it back from the towering Cristante. England with one opportunity potentially to get a fourth right at the end of the game. Kane drilling it in. Then it's blocked. Comes back to him from Bastoni. Now will go out of play for a throw. It'll be taken on the left-hand side, but there's no time to take it. England have got the job done. Que sera, whatever will be. They're going to Germany. England reaching an 8th successive major tournament, and they've done it with 2 games to spare. And as Italy and the Dutch, amongst others, will testify, it is never guaranteed. But an 8th successive major tournament has been booked, and England will be in Euro 2024. They've beaten Italy home and away for the first time ever in a qualification campaign. There were moments tonight, particularly when the Italians scored first, that it looked a little bit nervy, but ultimately as soon as Harry Kane got them back level, England expected to get the positive result that they needed to get the job done. They finessed it with 2 more goals in the second half, and England have won the group and have taken not just a step into Germany, but a massive step towards being there as top seeds. Job done by Gareth Southgate's men tonight. England 3, Italy 1.
See you in Germany, Scotland. I am so happy. It's just such a good feeling when your country qualifies for a major tournament and any kind of doubt or panic is over. And the fans are loving it as well. All the negativity that surrounded England with performances, even when they've won, just let it drift away. Even if it's only temporarily, just let it drift away. Because to win the group is something else. Ukraine, fired up by what's been happening in their homelands. Italy, always a threat. We know that. North Macedonia, who got a draw with Italy, stopped them going to the World Cup last time out. This was a tough group. This wasn't like Scotland's group. This was a tough one. And England have not just qualified with a couple of games to spare, they've won the group with a couple of games to spare. Well done to Gareth Southgate and all the players as well. England with 16 points from their 6 games. Ukraine 3-1 up away to Malta. 13 from their 7 games. If it stays like that, they're still playing out there, they will win. Italy, 2 games left, have 10 points. North Macedonia with 7. Malta have lost all their games. So England have won the group. Their head-to-head with Italy and with Ukraine is better, as France get a 4th against Scotland. Kingsley Coman on 70 minutes. They lead 4-1 after Scotland had taken the lead. That's live on TalkSport 2. And about 20 minutes left there as well. And if you want to listen to that, download the TalkSport app for free. Swipe left for TalkSport 2, or stay with us and enjoy the moment. They've made it. Yes, it's not about qualifying, it's about what you do when you get there. But just enjoy the little moment and don't get too carried away. But Stuart Pearce, first of all, let's talk about Harry Kane, because he's broken more records tonight. A penalty and then a brilliant finish for the 3rd goal. Directly involved in 32 goals in his last 30 England appearances. That's 26 goals and 6 assists. 24 England goals at Wembley is a new record, overtaking Sir Bobby Charlton. What more can we say about Harry Kane? Other than, I've got to say, in the middle of the second half, I looked at him, a micro camera on him. He looks fitter than ever, Harry Kane.
Well, he leads this team. He's got arrogance with the ball at his feet, and he does everything that you would expect him to do when the ball comes to him. You know, some players you look at and you think, what's he done that for? Harry Kane does all the right things at the right time. He's quite incredible in that respect. He's smashing records, and if we're going to be successful, as I said before, Qatar, he's going to have to be instrumental in that.
I love the 3rd goal, his 2nd goal. So strong in fending defenders off, and then puts in a finish that Donnarumma can't keep out.
Well, what he does, he unhinges defenders because they know that he's got physical prowess. So the long ball up from Gahey was a fight ball. Because the defender's a little bit nervous, he might get bumped or whatever from Kane, he goes under the ball and gets a bad contact. And from there, Harry Kane gets there first, and when he goes beyond the defender, he's clever enough just to use his body and arm to say, keep away from me, I'm just going to slide this in the net.
Mark Gay's really good. I'm really impressed with him. He can play right or left, feels comfortable. I know that was a long ball he hoofed up there, but he can pass the ball comfortably as well. And as you said in commentary, he didn't put a foot wrong when he came on.
Gareth wants competition at the heart of the back line. That's what he's looking for. I think he's actually got that from these two internationals. I really do. And probably go back to last month as well. I think Dunk, and more importantly, Gahey, has offered him that. And I think the fact that he brought him on when he did, I didn't see an injury to John Stones. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But he's got the confidence to bring in a young man on like Gahey, who literally, as you said, didn't put a foot wrong and played particularly well in the second half.
Well, Danny Murphy was with me on Kickoff on TalkSport last night, and he said, out of nowhere, he said, this guy is going to go for a lot of money to a bigger club than Crystal Palace next summer. Let's see if that happens. He's forced his way into the England reckoning at Crystal Palace, having left Chelsea. It's almost like taking a step backwards to go forwards, but fair play to him, because I thought he was superb tonight. And at a time when England really needed to keep hold of the lead, needed to keep going forward as well. They didn't need anybody to make any mistakes. Big responsibility coming on for John Stones. I'd like to mention as well, Harry Maguire next to him, I don't think put a foot wrong again in an England shirt.
Really? Who knew, eh? Incredible. Well done, Harry.
Yeah. Having said that, Calvin Phillips did make a few mistakes. We talked at half-time about, the way he entered the game, probably fired up, maybe not fit enough to control himself, really. Got booked after 8 minutes. Very, very fortunate not to be sent off, because it was a second bookable.
Yeah, I've got to say, a couple of those challenges he made, he was very fortunate not to be sent off for the second one. Definitely a yellow card in my mind. And that probably stinks of probably not that real match sharpness, because he prided himself on making clean challenges when we saw him at Leeds, and the cleanness. And we talked about his longevity within this squad, and performances of that ilk, if he doesn't play on a regular basis, will put his place in the squad under threat.
Yeah, he's got to move in January, hasn't he? I mean, we talked, didn't we, before the game about him being 7th choice in the midfield for Manchester City. How John Stones came on in midfield ahead of him. Nunez is now at the club, coming on ahead of him. Kovacic has been brought in. Rico Lewis is seemingly ahead of him as well. If this continues at City through till January, I can't. Can you see an alternative? He just has to move to get the game time to make him worthy and fit enough to play for England.
Well, I think the bottom line is, if you're out the team for a couple of months, you can get away with it. I think if you're not playing regular football, as in 90 minutes on a regular basis, for the best part of 2 years, that will be the end of this season coming up. It's a very long time in anyone's career.
Marcus Rashford, who, we looked at him in the first half, maybe not tracking back. Trippier might have had words with him, but his finish for the goal was something else, wasn't it? It was a great goal. We'll talk about Bellingham in depth in a moment, but Rashford's finish was smart.
He has got the ability to get you off your seat. He's got the ability to run beyond people with and without the ball. And we saw a couple of glimpses tonight of what he's capable of, and one ended up with a scintillating run and finish for his goal, which, yes, I would like to see it on a little bit more regular basis, but he had a good, solid game tonight, Marcus.
He did. We'll talk about Jude Bellingham very shortly, because he's blown us all away yet again. England don't just qualify, they've come from behind to win 3-1 against Italy here at Wembley live on TalkSport. They have qualified, but they've won the group as well, win the last 2 games, and the seedings sort themselves out for England. It is a very positive night. You will want to get your calls into the sports bar, which is coming up at 10 with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. 03717 223344. We'll also get reaction from here at Wembley, either in this show or during the sports bar. You'll definitely hear from Gareth Southgate, hopefully from 1 or 2 players as well, with our England correspondent Faker Others, who's down there getting the interviews right now. Let's round up what happened full time at Windsor Park in Belfast tonight for Denise Watson.
Thanks very much, Jim. It's finished Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1. It was always going to be a struggle to overturn the Group H table toppers, but Slovenia got the upper hand from 5 minutes in. A textbook free kick from Adam Sarin, making it 1-0. On the half-hour mark, some terrible defending from Owen Toll gifted Benjamin Šeško a goal from 6 yard out, but VAR very quickly ruled it offside. Second half was a scrappy physical encounter. Romanian referee Istvan Kovacs dished out plenty of yellow cards. Shea Charles got his marching orders after flying into Sporer for his second bookable offence. Netherlands. And despite going down to 10 men, Michael O'Neill's side persisted. George Saville's effort straight at Jan Oblak, and in the final 10 minutes both Dion, Charles and Saville again came close with their shots. It's Northern Ireland's 5th 1-0 defeat in this European campaign, but they did play with passion at Windsor tonight in this ill-tempered tie. Boos for the referee at the final whistle. It's finished Northern Ireland 0, Slovenia 1.
Elsewhere in that Group H, Finland 1, Kazakhstan 2 earlier today. San Marino 1, Denmark 2. Denmark are there. England 3, Italy 1, Malta 1, Ukraine 3 full time. So England have won the group. It's between Italy, Ukraine, North Macedonia for that second spot. There's playoffs as well. Italy will be involved in them if they don't finish top 2. Qualifying Group G, Lithuania 2, Hungary 2. There were 2 down, the Hungarians. Serbia 3. Montenegro 1 a full time as well. In the friendlies, Australia beat New Zealand 2-0. It's still France 4, Scotland 1. The Scots having taken the leads in Lille tonight. That's live on TalkSport 2 right now. And in the EFL Trophy, Cambridge United 1, Colchester United 2 was a full-time score. Jude Bellingham, Stuart Pearce, has just gone into the England dressing room and shouted "Vamos." He seems to be quite happy with his performance tonight and the fact that England are through.
Well, I just hope he springs out the England dressing room and pops into the Italian and offers the same rallying call for the Italians, you know. Listen, he was outstanding tonight. We've got a wonderful talent of a footballer. I think Paul Gascoigne was in the stadium tonight watching the game. I think the camera panned on him, and you can almost see shades of Gazza with that arrogance on a football pitch, the comfortable nature of being so young and being so competent at this level, both at club and country, and he was arguably our best player potentially tonight. He's ended up contributing to a couple of goals and a wonderful talent, and along with so many other young England players.
Yeah, I thought he was comfortably England's best player, the cover star of the programme tonight as well. If he's not rescuing things on the edge of the England box, he's setting things up at the other end, non-stop running, and you see him shuffling across when he needs to come across to the left or go across to the right. He does that. When he needs to come deep, he does it. He seems to just know instinctively exactly what he needs to do at any given moment in the game. That's a gift.
It certainly is. It's game understanding. It's reading what's needed in certain moments within the game. I think a plus as well within the game from his play. He didn't get involved with any stupidity, did he? Which sometimes can be a little bit of a criticism, that he gets involved with a bit of pushing and shoving and whatever. But he's an outstanding talent. Him, Declan in that midfield. Whoever the other person is that comes and joins them, you're playing alongside 2 world-class performers. Yeah,
with the Rashford goal, we've talked about the smart finish, but it was all about Bellingham from one box to another, just making that happen. And you're right, he is young, 20 years old, but when he can do something like that, when he can see that vision, the picture unfolding on the pitch in front of him and actually execute it as well, I mean, that's what gets bums on seats, or people off their seats actually, gets them paying money to see football. That's pure quality, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm loath to mention him in the same name as Brian Robson, because I hold Brian in such high esteem, but it would be the type of action you would see Brian in his pomp, you know, winning the ball at one edge of the box, surging up the pitch and supplying a pass that's put a teammate in to score a goal, and that was akin to him.
Yeah, I can't speak highly enough of him. I'm an emotional fan who's happy that we've qualified, and so happy to be seeing a young English player absolutely storming it at Real Madrid and storming it for England as well. Am I allowed on a night like this to get a little bit carried away and wonder what might just happen in Germany when we've got a player like Jude Bellingham at our disposal?
Oh, go on then.
Yeah, go on.
Go on.
What can we do? Come on.
Apart from get very, very excited, I am the voice of sensibility, the middle ground. We know that. That's what we do. When we apportion the jobs for everyone, that's the one I drew out, middle ground. You know what I mean? Not too high, not too low. But your job, build us up, my friend. Convince me that trophy is ours.
Well, there's one or two areas that they've got to look at. I mean, you need your wide players to track back. That midfield, third man in midfield, we're wondering at the moment. But there's time. There's 2 qualifiers. There's friendlies to come next year as well. Gareth Southgate, by winning the group this early, has earned the time. And a word about Gareth as well, before I get too carried away, which I'm about to do. But Gareth has taken a lot of flack over various things, some of them not to do with football, yet again he's made qualifying look easy, and we almost take it for granted. When I think back to not qualifying for Euro 2008 and that 3-2 defeat at home to Croatia, and the pain of that night, being at Wembley for that night, that doesn't seem to ever look likely to happen under Gareth Southgate. That in itself seems to be taken for granted, I think.
I think all of us are taking a level of football for granted when we come to watch England. We expect us to dominate the football. That never happened years ago. The opposition dominated the ball and we give it back to them in a state of panic. We do that now. We dominate the ball. We've dominated the ball for the last 8 years potentially. You know, we've dominated a level of performance. We've dominated results in many ways, but we've just got to go that extra little bit and offer a level of consistency. And it's arrogance. It's footballing arrogance potentially that we need to say, hey, we're going to put you on the back foot, and when you're half down on your knee, we're going to steamroll you in our performance and our arrogance with the football.
Yeah, Bellingham's got that in itself, and he needs to transmit it to every other player in the squad. We need 11/23 Jude Bellinghams, and we're going to be okay. So what can we do at the Euros? When we look at what we've done in the last 3 tournaments, is this now the time? Is it all gearing up to this tournament for Gareth Southgate and the players he's got?
What we've got to do is chunk that back. I don't think we can look at the long game, 8 months' time, and say, what do we have to do to win the tournament? I would chunk it back and say, what do we need next month? Who do we need to look at? What positions within the team and the squad do we need to improve? And can we give them that experience in an international shirt? Like Gahey, you know, he might all of a sudden come past 1 or 2 of the central defenders and be a start next in eight months' time, potentially. We've got to do that. Can we get a better option, another option at left back? Is that Colwill? Do we need to give him the opportunity to have more experience at left back? In the main, I think we've got almost 10 players. When everyone's fit, we've got 10 players. If Saka was here, he'd be starting. If Shaw was here, he'd be starting. And then you've got Rashford's position on the left is up for grabs. Apart from that, it's a consistent 10, I think, at the moment with England. What we need to buff that 10 out to maybe 15 by next summer.
And I think tonight was against a big side. Okay, people might question Italy not getting to the World Cup, but they are the current European champions. And they're in transition, new manager. There's lots of things you can say to highlight the fact that Italy aren't quite where they should be in their own minds, given their history and their status. But it is nominally a big nation, and England have doubled them in this group, and they came from behind in this game to win it comfortably. And in Naples, when they won as well, they were down to 10 men for... Actually, Italy pulled one back after, 55, 56 minutes. So we had a long time to see that out. Luke Shaw was sent off with 10, 15 minutes to go. Had that to see out as well. There's so many positive signs, kind of hidden. Those things aren't obvious. You know, a scoreline is obvious, but those little things within games are sometimes hidden, but they prove a lot about the side that Gareth Southgate's got together.
Yeah, in Naples, we were under the pump and saw the game out. That happens. Great experience for this team, especially the young players. And tonight, we went a goal down, and I said to Jim, this could be a good thing for us. You know, they've turned it round and won 3-1. I'll tell you what, you might be better off winning it in that way, let's say, going forward, than ever you were going 3-0 up and Italy getting a late goal. So many positives from tonight's football. We won't get washed away because I'm not allowed to. TalkSport don't allow me to do that. I'm under contract.
to not do that.
To not do that. But I leave it with people like yourself, and I'll tell you what, I'm just going to fuel your fire, my friend. I was the lone-ish voice who thought we could go and win the World Cup in Qatar. Let's go and win one. Come on. Especially on German soil.
That will be special. Stuart Pearce, former England captain, thank you very much. Former England manager Sam Allardyce and the former England keeper David Seaman. They're both on breakfast tomorrow from 6 with Alan Brazil and Ray Parlour. Tonight the Sports Bar is ready to take your calls. 03717 223344. You'll be hearing from Gareth Southgate and some of the England players as well. Maybe Harry Kane, Phil Foden. You'll be hearing from those on the Sports Bar very shortly on TalkSport. On a night when England qualified for the Euros, they beat Italy again. Kane with a penalty, Rashford with a fine finish, and Kane again with another brilliant finish. But this comeback win was all about Bellingham. Jude the Assured. I've seen enough now. I'm calling it on TalkSport. Jude Bellingham is the very best player in the world.
Kick off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar with me, Jamie Hara, and him over there. He's chasing Gundy.
Has anyone seen Julius Caesar? Has anyone seen Sardinia? Pizza, Peroni, Colosseum, Leaning Tower of Pisa, Spagbol. Can you hear me, Spagbol? Your voice of one hell of a meeting. Lasagna, Venice, Lake Como. Can you hear me, Lake Como? Your voice of one hell of a beating. Basio, Zola, Ferrari, Vespa, Roma. Your team's a one hell of a beating.
He done it in about 10 seconds. England get the win over Italy and heading to Germany for the Euros next year. But yet again, it is the Jude Bellingham show. What a performance. How good is he? Is he better than Wayne Rooney when he burst onto the scene? Are we looking at a Ballon d'Or winner? 03 717 22 33 44. We're stacked with talent going forward. Can we win it? We want to know. Are we the team to beat? Get involved. We can't do the show without you. You've been at Wembley, you've watched on TV, you've listened on TalkSport. Give us a call. It's a Sports Bar. 03 717 22 33 44.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
You've done that list in about 10 seconds.
To be fair, you
shambles from you.
You did help me out.
Yeah, I basically give you that list.
You did help me out.
That was half-hearted from you tonight.
Julius, do you know what?
You've got one job on the Sports Bar to do as anyone saying.
Do you know what? I felt it didn't feel like worthy. I mean, Italy. It's not the Italian side that we've seen in the past, is it? You know. Anyway, Julius Caesar got it. He got it in the neck.
How have you been, mate? You missed me.
I'm good.
I've heard the show's been,
it's been terrible,
it's on
Jay.
its knees.
Jay, do you know what, Jay? Honestly, the last two shows I've done without, I don't know how we survive without you, mate. We get no calls. No one ever listens.
I've heard it.
No, Jay.
Boss is phoning me.
Jay,
you got to get back. You need to come back. I was meant to be away for another 3 days.
All we've done is just play repeats of our shows. We've been terrible. Now, everyone's panicking behind us saying, what are we going to do with that, Jamie? I'm like, I don't know, mate. He holds the show together so well. Honestly, what are we going to do? Don't know. Everyone's panicking. Do you know what we do? We end up don't doing anything. Just play our old shows, mate.
Old clips.
No, and you know what? No one's noticed. I don't know what that says. How are you, mate? How was your trip away?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Is it good?
Yeah, nice little break.
Nice little break.
International breaks are tough, aren't they, mate? You know, sometimes you want to have a little. I actually had some flights. I needed to use by the end of September.
Oh, there we go. There's the reason.
Or October. Yeah, no, I had to book him in September. So Sean Dyche was on me. He was sat next to me.
What was he? What did he say?
Dyche.
What did he say?
He said,
is he coming on?
He was like, you dug me out on TalkSport a few years ago. He didn't forget.
Did he? Yeah. Is he coming on?
No, he
did
definitely
you dig him out?
No, yeah, I did.
Did you?
Yeah. Do you remember when we done a show and I said...
Oh, we know, was it?
Yeah, we.
Oh, we.
Yeah, that was Cundy. I blame Cundy. I blame Cundy.
Nothing to do with me, Shawnee.
I said, Dyche, I was like, look, that Cundy, he's, you know what he's like. I can't control him.
Can't control
him. I think you're doing a great job.
Is that Horace leaving the plane?
Yeah, absolutely. It's still he's
unit, isn't he?
He's a unit.
He is a unit.
He's rich. Looks solid.
Yeah.
No, he's good guy. I said he's doing well. Backtracking. Yeah, I was backtracking.
No, Shawnee, you're a great manager.
No.
You'll get.
When he was at Burnley, I think I said something like he needs to concentrate on winning some games or something, and you remembered it. But yeah, all good. But how are you? I've heard you've been doing some DIY.
No, this is not DIY. I've been doing today, mate.
What have you been up to?
Oh. So, my wife's been on this. So, my little boy, he's 8, right? He's a big lad for 8, right?
Yeah.
And he had this little bed, this little cabin bed, little steps going up, pull out there's drawers underneath.
Yeah.
So, it's a bunk bed with a desk, got a little chair, he plays with his toys on there, right? So, he's now growing, he's now feet touching.
He wants a bed.
He
wants a proper bed.
He needs a proper double bed, right?
Yeah.
So, Mrs. said to me about 2 or 3 days ago, right, it's going on, I'm putting it on Facebook Marketplace, right? Got to sell it, right?
Yeah.
50 quid, sell it, got to sell.
50 quid?
50 quid, got to sell the bed,
right? Sold the
right?
bed for 50 quid.
Right? So anyway, someone messaged her. Someone messaged her last night and said, right, I'm going to collect the bed tomorrow.
right, tonight. Got to collect the bed. Can you dismantle the whole thing?
No way. You've had to put the bed down.
Jay. So I woke up this morning.
She had him to do it.
She had 2 Allen keys.
Oh, wow.
Know the Allen key? You know the little keys, right?
Yeah,
you know the ones?
Yeah.
Put the bed
screws,
together.
Yeah, I know.
So I said, let me have a coffee, let me have a glass of water, let me have a slice of toast, and I'm all yours for it. And I said to her, before you start cracking the whip, right?
So you've had to dismantle a bed for 50 quid?
Jay.
Oh, come on, mate.
Jay, so this, it actually isn't difficult to dismantle it. The problem is, it's keeping all the screws together, mate. I'm terrible, mate. They all lump together. Where's that screw?
What are you doing? Why are you doing that? It's 50 quid.
Jay, speak to lucky Mrs. C.
Just say, right, we need a new bed. That's going out the window. Bosh,
Jay,
crash, bang, wallop. Give me a hammer.
Jay,
bosh, straight out the window.
My wife would be, if I had done that, she'd be I think she'd leave me.
What do you mean?
But she's got values, mate. You know, she's got.
So he's 50 quid. You've had to dismantle a whole bed.
Jay, it took me 2 hours, mate.
I mean,
I promise you that it took me 2 hours, this thing, right? Eventually, when I got the hang of it, the Allen keys, they look great and you feel like you're getting to grips with it.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you get an Allen key in the corner of the bed.
Yeah.
Oh, mate,
yes.
honestly, you're there for,
absolutely
15 minutes getting one.
No chance I'm doing that.
Well.
If that bed's going straight out the window.
Well, you can't
straight
do
down
that.
the dump.
Jay,
see you later.
But that's effort. That's effort to put it out the window.
It's not effort.
Jay,
smash it up. It's out. Done in half hour.
Jay,
new bed in your car.
2 hours later, it got done, mate. It got done.
You need to have a word with your missus. How much money are you earning?
Hey, no, mate, ain't about the money, my missus. She's just like, she's got
not
print. So you can't be, mate, you can't be throwing stuff out like that. Anyway, the story is, you need patience to do this stuff. And that's something, my contact lens just come out. I've not got a lot of patience. Go on, get the lines, my contact lens just come out.
Right, let's go to Matthew, who's a Newcastle fan, while he's sorting his contact lens. All right, Matty.
All right, Matt.
Cheers, Jamie, how are you doing, you alright?
Yeah, good, mate, I'm good. Look, we've got to talk about England tonight. It was a top performance in the end. Jude Bellingham, though, wow, what a player.
Yeah, look, listen, Jude Bellingham, he's pretty special, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about him. We're just, every time we watch him play, I'm just excited to watch him play football.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I'd go as far as say probably I could be captain ready, you know? He's that sort of player already to me.
Matthew, every game I see him, he's man of the match, or one of. Every game. Now, I'm not going to say I've seen every single game he was in Dortmund. I've seen Champions League games. I've seen him play against City in the Champions League. I've seen games in the Champions League with Real Madrid. We're talking about, I think, potentially, Matt, and as a Newcastle fan, you'd be able to tell me, I think there's a potential that he could go on to be the best English player ever. And you've seen Gaza.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean,
ever. Yeah, ever.
It's a big statement.
Yeah, I mean,
It is a big statement, but I said potential. You say, well, he's just on a different level, mate, this kid. He's different level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you watch him and, he's just so box to box. He's powerful. He can pass. He can press well. He can dribble well. He can shoot well. I mean, you saw what he did for the Rashford goal. Just, you know, you flip the coin, it's 2-1 Italy, and 10 seconds later we're breaking down the other end of the pitch, you know.
He's a freak of nature.
Players do. Yeah, exactly.
He is.
But, I mean,
he's got everything.
I think as England fans, lads, I think we can't be getting carried away, though. I have to admit, I think there's still one or two shortcomings within this squad that are going to hinder us going in. I just think, for me, I look at that midfield tonight, and granted, you know, you look at Calvin Phillips and Jordan Henderson particularly. I mean, as a Newcastle fan, the bias is there, but what does Sean Longstaff have to do that Jordan Henderson hasn't? I know past accomplishments come into it, but Sean Longstaff has had a great start to this year.
Go on.
And I just think Jordan Henderson now is at the back end of the street. He's took the payday, and I think the general consensus amongst the England fans is that he shouldn't be playing. You heard the reception.
But they don't pick the team, do they, Matthew? And this is honestly, do you know what? I think you're right. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm tired and bored of this conversation about Harry Maguire, about Jordan Henderson,
Calvin Phillips.
I'm bored. And do you know why I'm bored? No, I'm bored of it because every single, and you're the first caller, and do you know what? I don't disagree with you about Sean Longstaff at all. But the problem Sean Longstaff's got is he's still Sean Longstaff, and he's been playing When was the last time you felt, other than the last year, that Sean Longstaff should be in the squad?
Well, no.
Henderson's got 60 caps. This is the problem we've got, Matt. That I don't disagree with you. But
No,
I don't see...
I'm not saying Sean Longstaff's going to, take 3 players on and bag you the winner, but, you bring in Jordan Henderson at 70 minutes, and he's not exactly going to either. He's the master of the sideways pass, to be honest, Jason.
No, but that's what you need at that stage. He's perfect. Calvin Phillips could have had 2 or 3 yellows. I thought.
Look, for me, Calvin Phillips was lucky to still be on the pitch tonight.
Yeah.
On the pitch, yeah.
He was, and I think, look, the problem you've got with Calvin Phillips is, he played okay, but he shouldn't have been on the pitch. He had 3 yellows, really.
One borderline red, by the way.
One was a borderline red.
Yeah.
But he should have definitely been off the pitch. And he was lucky. He was a lucky boy to still be on there, to be honest. And that comes with the fact that he's not playing. He missed time in tackles because he's not match sharp. And
so you say that, but I saw Kovacic do it the other week against Arsenal, right? It can happen, and it is a little bit of a stick to beat the way. It can happen, mate. You know that you played in midfield. You can miss time 2 tackles consecutively,
of course
right?
you can. But I know if I was coming back from an injury or I hadn't played for a few weeks, you come back. The one thing you start doing is you miss time tackles because you're not up to speed. Calvin Phillips to me played okay tonight. He's lucky to be on the football pitch. The problem we've got is, and I was having this discussion with Jason about it, is because Bellingham's so good in the number 10 role now. We want to sit there and play, we can play, we can play Declan Rice, we can play Bellingham, we can play Foden as a 10. When Saka's back, you play. But he wants to play Bellingham as a number 10, and he deserves to be in that position. That's where he plays for Real Madrid, and you've seen tonight, that's where he needs to play for England. So the problem you've got is, apart from Declan Rice, who plays next to him? There isn't a massive group of players to choose from. You've got Calvin Phillips, Jordan Henderson.
Do you know what, though? I think Matt's onto something with Longstaff. No.
Is Longstaff going to come and play and really make a massive difference?
No, but what I'm saying is, in terms of the options, there aren't many English options in there. There aren't. I mean, try and name them now. I mean, I'm putting you under the... We'll try and do them.
James Ward-Prowse.
Yeah, but James Ward-Prowse is...
Longstaff.
Yeah, I mean...
Mason Mount.
Mate, I've seen Mate play. Mate, he ain't in a 2. He's not a 2.
Well, that's why.
No,
but that's why Gareth Southgate plays Calvin Phillips. And people can sit here and bang on about Harry Maguire and Calvin Phillips. I don't disagree with what people are saying, but name a player that is going to go in there where I'm going to go, yeah, he should be playing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So for argument's sake, if we had, go back in the years gone by, who would you choose in the last 10 years? You'd play alongside Declan Rice, Gerrard.
Well, Gerrard,
right?
Paul Scholes,
right? Gerrard gets in there.
Of course he does.
What I'm saying is,
Lampard.
But look at the level we're talking. Look at the level of player we're talking.
But that's why I think let's not get too carried away with this England side. Yes, we are brilliant. We are stacked going forward.
It's a good call from Matt, because there are deficiencies in this squad. And that position next to Declan Rice is there, I'm not saying by default, because Calvin Phillips deserves it because of what he's done. But actually,
there isn't a Gerrard available.
No, there's not.
Well, there is, but it's Bellingham and he plays number 10.
You've got to play Bellingham there.
You have to play Bellingham number 10.
I mean, you could, and this, I'm not saying you should, because I disagree with it. You could play Bellingham alongside Rice and have Foden as a 10.
Of course.
And therefore you're squeezing that in. You're still getting the best. You saw our goal that Rashford scored, right? Bellingham can be an 8. He can be that box to box, right? He can do that.
But I think his best position, and Gareth Southgate sees it. He's been playing for Real Madrid in that position. He sees it, and you've seen it tonight. He has to play number 10. He wants him to play number 10. And for me, the whole team now has to be built around Jude Bellingham.
Can I just, on the back of that, Jay, just say how well him and Kane complement one another. When Kane drops into the area of the 10, Bellingham's on his bike. Bellingham becomes that player. There was a header just before we got the penalty. A header, far post, didn't quite connect properly. But what I'm saying is that Bellingham actually goes in and he's a beast of a boy. I say boy, he's 20, but physically, he has a physical presence.
I love his
arrogance. He can run, he can travel. He's got that arrogance.
I love it. I love his.
But he can go and play in there, Jay. So Kane can actually play the Kane role that he drops. Is that number 10, pinging passes as we saw him do. Bellingham then can go and take the position that he has left. He's vacated. That work. I'm not convinced Foden can do the same job.
No, I agree. Look, it's a debate we're going to have, and we go into the Euros and we look at the teams that we're probably going to be facing. France, you know, they won tonight. They beat Scotland 4-1 in a friendly, and I looked at their team stacked. I don't care what anyone says; they're the favourites.
Yeah, but every team's got its frailties, mate. Every team.
Let's wait there though, because Faker Others is with England manager Gareth Southgate.
Congratulations, Gareth. Qualifications secured. How pleased were you with that result and the performance?
Yeah, the performance very, very strong. I thought we played well throughout. Of course, the goal we conceded is a setback, preventable, but it didn't knock us off our stride. We were dropping too many players low a little bit in the first half, and we needed some of our attacking players to just play a little bit higher to keep that threat. And in the second half, they were devastating. But it came from the work ethic without the ball as well. All of our front players did an incredible job. Marcus Rashford, I don't know if I've seen him cover so much ground. Phil Foden was, you know, you can see had that skip in his step where you know he's playing with a lot of confidence. So it was a real good team performance.
Yeah, overall team performance. And you know the shining light that everybody's talking about yet again. Jude Bellingham was just incredible. A goal-saving tackle at one point, then a blistering counter-attack at the other. How do you even begin to rate his performance?
He's showing brilliant consistency, and his mentality is helping us as a team because he's walking towards these challenges. We believe we've taken steps forward since the World Cup. The results and performances would show that. And the nights like tonight are where you really have to show yourself against the big teams, and he set a brilliant tone for us.
Mark Gahey seemed to when he came on as well, and we've talked about him before and the composure that he has, but there were three particular moments that stood out to me with his performance, which gives you another option in terms of centre-back. I know your favoured partnership is John Stones and Harry Maguire, but we haven't always had strength and depth in that position, and it feels as if Mark Gahey has almost cemented himself as the third choice.
Yeah, well, I thought firstly, Stones and Maguire were excellent. And then Mark, to come into the game as he did is not easy. You know, you're a young player, there's so much resting on the game, he's 60 minutes in, but he showed great composure, great calmness. I have to also say Manchester City have been brilliant with us with John. You know, we've worked really closely with them. To be able to get him through for an hour was a great help for us. And hopefully he goes back now in good condition and a step on for them, so it's worked for everybody. But you're absolutely right with Mark. Really, really good for a young player to come into a game of that size and do as well as he did. It was a great follow-on from last month with us.
Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic. There were so many good performances all over the pitch. The one perhaps negative, and I don't like to focus on that when you've actually qualified for the Euros, but Calvin Phillips at times showed his lack of match fitness, perhaps, and was maybe lucky to stay on the pitch. What did you make of his performance? Is he going to get up to speed, or does he have to make a move in January to be part of the squad?
I thought the job that he did, it was a little bit like the game in Scotland. People will say, you don't need another holding midfield player because you've got control of the ball, but the reason we've got control of the ball is because of the holding midfield player. So yes, I think we were fortunate. I think he on another day he might have picked up another yellow. That's why we got him off when we did. Of course, it's not perfect that he doesn't play every week, but in that position, I don't see a better player in England to do that job in double pivot with Declan Rice. So we are hopeful that he can keep forcing his way in at City, but he is up against some world-class players there, Rodri, Bernardo and Kovacic, so it's not easy, but I have to say every time, a bit like Harry Maguire, every time they play for England they show what top players they are.
Jordan Henderson came on, the few spattering of boos were drowned out by the cheers, which must have been pleasing to hear.
Yeah, well, I'm pleased for him, he deserves that. and for us to have a player of his experience and mentality to come in at that moment in a game, it is really crucial. So, yeah, I'm pleased for him that he got the reception he deserved, and that lifts the team as well. All of that has an impact on how the players feel about playing for England.
Just finally, Stuart Pearce in commentary talked about this being another building block, another win over Italy. That's an impressive record from your point of view, doing the double over them, but again against another top 10 ranked side, which is quite incredible, and building towards a huge European Championships where you're going to be one of the favourites. What more do you want to see from this team in order to improve and go that step further in Germany next year?
Well, I think it's what we saw tonight, that when the pressure's on, we've got that calmness with the ball. I think 2-3 years ago in the big matches, we weren't quite as calm. We were conceding possession at times. And tonight they really worked out the press of the Italians well. Jordan started that. He showed a real calmness with his decision making with the ball. And we've got really good options in terms of the profile of players that we've got. So we're going to keep banging that mentality drum, because we have to play like a top team, and I thought tonight we played and showed evidence of being a top team.
Congratulations again, Gareth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was Faker Overs with Gareth Southgate just talking about the Calvin Phillips situation. And again, like what we said, there isn't that player that stands out. You say Longstaff, you can say Ward-Prowse, but are they any better than Calvin Phillips, a fit Calvin Phillips? I don't think they are.
There's not a Steven Gerrard in there we can go, yeah, he's one of the very best out there. And that, I think when you're in a position that Gareth's in, I think he's gone back, he's reverted to type. He goes to the players that he trusts. I think there's a similar scenario at centre-half. Lewis Dunk, I didn't think did anything wrong the last time he played.
Rate him.
Yeah, but when it comes to a qualifier, Gareth goes back to the people he knows. He goes back to the people he trusts. And that, it might be to a fault, but what you are
I still think we are slow and a little bit laboured at the back.
Do you know what?
Especially in the first 15 minutes, it was slow.
And I
think that is because of Harry Maguire.
I think the way Italy set up though, they sat deep. They didn't press the ball. And when teams do that, you've got to find another way. And we worked it out. We managed to speed things up. Look, we get
second half, we were brilliant.
Second half,
because we made things quicker and we done things quicker and we moved it quicker.
But also the penalty changes the game. Yeah, that gives you that little bit of impetus. When had it gone in at half time 1-0 down, you might have seen Italy sit there and be stubborn and say we're gonna dig in and make. Actually, the goal changed it because Italy then need to come out a little bit more. And they then can't sit back and defend and have that what you call a low block in the modern day football parlance. But I think that goal changed it. But it's a brilliant run from Jude Bellingham. It's a great. I think did Kane pass the ball? Was it Kane that passed it?
I can't remember. I can't remember, but I mean, look, Bellingham's just outrageous.
Someone passed it.
Adrian Durham on his brilliant show, obviously before us, he said that Bellingham was the best player in the world right now. Would you agree with that?
Bellingham?
Yeah.
He's up there, mate.
Is he the best? Have England got the best player in the world right now?
Maybe. I don't see.
Who's better than him?
He never seems. Well, there's the question.
For me, he's there. He's close.
Do you know what?
I still have Vinicius Junior in my side, if I'm honest.
But Gareth Southgate mentioned the word there. Consistency.
Yeah.
Consistently, he is the most talked about man every time I see England play. It's Bellingham. Bellingham. Do you know what? Funny thing is, all three of us, me, you and Billy, were talking in there just before that about how good is Bellingham, right? He's only turned 20.
Is he better than Wayne Rooney? That's what we was asking.
Wayne Rooney's the most sensational teenager I've ever seen, right? A boy man. He was just a giant running around, smashing people in half at 16, 17, right? Man boy, whatever you want to call it. Right? Either way it works. Either way it works, right? Just turn it around. It's a double pivot.
All right. We'll let that one slide.
Right, but you think about Bellingham, right? He's 6'2". He's a different type of teenager. Yeah. Right? He's now 20. I get that, right? But we're talking about a boy here. He don't give a monkey's about what anyone says. Your reputation. I don't care if I'm going to play with Vinicius Junior or Modric. I don't care. I'm the main man at Real Madrid, and he stepped up, mate. People are talking. He's a sensation, this kid.
He is. No,
sensation.
He's unbelievable.
I think he could go down as England's best ever player. Ever player.
Well, you can ask that question. You can have your say on tonight's performance. And is Jude Bellingham the best player in the world right now? 03 717 22 33 44.
Boy, man.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the shiny new TalkSport Bet app at the App Store and Google Play today.
Turbocharge your Saturday with Game Day. Featuring 3 massive Premier League games.
What a goal!
Liverpool versus Everton.
Kick-off, 12:30.
On TalkSport.
And it's in!
Newcastle versus Crystal Palace.
Kick-off, 3 p.m.
On TalkSport 2.
That is a quite brilliant goal!
Followed by Sheffield United versus Manchester United.
Kick-off, 8 p.m.
On TalkSport.
And he's scored again!
Game Day, this Saturday.
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Bellingham making his way forward, finding Marcus Rashford. Rashford edge of the penalty area. Brilliant. That is majestic counter-attacking football from England.
He was outstanding tonight. We've got a wonderful talent of a footballer. I think Paul Gascoigne was in the stadium tonight watching the game. I think the camera panned on him, and you can almost see shades of Gazza with that arrogance on a football pitch.
That was Stuart Pearce, former England captain, talking about Jude Bellingham. What a performance it was. You can have your sound at 03 717 22 33 44. But let's get back over to Wembley. Faye Carruthers is with England captain Harry Kane.
Harry, congratulations. You've qualified for Germany. How pleasing was that?
Really pleasing, really tough game against a good side, and we didn't make it look easy, but we played a really good game, and even when we went 1-0 down, we controlled it, we controlled the tempo, we knew we'd get back into it, and we just carried on doing what we've done the whole campaign. So to win 3-1 at home in front of our fans and qualify is a really nice feeling, so we can enjoy the next camp now with 2 games to spare.
You say you didn't make it easy. Perhaps in the opening exchanges you were fully on top, but then Italy managed to get a hold of you. But what does it say about this team that you were able to turn it around and come from a goal down?
Yeah, I think we've proven that, whenever we've gone behind in big games or in tough games, we've always managed to find a way to get back, and I think that shows the mindset that we're building here. We've all had a lot of experience in big games, in major tournaments now, so we just trust each other, and that comes with time and playing with each other more and more. So we've built up a really good group here, and anyone who comes in, feels the way we set the standards from day one. So we just got to continue that. Everyone enjoys playing for England. I enjoy it more than anyone. To score here at Wembley is always special. So we should enjoy this, and the fans should enjoy it as well.
Special. You just love breaking records at the moment. You're now the top Englishman to score at Wembley with 23 goals. How many more records can you break?
Yeah, you know me. I enjoy the records for sure. They're all proud moments, but it's always just on to the next one. And I'll keep pushing myself to see how far I can get, and the team will keep pushing themselves to see how far we can get. We've been close and we've had some really good moments in an England shirt, but ultimately, we need to turn them into winning major tournaments, and that's the mindset we have, and we'll go into next summer. So we just enjoy these moments. You've got to take them in because it's never easy to qualify, especially in a tough group. So we'll enjoy it tonight.
Yeah, you could see the delight on all of your faces as you came into the tunnel. Jude Bellingham walked in, shouted "Vamos" straight away. That's probably really poor Spanish from me, but how important is he to this team? I mean, Adrian Durham's gone big, and you might have something to say about this actually, and said that Jude Bellingham is the best player in the world.
Well, he's not far off, if let's put it that way. Jude's fantastic. He's shown what he can do in an England shirt. He's shown what he can do, obviously, in a Madrid shirt this season. So, and the best thing about him is, he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He'll just keep working, keep pushing for the team. He doesn't get carried away, even though he's so young. So, I think for sure he's up there. And with the team we have here, we'll keep pushing him, and he'll keep pushing us to set new standards. But he's an important player for us. So it's great to see him playing well for club and country. And we need everyone doing that if we want to be successful next summer.
Just got one final question for you. Look, tonight is a night of celebration, but obviously leading into this camp, there's been a lot of question marks over some of the players that have featured heavily for England in the success that you've had from 2018 onwards. I'm thinking the likes of Calvin Phillips, Jordan Henderson, for example, Harry Maguire as well. As England captain, What do you say to the fans who are questioning their inclusion in the squad at the moment?
Yeah, look, I think it's football. I think it's opinions. Every fan's entitled to their opinion. Being an England boss is never easy because you're always going to upset some fans. But look, I think, like I touched on it earlier, we've built a really good core group here. We've set standards really high, and they're important players for us. You saw again H today, Calvin today, outstanding. Hendo when he come on, being a real leader. Seeing us through the game with his energy and his voice. So yeah, look, it is what it is. We stay focused on what we need to do inside our walls. We just want the fans to get behind every player whenever we step on the pitch, every tournament, and I know they will. They've been incredible. They've pushed us to major finals in recent years, etc. So we'll just keep doing what we're doing and stay focused, and I know the majority of the fans will keep supporting us.
That was Harry Kane there with Carruthers. Let's go to Paul, who's a Southampton fan. All right, Paul?
Paulie?
Good evening, how are you?
I'm good, Paul. Look, you've been to the game. Second half was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think the first half was pretty good as well, to be honest. And, maybe you need to give me a reality check, but in my 30 years plus of following England, I've never ever gone 1-0 down and thought, don't worry, we'll score 3 or 4 here.
Yeah, Cundy, you were similar, wasn't you? We was all kind of like, I was a bit like, oh, here we go, Harry Maguire, Calvin Phillips.
What concerned me was the way that Italy set up, and we looked a little bit run out of ideas, that's not fair, but we just looked a little bit like we were taking our time to find our way. And there were moments in that first half where we do pass around the back, but actually when you're in a position where the team sit 5-4-1 or 4-5-1, it's difficult to penetrate. But you want them to come onto you, and actually, if you look at the penalty, there was space. Rashford had a great chance to come in, to go down the outside. But he give it away. Things were opening up, and it was inevitable at some stage that would change. But I think when you go 1-0 down home to Italy, you're a little bit, oh God, here we go again type of thing. But I agree with you, Paul. I think you're right.
Look, Paul, do you think we can win it in Germany?
I'm almost expecting to, which I've never felt before. I've never jumped on the bandwagon of all these fifth worst, but it's, you're looking at it and you think, really, us and France, the next 2 or 3 tournaments, we look like the 2 teams, and hopefully the law of averages goes our way. But, you're probably looking at Stones, Walker, Bellingham, Rice, Kane. They're all world-class players now. And surely Bellingham and Kane are in everyone's world 11. You just look at it and think we're actually pretty deep in most areas now as well.
Yeah. We are stacked.
We're in transition. They're not going to have a case at the World Cup. Netherlands aren't going to do much at all. You're probably looking at us, France, maybe Spain or Germany because they're hosts, but you're looking at semi-finals and leagues for everything now, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a few. I think Portugal need to be absolutely thrown into that. They're
never right off Portugal.
No, they're going through the gears nicely at the minute. Belgium as well, maybe another side that doing
Belgium,
okay.
They never do anything. Belgium are like Tottenham. I don't know why I just said that, but it's true, isn't it?
What, this year?
Yeah.
So Belgium could do it then. They might win their first trophy ever.
Paul, thanks for your call. Let's go to Josh, who's an Everton fan. All right, Josh?
Joshua?
All right, Jamie. All right, Jason.
How are you?
I'm good, Josh.
How are you?
Yeah, listen, I just want to expand a bit on Jude Bellingham, the point about him. I'm on about his development at Birmingham City, lads. I think it's vindication for the investment in the youth systems down the leagues. Clubs are throwing cash at overseas players all the time. That's proof. Why not develop your own players through the system? Give them an opportunity. And then lo and behold, a few years down the line, this guy is arguably, as Jason said before, or was it you, Jamie? I forget which one, but arguably the best player in the world, arguably. He's done his development correctly, hasn't he? He's gone through Dortmund, first of all. He's had a little taste of Champions League football, playing with some really good players, And then he's made the step to Real Madrid rather than doing it all in one block,
as well, though, it makes, Josh, and it's a great thing for Birmingham as an academy, because you've got the likes of when I was growing up, Arsenal, Man United were the best academies, then Chelsea come along, Tottenham, Man City now. You look at their academies, the ones who look like they're going to produce the best players, and then you've got Birmingham, who really everyone who's half decent in Birmingham, they end up playing for Aston Villa. I know that because I've lived there. For them to produce a player like Jude Bellingham is unbelievable for them, because you can say to these young kids now, come and sign for our academy because we've produced a Jude Bellingham. Now, they retired his shirt, when he left at 16 years of age, and pretty much everyone laughed at him.
Well, I certainly felt it was ridiculous, but now it's starting.
But now you look at it and go, I mean, fair play to Birmingham City that they've actually produced that player and how good he is.
Yeah, of course. And I just want to make one final point before I come off the air. It's about a certain comment from Kevin Keegan the other week about the female pundits not having a place, you know. Like, I listen to Jill Scott a lot, lads, I'm not going to lie to you. I've watched her play since she played for Everton in 2010, you know. Like, I've seen the development of the person, and also, like, the knowledge that she possesses about the men's game is fantastic, you know. She throws in the banter. Like, she's always got you know, sort of the correct way to put things. She handles the criticism really well, you know. Like, it'd have been easy tonight for her to go, you know what, after those comments, sack it in, I'm not going to bother, you know. She turned up, give it her all. And fair play to her, she stood next to Gianfranco Zola and Joe Cole, and you obviously know Joe well, both of you, you know. And he seems as though he's sort of like encouraging her, isn't he? You know,
yeah, he is, yeah. Well, she deserves to be there. She represented her country. She played for England.
And she's also got something that half of these lads haven't got, lads. She's got a Euros medal in her pocket, you know, or somewhere in her house, you know.
Yeah. No,
I just want to go back to something you said, Josh, I mean, a second ago, about Jude Bellingham. And you're absolutely right. It is a massive shot in the arm for lower leagues teams that have an academy, that are stuck with an academy, and got these young lads. But, you know, we're talking about a generational talent in Jude Bellingham. We are.
Generational talent?
We are.
Who are you? What are you, a YouTuber?
No, we are.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about a
generational talent.
Bellingham is.
What's that mean? What's that mean? What's that mean?
Okay, when was the last time a player come along that was like that we spoke about? It's Rooney. That was a generation ago. But one before that, Gaza, a generation ago. One before that,
generational
with Bobby
talent.
Charlton.
Mate, that can't be coming out of your mouth. No, all right, you're 53 years of age, son. You can't be saying a generational talent. He's a top talent. He's unreal. He's world class.
No, but what I'm saying is they come along every now and then. A player of that quality.
They're coming on a lot more.
No, but they
Foden, Saka, Rashford.
Are you saying that they're all generational talents now? You nicking
Foden
my phrase?
Is? Well, I'm not nicking the phrase. I don't use that phrase.
What is it then?
They're world-class talents. That's what they are. They're top players. They've come through youth systems. They're top players.
But one thing,
generational talent.
It's a generational talent. I'm going to stick with it. But one thing he made me laugh. Is Josh still there?
Josh? I'm still here, yeah.
Right, you said he's done it the right way. He went to Dortmund and Bayern Munich.
Yeah, of course. Can I just throw in one final
kid does that? Dortmund and Real Madrid. Go on.
So if Jude Bellingham was, say, at Arsenal's academy, Man City's academy, before even Birmingham got involved with him, do you realistically think, lads, that, you know, we could have had another Jadon Sancho where he didn't quite make it at City?
Yeah.
And then he's having to work backwards rather than up the food chain. I always think it's a lot easier. I don't know about you as ex-players, but I think it's always easier to work up the food chain rather than down, you know.
Yeah, but Sancho went to Germany, didn't he? He went there. He made that move.
Yeah, of course, but like the argument is, if he'd have started at Man City and then gone to Dortmund, that's a step back.
I just think he's. I know what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. I think he's that good. Wherever he was going to be a star.
I think you're right.
I just think he's had that mentality.
But you know what?
Since he was a young
what we
lad.
need to do, and this is where I agree with Josh. We need to give Birmingham Academy and everyone the support network around, because they would have known. He made his debut at 16. Right?
15, I mean.
Was he 15?
I think he might have been nearly 15.
Whatever. I just found out he was 10. He was 10 when he made his debut, right? Yeah. Right. But Jay, they would have known. We've all played with kids, right? We've all heard about kids. When they'd have known at 12, 13, they had something special on their hands. They would have known. Because they'd have seen kids pass through their hands.
I know, I don't know how they kept hold of him.
Well, he went round United. Do you know that they took him to Carrington? Manchester United walked him around Carrington. Family walked him round, signed for United.
What, and he didn't?
He didn't.
What, he didn't want to, or?
Shot the training ground, so it was a right mess. So while the Glazers are still in, Ronaldo's moaning about training ground, nothing that. I'm off. I'll take
Fair play.
I'll take his boots in 4 years.
Fair play to his family for keeping him where he was, and the path they've put him on, because
everyone
that decision
connected.
to go out to Dortmund, has obviously turned out to be an unbelievable decision
the support
for him.
network around him, coaches. Everyone that connected with Birmingham
I played
City.
against his dad, by the way, in a game. He's like a bit of a non-league legend up in Birmingham.
You were slagging him off the other day.
No, I wasn't.
You were saying it's garbage. How can he? You said the other day, how can he produce that talent? You said that.
Absolutely
he said he
rubbish.
He said
I
he
did
could
not
produce
say
anything
that. I would never say that.
How can he produce something like that?
His dad was actually a really good football player.
Are you slagging him off? off the other day.
Oh, you can't say things like that.
You're terrible,
You
mate.
can't say things like that
Honestly,
because
give
that's
it-
out of order,
you
because
give
he
it-
listens to the
you,
show.
You give him the biggin in the green room, and now he's up there.
Please don't do that.
Oh, I slaughtered him the other day.
That is
Bellingham's dad,
lies
honestly,
coming out of his
terrible.
mouth. Lies coming out of his mouth.
Saw him.
Right, I'm going to get him to come on. I'll text him.
Oh, you're going to apologise to him, are you?
No, you're going to
You're
apologise.
gonna Jay, slaughtered him, you
Fair
were.
play to Birmingham City and his
Oh, now
family
you're
for
backtracking.
what they've done for that boy, because he is probably up there in the top 3 best players in the world right now. I'm not going to say he's the best player in
What
the
about
world.
his dad? What about his dad?
Dad was he was really good in the five-side.
Generation talent
I
is
tried
on
to
or not?
snap him, couldn't get near him. Right, keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 33 44.
Familiar addressing of the ball. Same old repertoire as always, same result as usual. Harry Kane fires it in to the top right-hand corner with Donnarumma diving the other way. 60 international goals for Harry Kane. And Harry Kane is in, and he's round everybody before sliding it in. 3-1 England, and that will be job done.
Yeah, that's how it sounded on TalkSport earlier today. You can keep your calls coming in on 03 717 22 33 44. We're discussing Jude Bellingham. Is he the best player in the world? Is he the best player that England have ever produced? Could he be better than Gascoigne?
Generational
Wayne Rooney. Is he a generational talent, as the young people say, not Jason Cundy? Let's go to Ben now. He's a Spurs fan. All right, Ben.
Benny boy.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, good, Ben. How are you?
Not Ben.
Yeah, not too bad. I just want to speak about Harry Kane.
Go on.
How good was he? No, Ben, you've just been dumped.
He's up.
Honest, do you know what? Right?
He's just hung up.
It absolutely stuns me. So Ben's been waiting on the line for 51 minutes. He phones up less than that, 20 seconds into the phone call, he drops an F-bomb. We're about to tell him off, he puts the phone down. Ben, if you're listening now, you're a disgrace, man. You wouldn't do that in front of your mum.
I think he wanted to come on and talk about...
No, do you know what? Don't even mention it.
No?
He's wasted his chance.
Okay.
You wait on that...
Well, he wanted to say Harry Kane was terrible. And he does, and thinks he's overrated.
I think he's best he went, actually. I think
I
he realised he's been an absolute...
I thought Harry Kane was brilliant.
Harry Kane's role in this team allows Bellingham to go on and be that marauding young midfielder, going beyond him.
Do you think Harry Kane gets a little bit annoyed, though, the fact that we're always talking about Bellingham?
No, I think Harry Kane's had his time in the everyone knows how good Harry Kane is, mate. That second goal...
It's a great goal.
It's a proper
He actually
experience.
looked like he was quick.
Yeah, but you know he does. He just fends off. Because he knows the goal's opened up for him on that right hand side, and it's the skill before it. The centre half tries to get there, and he just brushes him aside.
Yeah.
Once he does that, he's
He'd
got the
brush
yard
you
of
aside,
space.
wouldn't he? Imagine you'd brush you aside.
I'll smash him out of the way.
Would you?
Yeah.
How would you stop Harry Kane?
You bring him down. He can't run without legs.
Literally. I can just imagine you just snapping him, thinking there's no way I'm getting anywhere near him.
No, but when you're in that... See, he's in a position where he can manoeuvre this to make it better for him. And he just puts his arm on that shoulder, and he uses that power that he's done to elevate himself forward again. It's a brilliant piece of centre forward play, and when he gets that yard of space, he goes to ice cold in his veins. He composes himself. What am I doing with it? He's done that 1,000 times in training. Yeah. Good contact. Make sure
I
at the
actually
target.
see a social media clip of him. I think Bayern Munich posted it the other day, and it was just of him just left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. He just doesn't miss. It's just ridiculous.
It's muscle memory, mate. That position there is muscle memory. Get to that position again. I know what I'm going to do. I know I'm going to score. Puts it away. I reckon 39 times out of foot. Let me try and phrase that. 29 times out of 30 scores.
Yeah.
I'm going to do
29?
29 out of 30.
That's a high ratio, that.
That's a high ratio.
Where did you get them numbers from?
Well, I just made it up.
I know, but why?
Because he's got to miss one at some stage, hasn't he? I reckon...
Yeah, he did, against France. Right, let's go to Bob, who's an Arsenal fan. All right, Bob?
There's the one.
Hello, fellas. You all right?
All right,
Bob. Bob, look, big performance tonight. Everyone's talking about Jude Bellingham. Is he the best player in the world right now? He's up there, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. But what you were saying earlier about could he be the best England player? He can be. I think the only thing that let him down is consistency. When you talk about the great England players like Charlton, Bobby Moore, Gascoigne, even Glenn Hoddle. Glenn Hoddle should have played a lot more than he did.
Yeah.
That's because he was bad manager at the time, but that's not his fault. But the thing is, they're consistent over 10 years. And so he is brilliant, but he's got to do it over a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully he stays away from injuries and he trains on. How many times have we seen players that we go, oh, this player's going to be the next England captain, or he's going to be brilliant? Who's a player that played for Everton and went to Chelsea? Around Wilshire's time. Really good.
What year are we talking about here?
Not long ago. It was Wilshire's time. He played for Chelsea. He played for Everton. He went to Chelsea.
Ross Barkley.
Players like that who was ramped up to be, and they just didn't get.
Don't think anyone put.
Well, I mean, everyone did talk about Ross Barkley back in the day. He was a top
No,
player,
but I don't think everyone spoke about him as being a generational talent.
No, but with Bellingham, he gets consistency. He doesn't get an injury, and he's got to do it for a period of. He's got to do it for longevity. I mean, the other players like Gascoigne, you can't. I'm an Arsenal supporter. Gascoigne was brilliant. He was a fantastic player. Even Glenn Hoddle.
Do you think he's better than Rooney at this age?
No, because he's only done it for a couple of years.
I know, I'm talking about at this age when we talk about in my era, Rooney, I played against him when he was 19, 20, and I was like, oh my word, this guy is unbelievable. I can't get near him. He's got everything.
Jamie, that's where you've got a point, because I've been going off football since '76. When people like Rooney was playing, he was playing against hard defenders, people that could kick you. He's playing against midfield. It's different nowadays. You can't touch him. So Rooney went through all that.
I think what we're also seeing.
I'm not saying Bellingham can't do it.
No, Blob. I think what we're also seeing is Wayne Rooney going to one of the biggest clubs in the world and strutting around and doing his stuff. He scored a hat trick in one of his first games in the Champions League, right? And we're watching Bellingham go to one of the biggest clubs in the world and doing something similar. Either way, right? We're talking about stellar, elite, top, blue chip football clubs, right? Real Madrid, Man United. We've got two English lads going in there, don't care who they're playing with, don't care who we're playing against. I'm going to come and show you I'm the very best. There is an arrogance about the pair of them, and I'm seeing something similar right now in Bellingham that I saw in Rooney when he went to United.
Yeah.
Was it 18 when he went to United, Rooney?
Yeah,
right?
18, yeah.
Right? He didn't care, mate. He went, I'm the big dog here.
Yeah,
right?
I love that about Bellingham. People.
Bellingham,
I think at Dortmund, people were a bit like, oh, he's a bit arrogant. I love that in a football player. When you walk on a pitch and you strut your stuff. That's what the best players do. The Ronaldos, the Messis, Ibrahimovic. The best players do it.
But he's backing it up.
Of course.
They back it up. They don't just strut on that pitch, throwing their weight around. They back it up.
Do you know what he actually does? And what I noticed tonight, and I'm noticing it more and more with Bellingham's performances, he's actually inspiring the other players around him. He's making the other players go, I want a bit of this.
I agree with that.
Like when he's doing all these flicks and he's striving forward, and he's making things
happen.
happen.
There was a run on
the players around him go, I want to be like him. And he's actually making players better. Yeah. Right, keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 33 44.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
TalkSport News.
Keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 33 44. But let's get news and sport headlines now with Craig Wakeman.
Thanks, Jamie. At 11, Palestinian officials say up to 500 people are dead after a hospital in Gaza was hit by Israeli airstrikes. Hamas are calling it a crime of genocide. Former UK National Security Advisor Lord Ricketts says it's unclear what happened.
Could this have been a missile that went, off course? Could it have been an error, an accident? Could it have been a Hamas rocket? And I think we just don't know at the moment, and it's absolutely up to the Israelis to tell us very quickly.
Well, Israel's already denied responsibility. Council tax in Scotland will be frozen next year. First Minister Humza Yousaf made the announcement in his speech at the SNP conference. The Met Office has upgraded its weather warnings for part of the UK this week as Storm Babbitt closes in. The yellow rating for eastern Scotland has now changed to amber in its place from Thursday morning till Friday evening. The climate change activist Greta Thunberg has been arrested at a protest in London. She was among those campaigning outside a hotel which was hosting the heads of major oil and gas companies.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. Don't let car troubles get in the way of your journeys this autumn. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com for tyres, servicing and batteries so you can drive away happy every time.
Remaining dry across central, northern and eastern areas with some clear spells.
Talk Sport.
Well, as you've been hearing, England, along with Scotland, have booked their place at next summer's Euros.
And Harry Kane is in, and he's round everybody before sliding it in. 3-1 England, and that will be job done.
And it certainly was. The victory means they top their qualifying group with 2 games to spare. Marcus Rashford scored either side of a Kane brace, whose 24th England goal at Wembley surpasses that of Sir Bobby Charlton's record. Northern Ireland lost 1-0 to Slovenia in their qualifying group. Scotland, who, like I said, have already secured a spot in the Euros, lost in France in a friendly. Steve Clarke's side did take the lead through Billy Gilmore early on, but lost 4-1 in Lille. Video assistant referees Darren England and Daniel Cook will return to the Premier League this weekend following their error in last month's fixture between Spurs and Liverpool. The pair was stood down for not awarding a goal for Liverpool's Darwin Núñez. Daniel Cook will return as an assistant referee for Man United's trip to Sheffield United in TalkSport's live and exclusive commentary on Saturday night. Latest is on the website talksport.com.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. The Sports Bar on TalkSport.
Yeah, good evening. You are listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with me, Jeremy O'Hara and Jason Cundy. We're taking your calls on England's performance tonight. They have qualified for the Euros. Top performance in the end against Italy. You can have your sound at 03717223344. We're also discussing Jude Bellingham. Could he win a Ballon d'Or? Is he the best player in the world right now? If you've been to the game, you're driving home, you want to have your sound, get involved. But let's hear now from England midfielder Phil Foden. He's been speaking to TalkSport's Faker Overs.
Phil, congratulations, qualification for England. I could see the relief on all of your faces out there. A delightful performance as well. What's your reaction?
Yeah, we spoke before the game. We just wanted to get the job done tonight, and I thought we all played fantastic. Not just going forward, but the way we tracked back. Yeah, it was nice to see. I thought overall it was a well-rounded performance, and yeah, delighted.
A well-rounded performance, but one where your backs were against the wall for when Italy went ahead, which says a lot about what this team can then do to rally and score 3 goals in reply.
Yeah, it's not always going to be straightforward when you play these big nations. They're going to have periods where they're on top, and it's how you defend and overcome that period. And like I said, I thought defensively tonight was outstanding. There were some great blocks, like Mark coming on and making great blocks, and like I said, the team's very strong. Even the players coming off the bench, that helps. So yeah, it's just a special group, and it's a pleasure to be a part of it.
You mentioned Mark Gahey there, and actually, the cameo that he made was really impressive. He was involved in the assist for Harry Kane's 3rd goal, his 2nd goal, amazing block right at the end, and when he first came on. It always feels as if you need strength and depth, and we've perhaps not had that in the centre-back position. But Mark Gahey feels like England's future. You know him well. What do you think?
Yeah, I know him really well. I played with him for a couple of years in youth level, and I know what he's about. He's so composed on the ball, and he always steps up in big games, and he's not shy to get the ball and dribble it at the back as well. So, like you said, he set up the goal and made some important blocks. So he's a really important player for us. And like I said, we have great players on the bench to come on and do big things. So yeah, it's really nice.
Every single time I talk to you about Jude Bellingham, your face lights up. I don't think it's going to be any different after that performance he put in tonight.
No, definitely not. I think me and Jude now has built a great relationship. I think we connect really well. We understand each other's game, and I thought Jude tonight again was fantastic. His all-round game, he can do everything in the game and everything he wants to do. So yeah, it's a pleasure to play with, and he's still only going to keep getting better because he's such a young lad and he's still got a lot to improve, and that's what's scary really, because he can keep improving.
How much has this England side got to improve? You've got 2 more camps now before the squad announcement, November and then March. What else can you do, and what needs kind of tinkering with? What can you improve on from tonight, for example?
I think it's been overall a really good campaign for us, finishing top of the group. Obviously there's still many things that we need to improve. The one that I said there, the defending side, when they have spells, how we defend, I think we can still improve on that in important tournaments, and they're the situation that gets you through games and gets you wins and important wins. So yeah, I think we can improve on that.
You've qualified, but how desperate are you to get to Germany?
Yeah, very desperate. Looking forward to it every time. You play for your country. It's a pleasure, and you've got to take good pride in it and enjoy every moment.
Congratulations again tonight, Phil. Cheers.
Yeah, that was Phil Foden speaking to Faker Others, another top performance from him. And he needed a big performance tonight, Chase, didn't he? Because, look, you got Saka there. Obviously, he hasn't been playing. He's injured. But Phil Foden comes in and, we all talked about Phil Foden, how good he was. And then all of a sudden, he wins so much with Man City. But he hasn't nailed down a place in their team.
No.
But when he comes in, he always does a great job.
Yeah, and he's an unbelievable talent, isn't he?
Yeah.
But you think about what Bellingham's
Generational
done now.
talent?
He is one of those generational talents. No, he is. He steps into that class, doesn't he? He does. I know you want to mock me, but he does. He's one of those players that come along and can do things that are special at a young age. And you think, wow, you keep that trajectory. You keep rising as a star. But the problem he's got is that Bellingham's now in a position where you think you play 4-2-3-1. Where do you really want to play Foden? Play him 10. Or Bellingham's come in. Sorry, a little cough.
All right, yeah. You all right, mate?
A little cough. I was hoping you'd take over and just let me cough.
No, I just wanted to just let you just fumble the bag.
I should walk out, just let you just see what you did there. But the problem he's got is Bellingham's now has adopted that number 10 role. But Bellingham showed that he is more than a 10. He can do that box to box. He can do that role where he is that number, that third man in midfield in the two, where he tracks back, wins the ball on the edge of the box.
Yeah.
For no one that's seen it, watch Rashford's goal, about what Bellingham's role in. There's a high and wide, what do they call it? The spider cam. Is it spider cam? Spider cam?
Yes. Spider cam, yeah.
Shows whenever spider cam does. And this spider cam shows it, and they see Bellingham slide tackle on the right hand side, dispossess on the edge of the box. He then makes a run beyond their midfield.
He gets straight up, plays basically a 1-2
and
tackle.
he's off, right? Yeah. He's open, and then he's got to play a ball beyond the midfield that closes him down. Once he does that, he's now into their back line. He don't continue that run. He plays it out to Rashford, and the run he makes distracts the defender, which opens up the space for Rashford to come inside, edge of the box, opens up the body. Donnarumma thinks it's going to go one side. I mean, it's all about. Rashford's got to finish it. This goal is all about Bellingham.
Yeah,
it's about Bellingham. That is box to box midfield play at the highest level. And honestly, mate, you don't see many people do that.
No.
You don't.
No, you don't. No, he's unbelievable. I love what...
and the problem
I'm just excited every time England play. I'm just excited to watch
the
Bellingham
problem you've got is, that's not Foden's game.
No.
Foden, as good as he is, Foden can create and open up spaces that don't really exist, or see passes, or create the opportunity.
I think that's been a criticism that Pep and Southgate have had with Foden, isn't it? About playing him in midfield is his tracking back.
But that's not just... What Bellingham did isn't just tracking back. That's beyond... tracking back. That is going in. He was beyond. Right, he's back in there, in the heart of that, defending on the edge of your box. And then 10 seconds later, he's on the edge of their box, playing the pass to Rashford, distracting a runner, opening up space. It's, honestly, it is just the peak of centre midfield play as a box-to-box midfielder.
Mm-hmm. You
don't get better than that, mate.
No, you absolutely don't. Let's go to Lee, who's a Newcastle fan. All right, Lee?
Conley! Can you hear me? Jason Conley, can you hear me? Lee is back. Have you seen the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, the Grand Palais, the Notre Dame Cathedral, Place de la Concorde, Champs-Élysées, River Seine, the Basilica of the Saint-Croix, the Andre! Newcastle are back and so are England. Let's go!
You're right, Lee. What are you going on about?
France won tonight, Lee. What are you on about? France won. They beat Scotland 4-1.
Oh,
why are you doing that?
I've been away a few weeks. I tried to ring you. I'm an England fan.
He's still dining out of PSG, isn't he? That's what he's doing. Still dining out on that one.
I've been trying to ring you two for 2 weeks. I can't get you on because they wouldn't put us on.
Where have you been?
Lee, we always get you on.
Where you been,
about?
Lee? Where have you been?
Yes, he always put us on. I rang a couple of weeks ago. I got mugged off by one of the people on the phone. So I
was going to mug you off on the phone when you phone up. What do you mean? What did they say to you? Oh, well, you clown, you ain't coming on.
That's what they've done. They've done that. Aye. But hey, I'm back now.
He's back. He's back, everyone. Lee is back. Come on. Let's do it again. Ready? Lee is back. Hold on, Lee. Lee, you ready? Lee is back.
Listen, Cundy. I've got something to tell you, and I want to keep this between us three. Is that all right?
Right, go on, mate. Go.
Yeah. My name's not Lee. My name's Jordan.
What do you mean?
It's been a lie all this time, lads. I've done it because I didn't want to put my name around the castle. But my name's really Jordan. It's not Lee.
Right.
Jordan what?
Lee.
I can't tell you. Actually, it is. It's Jordan Lee, to be fair.
You better say, I can't tell you now. Look, why are you telling us a lie?
So your name's Jordan? Jordan Lee?
Jordan Lee, but it's... Listen, Holly's still here, lads.
Who?
Her real name's still Holly.
It's his missus, the one he wakes up all the time.
Oh, Lee, go and wake her up. Lee.
Hates the sports bar.
Is this Jordan? Is this the one where you woke up?
They woke her up when they got into the Champions League.
Really?
Come on.
I know that was me.
Come on, switch your brain on.
It's called Lee. Where's Lee? Where's Jordan? What do we call Lee or Jordan?
This car is Jordan Lee.
Right, okay. Where's Holly? Where's Holly?
Can't do that. We're moving new house. Holly's asleep, lads.
No, listen, Jordan. Look, Jordan.
Look,
Jordan.
England qualified for the Euros, mate. You got to wake her up.
Go and wake her up. Great show.
You got to wake her up, mate. Jordan, you got to do it. England qualified for Euros.
Jordan, just go and give her a little. Yeah, Holly.
I'll tell you what it is. You just call us Lee for the night.
Huh?
What was that?
Just call. My real name's Jordan, but I prefer it when you two call us Lee because I love you two.
Right, Lee.
Jordan.
Go and wake up Holly.
We're moving new house, lads.
I don't care.
I don't care where you move to a new house.
No one cares.
No one cares.
Just wake her up.
Just wake her up, mate. You got to celebrate. Go and wake her up.
Come on.
Say holes.
Come on.
We're going to Germany.
Do you know
We've got
what?
tickets.
Everyone, I've just had a message come through. Come on, Lee or Jordan, whatever your name is, wake up on it. Just come through. The listeners are gagging for it. Come on.
Right, well, I used to have to play your part,
Leave that bit to us.
Is this Holly 3.0?
Yeah, whatever it is, yeah, just wake her up.
2 seconds.
Yeah,
go and wake her up. Come on.
What's she doing in bed this early? 11:15.
I don't know.
Normal time to be in bed, mate. Let's be honest. If you're not listening to the sports bar.
Yeah, I mean, Holly's a big fan, isn't she?
She's not mad like that.
No, she won't. Leave it to us.
Right. Is it took that long to get to the bedroom? You're doing
We'll,
all right, aren't you?
we'll smooth things over.
Please, the lads are here. Lad, Holly, I'm not late. Yeah? Just please, put that in there, are you? I'm not winding you up.
Holly!
Hello.
Holly! Holly! England have qualified, Holly! Holly, England have qualified.
Oh, I don't care.
Holly, you're going to Germany. We got tickets.
Holly, we're going to Germany. England in Germany.
He's coming home.
Oh, you know what? He just rings you because there's nobody else to speak to at this time of night and then wakes me up.
He loves it.
Oh,
Do you know
Holly,
what?
you're part of the team.
Holly, you've got a hell of a man there. Honestly, what a boy Jordan is.
Is he? Mm-hmm.
Honestly, you're a lucky girl. You're a lucky girl.
Yeah, well, you know what? I hope he hasn't made a mess downstairs. Oh, there's noise and carry on at this time, like, it's ridiculous. Some people have to be at work in the morning, you know.
Holly, listen, nothing else matters. England in Germany.
Yeah, well.
It's coming home. Holly, it's coming home. Holly?
I'm not.
I'm not. Oh, Holly, you're brilliant. Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Holly.
Can you what you said?
Oh, Lee, you're brilliant.
Jordan.
What was it? Look, Lee, Jordan, Lee, who cares? We love it.
Bruce Lee.
Right, lad. It's been a pleasure. Catch up on the last game. And Newcastle United are champions of Europe.
Oh, Lee, what a boy, Holly. She must hate us.
I love it. It's coming home.
I'm not. Right, keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 33 44. Keep your calls coming in on the Sports Bar. 03 717 22 33 44. Time to look back at England v Italy with TalkSport Bet. Let's go to George, who's a Newcastle fan. All right, George?
Right, George.
Hey guys, you alright?
I'm good, matey. Look, you've obviously watched your game tonight. Big performance from England.
First time caller, so I'm a bit nervous.
Georgie, don't be silly. Come on, mate.
Welcome to the family,
listen
George.
to you on catch up when I don't catch the show. I listen to you in the afternoon whenever I
good man, George. Good
So
man.
you're going to listen to yourself. Are you going to play catch up tomorrow, right? Right, George.
Yeah, Jason, I won't be doing that.
No, will you not? Will you not listen to the show tomorrow? Go on, George. Why don't you say something to yourself now?
Yeah.
And you can listen to yourself.
What you need to do is something that you've got to do tomorrow, George, right? Yes. Maybe in the afternoon, that you can put on, about 11 o'clock, so remind yourself to do it in the afternoon. What do you need to do tomorrow?
Idea. Can I just talk about the match, lads?
No. Speak to future George.
Speak to the future George.
Come on, George.
Listen to yourself
Come on, George. Just say something. Anything.
Anything.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. George on the phone. There you go, lads.
You're laughing at that. Go on.
Yeah, George. I just want to say, absolutely amazing game. I really enjoyed it. It went 1-0 down. To echo the sentiments of someone a little bit earlier, I definitely thought would come back. There was no panic at all from the team. Jude Bellingham, absolutely sensational all night. Totally agree with Jason, which I don't all the time. Generational talent, mate. Absolutely right. Fantastic. Load of love for Harry Kane. Why he doesn't get all the love he deserves every single time. Harry Kane was outstanding.
Yeah.
Phil Foden had a good game. Marcus Rashford, he took his goal well. Distribution from Marcus wasn't great. Just really want to talk about who I'd have playing instead of Calvin Phillips. You might not agree, but personally, I'd put the best passer of the ball in English football in there, and that's Trent.
Yeah, we were talking about this, George, and we had a little chat in the green room while the game was going on. Who'd you play in there? Because, as we said, look, Bellingham, you have to play him number 10. You build a team around him. You've got Declan Rice in there. He's the future as the centre mid. And then alongside him, there are players that you can say are in with a shout. You've got, Phillips played tonight, but he looked a little bit rusty. Still played okay.
I thought when he got booked, that tackle was definitely
he should have been
of
off.
him not sort of being honest. When he got booked, the tackle for his booking, that was a normal tackle. I think Jason mentioned earlier about Kovacic, but that was under pressure. The booking that Phillips got, there was no pressure. He was just slow, on that particular tackle.
Yeah, I think, look, obviously, it's easy to pick the bones out of it and say this and that, and he's not playing or he's not fit, he's not match sharp. But look, I played in midfield, and one of the things I remember coming back, whether it's injury or not playing, was you miss time tackles because you're not up to the match sharpness of other players that are playing week in, week out. And I think that's what Phillips is lacking at the moment. He needs to get back playing football. And he's got Rico Lewis, John Stones playing in front of him in midfield, and he's getting picked to play for England. But who plays there? You say Trent. Look, I love Trent, but
I'd like to see him given a chance. I mean, they've qualified now, so they're going to have 4 or 5 games before the actual tournament, which gives Southgate a chance to put Trent in there.
The issue you've got
with no fear,
No, I understand what you're saying, and look, I've seen him play in midfield, and he's brilliant. But when you're playing in a major tournament, in a big game, can you trust Trent to play in there? He's played fullback his whole life.
We've got the back four. We've got Declan Rice in front of that back four. No, that's solid as far as I'm concerned, which gives Trent more to play like a kind of Iniesta type role, if you know what I mean. In any team, the minute Trent gets on the ball, there's panic. I've not seen a player in the English league, certainly when he's playing against us, the minute he touches the ball, you think, what's he going to do with it? Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's so dangerous. He can literally cut you open in an instant,
We had this conversation, George. We were talking about if it's not going to be Phillips, if it's not going to be Henderson, who could it be? And Trent's name was come up in conversation. So it's not the worst idea.
Can't be wrong, mate. Come on.
No. What I'm saying is, I mean, his other option. I mean, Reece James can play in the middle of the park. He won Player of the Year at Wigan, playing midfield. He went on loan for a year at Wigan.
Played centre mid.
He plays centre midfield. Reece James.
I mean, he can play anywhere.
You know,
I agree.
but there are.
To play in the middle of the park as well, you know.
He's got other options, but Southgate's a creature of habit. He tends not to really go rogue. When was the last time he goes rogue? When was the last time?
Which is why, Jess, I don't think we've won anything, because he needs to play without fear, and he needs to have teams fearing us. And I don't think we've ever gone into a tournament. Okay, there's.
But here's a question for you, right?
Might fear us, but the top 3 or 4 teams certainly are to England, you know.
Here's a question for us all: what has Phillips done wrong in an England shirt?
I don't think he's done a great deal wrong. He played well in the Euros. He had a good Euros.
Rice.
He hasn't played much lately. But I just think would be so much more potent with Trent in there as well. Can you imagine a team with Trent playing behind?
George, you make a lot of sense, but I just think it's quite a bold decision. It's not.
I think the problem you've got
needs to be made.
Is Southgate.
But he's got time for experimentation as well, you know.
Yeah, it's true,
totally before the Euros.
That's fair.
Because look, he done it with Lewis Dunk. He played him against Scotland, I think, and he had a really good performance. When it comes, but then he reverts back to type. When it comes to the qualifiers and the big games, he goes back. John Stones, Maguire, Declan Rice, Calvin Phillips.
He does.
They're
the ones he trusts.
They're the ones he trusts. They're the ones. They're his go-tos.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, he's created that. It's a team that he's created this, this England side, and now he's had to put Bellingham in there because Bellingham's so good, and you've seen other players come in, but he's got that spine of a side that he just sticks with.
He put Pickford in there as well. A lot of people talk about Ramsdale, whether he can play there. Wasn't that long ago?
You don't really get away from that team too much.
Well, those 5 in front, right down the spine. If everyone is fit, it's going to be Pickford in goal.
Stones, Maguire.
Yeah.
Bellingham, Phillips.
It is.
Saka.
Oh, Rice and Phillips, Bellingham. That's what it's going to be. They're the 5 that and then. So, every manager has got his best 11 or his best spine going into a massive game. Everyone has got it.
But look, George, he makes a good point.
He does.
Do we need to maybe take the handbrake off a little bit if we want to win a tournament?
I think what needs to change perhaps is in-game management. If he wants to go with that 11, I think there needs to be options. Perhaps when things haven't gone so well. Maybe, like we saw Italy do the first 25 minutes of the game. They went 1-0 up. They were 4-5-1. They made it life difficult. They were hard to break down. Compact the midfield. How do you come up with something different? In the end, it was Bellingham that on the back of a decent.
Well, we've always had this argument with Gareth Southgate. He's very reactive instead of proactive in big moments.
This is true.
And that's where his downfall's been.
Yeah. Yes.
And I think that's where he needs to be when we're going into the big tournament. We are going to be one of the favourites to win it. When we get to that stages, when we play against a big nation, it is when it's not going well or the game's in the balance. Yeah. Can you make a decision in game like Postecoglou does, like Pep does, like Arteta does?
Or even when we're
make changes,
Jay. Even when we're on top, making that change to really cement our superiority in the game. Croatia, when we're Italy, we were on top in both those games, and the tide turned. How do you make that tide turn back in your favour? And they're the little finite details that if you can get those right or make that one decision and change things, things will be very different.
Yeah, absolutely. George, thanks for your call. Keep them coming in. 03717 22 3344. That was a look at the latest action. Thanks to TalkSport Bet. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Be Gambler Dog. Keep your calls coming in on Sports Bar 03 717 22 3344. We are discussing England qualifying for the Euros and Jude Bellingham being a Ballon d'Or winner. I think he will win a Ballon d'Or, right? He could win it next year.
Yes, he's got. Well, if he carries on the way he's going, and England, let's say Real Madrid win La Liga and England win the Euros.
Oh yeah.
Right? There's a lot of ifs there. But he's in the box seat, isn't he?
Yeah, he has to.
He's right in amongst it right now. But look, long way to go. Look, we don't want to put too much pressure on him. He's 20 years of age, but when you find someone,
I don't think he cares about pressure, mate. You see him?
No, he doesn't.
Can handle it. Look at the way
he don't care, mate. You're absolutely right.
You think he cares about Jason Cundy putting a bit of pressure on him?
No, we're talking about.
You are, mate.
No, he doesn't. But we're talking about a generational talent. So you poo-pooed me. Now you're talking about Ballon d'Or winner at 20. Gee, you poo-pooed me. Now you want to use it, didn't you?
I'm not using it. I don't use that word because it's just a new phrase.
Try use another word with that. Go on.
Jude Bellingham's he's a world-class 20-year-old football player.
Generational. Basically, just said generational talent. Try and say it without saying generational talent or 20-year-old world-class talent. Go on, say something else.
Jude Bellingham's top player. Yeah, top player.
But that doesn't give us anything.
It does. What do you mean?
No, but he's top player.
I just don't like these new phrases that have come into
new phrases. It's not a new phrase.
It is a new
talent.
phrase. It is a new phrase.
It's not a new phrase.
It's not a phrase. Like, I understand the phrase and I get
It's
what
not
the
a new
context of
phrase.
it, but it's not a phrase that should be coming out of your mouth.
Generation.
You can't even say it.
Generation talent. He is. Bellingham is in that bracket.
All right, let's go to Ed, who's an Arsenal fan. All right, Ed.
All right, Ed.
Evening, guys. Let me firstly say, Jamie, it's good to have a semblance of normality back to the show, because last night I spoke to Jason. Dino was on, and he inferred that people might eat jelly deals while they're still alive, and I thought, oh my God. So, thank God you're back.
Look, I'm sorry, mate, but, you know, it's hard work working with someone. I've got to have a break every now and then.
Dean sort of said you still eat them when they're live. Jelly deals.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard enough to hold on to them, with, you know, apart from putting a fork in one.
Do you eat jelly deals?
I ate jelly deals.
Ed, have you eaten them, Jay?
Yeah, my dad used to get them all the time, jelly deals. My dad loves them.
Okay, here's the question. Never found out. Are they hot or cold?
They're cold.
They're cold.
Can you stick them in the microwave?
No, because it comes in jelly.
Yeah, but what does it
it's jelly deals.
Yeah, but
So
can't you
like
eat them up?
What are you talking about?
Stick them in the microwave.
No.
What do you eat them with?
You don't eat them with anything. It comes in a little box, and you get them, you stick a little fork in it, and you get the jelly deals out.
In salt, pepper,
I
vinegar?
told you this, Jason, yesterday.
Honestly, Ad, what am I doing?
I've never eaten jelly deals.
Guys,
I've never eaten jelly deals.
I mean, you're not missing much.
Am I not?
No.
2 points, and I've got a little trivia question for you at the end.
Trivia question?
Mate, he's on
What is
show.
this?
Little trivia question,
You're producing the show now, Ed?
Well, I've done it once with
Probably a better show, to be fair.
Jason, but there you go. Do you remember about 9-10 months ago in the Panama Canal, it took a ship about a week and a half.
Went to ground.
Yeah.
I've named that HMS Maguire. He's an old-fashioned, robust defender. I don't think he's up to the modern game, whether he was playing week in, week out or not. And Southampton always never let us down, but I think he could make a cataclysmic mistake in the
Yeah, but you know what, Maguire? You know, if you're calling that boat Maguire, I mean, you've done a good job in stopping things getting through him.
Yeah,
Could get past him.
I don't like that, Joe. I like what we've done there.
Do you know what I mean? Could get past him.
Yeah.
Like a wall.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Say that, Ed.
What are you saying to that one, Ed? It's flawed.
I think against quality, real quality is
No, but if you remember, the Suez Canal was totally blocked off. Right? So Harry Maguire, Jay's absolutely right. If he's blocking off the Suez Canal, even Mbappe can't get past him.
Oh, right, okay, that's a good retort. And the other one is we've got a cacophony of decent flair players like Saka, Bellingham, Foden, Grealish, Maddison. But my one worry is that if Rice gets injured, I don't think we've got anybody of his calibre to come in and fill that void.
Agreed. Yeah. It's a great question. It's a great question.
I mean,
Great.
you know
Yeah, it's a
anyone?
great debate. Yeah. No, I think he's definitely one you need to wrap up in cotton wool as we get closer to the Euros. You know, there are going to be injuries. We know that going into major tournaments at the end of seasons, that's always a worry.
Yeah.
You lose Harry Kane, you lose Declan Rice with banging trouble.
Bellingham. One of those three, mate.
Exactly.
One of those three. Your side changes. I totally agree with that, yeah. But
And I've got a little trivia question for you guys before I go.
Ed, before you move on, before you start setting the tone on the show, but isn't Arsenal a little bit like that? I mean, if you lost Rice, or you lost Saka,
they're going to crumble anyway, regardless.
Do you know what I mean? Aren't there players in every team where you go, going to struggle there?
Yes. When we've only had Rice for like a few games really, and that one game or one and a half games he was missing, you noticed it very badly.
Saliba, another one.
Yeah.
I think we found out last
Well,
season.
yeah, I mean, look, Declan Rice is a huge part of England now. He's probably, he's him, Bellingham and Kane are the names on the team sheet every single time they rock up, isn't it? And there's no one else that gets anywhere near him.
Saka starts, mate.
Yeah, but Saka, you can argue Foden, you can have an argument about
everyone
it.
Everyone fit, right? It's Pickford.
Yeah.
Maguire, Stones.
Yeah.
Rice, Bellingham, Saka, Kane.
Yeah.
Walker.
Yeah.
I've just named 8 players there.
Yeah.
Right? So there's
and then you've
8,
got, what?
9. Hold on, 8, 9, 3 more.
Luke Shaw?
I don't know whether he's guaranteed.
For England, he pretty much is.
I think he's guaranteed fit.
I mean...
Okay, there you go. So you've got 8, 9. There's 2 more to name.
Yeah, Rashford. Or Grealish. That's
you
the
can't
one.
say or.
No,
it's guaranteed. You can't say
No,
or.
I know, but I'm giving you a team. I know you've named the guarantees.
Do you not think Rashford's goal today masked over a lot of very poor performances?
Yeah, look, the problem with Rashford, you've got to accept, I think, sometimes that he's going to give the ball away because he wants to make something happen. You know, what would you rather? Someone who just goes backwards and sideways all the time? I like Rashford. Yeah, he gives the ball away. He does. Yeah, he comes inside and he looks sometimes he ain't got control of the ball. But what he is, he gets you off your seat. He's exciting. He's direct. Yeah, he gives the ball away and he, you think, he should do better there or...
Players like him will always give the ball away at some stage.
I don't mind that. I'd rather have that in my side than someone who just wants to keep it and go back and sideways and go out the other side. He makes things happen.
Which is probably that's the thing with Southgate. That's the one player that sort of goes against his whole ethos. That he wants consistency and negativity to a degree, but obviously he's allowing this guy a free rein.
What's your trivia question, Ed?
Yeah, come on, Ed, spit it out.
Okay, you might have heard this before.
Cool.
Who's the only player to score a goal in the Merseyside derby, the Manchester derby, and the Glasgow derby?
Manchester derby. The only player? You sure it's the only player?
The only player. Manchester derby, Merseyside derby, and the Rangers Celtic derby.
Well, it's got to be someone who's played for either Man United, Liverpool, and played for Rangers or Celtic, right?
I might play for Everton. I might play for Everton.
Oh, the Merseyside derby.
Yeah, I might play for Everton. Why
not?
Okay.
Well, he could just play for Liverpool.
Yeah.
The 3 teams he played for.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Man United, Rangers, Everton.
Right. Is it recent, mate? Are we going to know who he is?
No, about 20 odd years ago.
Right. I mean, can we have a think about it? We'll go back to
No, you got to think about it. Google it.
We're doing general knowledge.
Give me his first.
Don't say Google it.
Give me his first.
General knowledge.
Give me his first name.
At midnight. What do you mean? Give me his first name.
Give me his second name. Huh?
His surname begins with K.
Oh, this is terrible for us.
Foreigner.
Oh, Kanchelskis.
Correct.
Good shout.
Well, I only got it from the foreigner bit.
Yeah,
Kanchelskis.
It's a good question, to be fair.
It was a good question.
Yeah. Ad, top man, thanks for your call.
Cheers,
We're playing General Knowledge Live Triv, actually, midnight tonight. Billy's coming in. Let's go to Benny, though. He's a Spurs fan. All right, Benny?
Benny boy.
How are you, boys? You well?
Yeah, good, Benny. You've been to the game?
Do you remember I called up last month when we talked about our friend Maguire? This is what I'm going to say. Listen, I was at the game tonight. I'm delighted we qualified. But the selection was wrong. Completely wrong tonight. Starting with Phillips. Completely rusty, and obviously playing Maguire at the back. Again, the tempo was so slow. We were poor for 45 minutes, I'm going to be honest with you. And the reason we won that game tonight, do you know why? Because there was 3 individual bits of quality that we won that game from. Not because it was the right selection. It was poor performance. Again, by Maguire, he slows the game down, as usual. He brought Gay on, which I was quite impressed to watch him play. But he moves the ball so slowly at the back. And then Phillips as well. Listen, he tried his hardest. But again, we've got players like Madders that can attack players, that will run at players. And if we're going to get...
Are you going to play him?
Let me finish. If we're going to get anywhere now in the Euros, he's got to switch up the selection now, once and for all. And when you say where we're going to play him, you can have Rice there, and you can have Madders just in front of him, and potentially covering as well. Or you have someone...
You can't play Madison centre mid, though, can you? He wants to play Bellingham as a number 10, Benny.
Oh, that's fine, but you've still got people like Conor Gallagher that can sit as well, that want to move forward, but can also... A better option... Phillips is good, but he's too rusty. I'm talking about players that play week in, week out for their clubs, Jamie, yeah? And for some reason,
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with your argument.
I love her. I don't know why you're a Maguire. I love her so much as well. This is the other problem. And I just
You've heard me enough, Benny. I mean, you know I'm not a Maguire lover, but
I don't know.
It's not like we got John Terry or Rio Ferdinand sitting on the bench.
Well, okay, but remember after the Scotland game, the mistake he made, and then Levi Colwell played last week. He wasn't bad, but you've got to give the new blood a chance before the Euros. If you're still going to play the same team, we are not going to win it. Very simple. We need to push forward now, once and for all. We've got a great attacking 4 or 5 players. Very, very good. Rashford was outstanding tonight. absolutely outstanding. And same with Harry Kane, right? But the midfield was slowed down, and the defence is just playing from the back. Pickford likes to play from the back, no problem. But don't play it to Maguire because he just goes backwards. He doesn't go forwards. And if you can't see that, we've got a big problem.
Benny, honestly, people like you do my head in, mate.
Wow,
honestly, do you know why? Right, you're like that. You're like the football Grinch, right?
No,
you are, Benny. You're the football Grinch. Look, honestly, all you've done is what other bore off, Benny. Bore off, mate. Honestly, honestly, you and the rest, boring bunch. Try and have a conversation without mentioning Maguire and Phillips and about Henderson. Tell you what, you've missed out on the jackpot. You didn't mention Henderson. I'm going to give you a chance now. Yeah. Throw in Henderson. Moan about Henderson now. Do it. You've got 10 seconds. You've got 10 seconds starting now.
Jason, he's been a great servant for England. I've got no problem with that. But when I'm paying and I'm going home and away to watch England every single week and every single tournament,
5,
I want to see
4, 3.
What do you mean? Hold on, Benny. You're going to watch England home and away. I mean, they've scored 19 goals in Qualifier.
Benny, honestly, mate, you're honestly go.
Conceded 3 goals.
Go and watch Spurs 10 years ago. Go and watch videos. And moan at that.
Go and watch Spurs.
Go and watch Spurs last year.
Maybe I'm a Grinch. Maybe my standards are too high. Maybe they are.
Well, you're a Spurs fan, Benny. You have no standards.
Jason.
No, Benny, bore off. Honestly, honestly, people like you do it. We've beaten Italy 3-1. Second up, Harry Maguire was part of that, as was Phillips. And all you want to do is phone up and say this, that, and the other.
We need a change, though, Jason. What we're going to do? So we're going to play teams, quality teams now. Who in Europe?
Where are you, Benny? Where are you?
Say again?
Where are you? Who's that barking? That dog. Is that dog saying? That dog is saying. Mention Henderson for the hat trick.
Say again? No, I'm not going to mention Henderson at all because Jordan's been a great servant for England. Berate Maguire anymore.
He's saying mention Henderson. There he goes. The dog is telling you. Say Henderson.
Telling me. What do you mean, Jason? What you need to understand is, very simple. I was in Nice, and I'm saying very clearly. I was in Nice, I was in Russia, I was at the semi and the final, spending tens of thousands of pounds, my friend, What I want to see is results. Like every other England fan.
We haven't got results. We've cruised through the group. We've got 2 games remaining. We've got 16 points. We've battered everyone. What are you talking about? We ain't lost a game.
I'm not saying we haven't, but I'm saying now to progress. That's the point I'm trying to make. Let's progress. You tell me now, boys, what's the next progression now? The progression now to move forward. You think we can genuinely win the Euros, Jason?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, of course we can.
Well, with the team that plays tonight, you think they can win the Euros?
Yes.
Of course we can.
Yes.
With that starting 11?
Yes.
You're deluded, mate.
All right.
What's your dog think?
When was the last time you watched England live, Jason?
What's your dog think?
What's my dog think? He thinks you're clueless sometimes because you think that team can win the Euros. I think you're wrong.
Okay, pick the team that'll win it then. Now, go for it. Pick the team that wins it.
I'll pick. All right, 1 second.
Go on, pick it.
Pick the team, right?
Put the dog on.
Then I will do. Jason. Quiet down for a minute. Right, so Pickford in goal, no problem. Kyle Walker, outstanding. John Stones. Now, obviously the Maguire situation.
No, pick the team.
Pick the team. Just pick the team.
Okay, so I'll either start with.
No, don't either's. Pick the team.
Fine. I will. From the Euros now. Pickford, Walker, Stones, Gay, Trippier, Declan Rice, and then I would have in there someone like a Maddison or a Gallagher or a Trent Alexander-Arnold in the midfield, and then the front. And then
Stop picking a team. You're not picking a team.
You just pick the squad.
And then the front 4 or 5, I'd have Rashford, Bellingham, Kane, Sterling if he's on form, or Foden.
What about Saka?
You don't mention Saka.
What are you talking about? Sterling's not even in the squad.
Say again?
You're picking Sterling. He's not even in the squad.
I'm saying Sterling or Saka, nor is Saka. Saka's injured as well.
Benny, honestly.
Put the dog on, Benny.
Benny, we got to go. Benny, I think the dog's talking more sense than you, mate. Honestly, ridiculous. Right, we're going to move on. We've got back pages coming up next.
Hold on, mate. It's hat-trick.
The Sports Bar with TalkSportBet.com. Download the app today for tantalisingly tip-top odds and exclusive offers. 18 plus BigGambleAware.org.
We are doing a general knowledge live trivia at midnight tonight. You want to get involved in that? 03717223344. I can't believe Jason just told Benny to bore off. Bore off, Benny.
Do you know what, though? That conversation that we have, it's... Get used to it. It's been for the last 2-3 years now. Henderson, Maguire, Phillips.
No, let's
Henderson.
Let's move on now. Let's do back pages.
Henderson, Maguire, Phillips.
Hold on, mate.
Phillips. Simon!
Back pages. Simon Johnson.
Hi, guys.
All right, mate.
How you doing,
Yeah,
matey?
good. Welcome back, Jamie.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. You're coming in, and little birdie's told me you're coming in on Thursday.
That's not what you said last night, Simon. You said you're coming in on Thursday. You said you gutted Jamie's back.
Right, listen, we ain't got time to mess about here, right? Let's go on the back page. It's Harry Kane. Everyone's been talking about Jude Bellingham, but let's not forget that now Harry Kane is all over the back page, and he's actually broke a record, I think Faye said tonight. He's got the most goals at Wembley ever.
Yeah, the son have led with it. Can we stay at yours, Harry? Yes, he's overtaken Sir Bobby Charlton with, he's now on 24 Wembley goals, moving one ahead of Sir Bobby Charlton. I love scoring here, says Harry Kane. It's our home. He was magnificent. I know we're all very excited about Jude Bellingham, and rightly so, but Kane was world class. Did you have any doubts at all when he was through on goal for his second goal there?
I said 29 times out of 30 he scores that.
That's the difference, isn't it, of a top-class striker. You just know they're going to score before they score. It was just calmness personified.
Yeah.
I mean, England's all over the back pages.
But Ben Stokes, though, a bit of cricket, mate.
Go on, mate.
Stokesy, he's back for South Africa. Crunch game.
Go on,
Well, just in time, because a humiliating loss to Afghanistan the other day, and we're basically right up against it in terms of making it through to the latter stages. Ben Stokes not played yet due to a hip injury, but head coach Matthew Mott has confirmed that he's in line to play against South Africa. Must-win game for us. And of course, what a weekend in terms of England v South Africa. The Telegraph have gone with Box Ignite England Mind Games. Of course, it's the Rugby World Cup semi-final as well this weekend. And Rassie Erasmus, the South Africa rugby director, he's done a bit of a Jose Mourinho, Jason. If you remember Mourinho at Barcelona naming Barcelona's team before the game, well, Erasmus has named England's 15 already. Just getting in their head, and he's gone on to say they'll be hurting referring to England, not just from the loss. South Africa beat them last year, but from the World Cup final. Of course, South Africa absolutely thumped us 4 years ago in the final. No one will expect England to win this weekend, but it would be fantastic if they somehow do that.
Just quickly, we've got to go through it as well. Just Tonali, he's got a gambling addiction.
Yeah, and of course, if you remember, guys, like last week, he was, that's why he didn't play for Italy. He was sent home from the Italy camp. He's been interviewed by police. This is a really serious issue that he's alleged breaching betting rules, etc. Well, his own agent, Giuseppe Risso's come out and said Sandro is battling a gambling addiction, but he will win this fight. He confirmed he will be ready to play for Newcastle on Saturday against Crystal Palace, but the Telegraph are leading with a story that Newcastle are fearing the worst in terms of a lengthy ban, and one of the Italy players has already been punished for breaching betting rules. Nicolo Fagioli has been banned for 7 months today, I think it was. So major concern potentially for Newcastle there.
Yeah, not good news for Tonali. All right, Si, thanks for coming on.
Cheers, Si.
Pleasure, guys.
All right, that was your back pages. Right, live trivia coming up. Get involved. 03717223344.